Picture this. Me, Reese Witherspoon, in London, ordering fish and chips so often they might start wrapping me in paper. I'm traveling with my Wells Fargo autographed Journey card, so I earn rewards wherever I book travel. 5 times points with hotels, 4 times with airlines, 3 times on restaurants and other travel, and 1 point on other purchases. Imagine getting rewarded for eating a toad in the hole. Wait, what is a toad in a hole?
Visit wellsfargo.com/autograph journey. Terms apply. Welcome back to the Adult Sleep Stories podcast. I'm your host, Jason. This week's episode is A Leather Beneath the Floorboards, a gentle countryside mystery about an old cottage, a hidden leather, and a woman who arrives to settle family matters only to discover that the house may still have something meaningful to give her. Before we begin, please take a moment to leave a comment down below sharing where in the world you're listening from. If you enjoy these stories, leaving a rating or honest review really helps the podcast continue to grow. Now, find a comfortable position, take a slow, deep breath, and let tonight's story begin.
Chapter 1. A Quiet House at Wrenlow. I wrestle the second box out of the car with my hip and set it on the flagstones before the front step. The cardboard has gone soft at one corner from the damp air, and the handle bites into my fingers harder than it should. I stand still for a moment with the key in my hand, looking at the door as if I ought to knock first. Wrenlow Cottage is smaller than I remember and more stubborn. The roof dips a little in the middle. The stone around the windows is dark with old weather. One gutter sags where bramble has tugged at it from the side wall. Nothing is dramatic. Nothing is ruined. It is simply a house that has kept going because someone made it keep going. Judith did. That is the first thing I think, standing there with funeral clothes still on under my coat and the smell of church flowers not quite gone from the car. Judith kept it standing. Judith kept everything standing as far as I can tell. Then she died, and now I have her keys in my hand. I fit the brass key into the lock. It sticks halfway, as though the cottage wants proof. I turn it harder. The latch gives with a dry little catch, and the door opens inward. Cold meets me first. Not deep winter cold, but the stored chill of a shut house. It smells of old stone, beeswax, stale coal dust, and the faint sweetness of cupboards kept closed. Under that there is lavender, not fresh, but dry and papery, worked into drawers and blankets over years. My aunt never believed in letting a house go sour. I'm here, I say aloud, and hear at once how foolish it sounds. Still, the words help. I carry the first box into the narrow hall and put it down beside the umbrella stand. Judith's walking stick is still there. I look at it a moment longer than I mean to. Not because it is moving in any grand emotional way, just because I had expected, without thinking, that someone would have cleared it, that death would leave a cleaner edge. But here is the stick. Here is her button tin on the shelf under the mirror. Here is the wool scarf she used for the garden, looped over the newel post as though she might come back from hanging out the washing and reach for it. I bring in the rest of my things one load at a time. 2 boxes of papers and clothes. 1 overnight bag. My work case. A crate with mugs wrapped in tea towels, because I do not trust inherited cupboards not to smell of mice, however unfair that is to Judith. When the boot is finally empty, I shut the car and look down the lane. Hallowig has the same habit it had when I was small. It pretends not to watch. A curtain stirs in the cottage opposite. Someone farther up the lane closes a gate with deliberate force, just enough to mark the moment without making a show of it. The village was at the funeral. Kind hands, kind faces, sandwiches cut into practical triangles. Everyone speaking of Judith as reliable, capable, private. No one saying lonely. though the words sat there anyway. I take the last of the bags inside and close the door against the day. The hall opens into the sitting room on the left and the kitchen at the back. Straight ahead, the stairs rise with their usual slight tilt. I stand in the middle and listen, not for anything strange, only for the house settling around me, a pipe ticking faintly, the far tap not fully turned off, wind brushing the back wall, the ordinary language of old houses. My list is in my handbag, folded into 4 neat squares. I take it out and smooth it on the hall table. Contact solicitor if needed. Sort immediate papers. Check meter readings. Open windows. Boil kettle. Begin ground floor inventory. I have written it in the same hand I use for condition reports, clear and even, as if this is a job like any other. In some ways it is. Wrenlow Cottage needs work. The rear wall has a damp patch. The front bedroom window sticks. The roof ridge wants checking before autumn turns. If I am sensible, I move through this steadily, room by room. Decide what can be sold with the house and what comes to me, and put the place on the market before sentiment catches up. That is the plan. I go first into the sitting room. The curtains are half drawn. The air in here is colder. A square of muted daylight lies over the hearthrug and catches a drift of dust above the armchair. Judith's chair, of course. High-backed, brown wool, polished wooden arms rubbed pale where her hands rested. A folded cardigan sits over the back. On the side table there is a lamp, a stack of library books tied with string, and a saucer with 2 cough sweets in it. I feel an odd pressure behind my ribs. Not grief exactly. More the inconvenience of finding a life interrupted mid-sentence. The mantel clock has stopped at 12 minutes past 9. I wind it out of habit, listening to the small internal catch of gears taking hold. Then I draw the curtains wider and unfasten the window. It complains. Damp has swollen the frame. I brace one hand against the sill and push until it lifts. Outside, the garden looks overgrown but not wild. Rosemary by the path. A lean apple tree. Judith's washing line hanging slack. I cross the room slowly, seeing what needs doing, because that is easier than seeing anything else. The rug wants lifting and airing. One patch of wallpaper has peeled near the skirting. The left side of the hearth has a hairline crack in the plaster. The floor slopes more than I remember. My eye catches on a board near the hearthstone. Its edge sits a little higher than the others, no more than the thickness of a postcard. I stop. Old houses do this. Wood shifts. Nails work loose. Heat dries one patch faster than another. There is no reason to make anything of it. Even so, I crouch and lay my fingertips lightly against the seam. The board moves under the smallest pressure, then settles back. I straighten at once, annoyed with myself for the little stir of attention it gives me. The board can wait. Half the cottage can wait. I've only just arrived. The kitchen is easier. Kitchens always are. Their needs are plain. Light enters from the back door in a thin grey sheet. Judith has left rows of labelled jars in the dresser cupboard. Pearl barley. Red lentils. Tea. Custard powder. The labels are square, written in her narrow hand and fixed straight. In the pantry, I find potatoes sprouting in a basket and a packet of crackers gone stale. A blue mug sits upside down on the draining board. There is a cardigan hanging over the chair by the table, a different one from the cardigan in the sitting room, and I have to laugh once, softly, at the sheer quantity of Judith still here. Well, I say to the empty room, let's start with tea. The kettle is an old one for the hob. I fill it from the tap, then leave it while I open the back door and the small kitchen window. The garden smell comes in at once, wet soil and old leaves and the green bite of herbs bruised by weather. Somewhere beyond the hedge, a dog barks twice, then gives up. I find the tea tin exactly where it ought to be. Milk is another matter. I brought a small bottle in the cool bag. It will do. I light the gas under the kettle and stand with both hands on the edge of the sink while the water heats. I think of my flat in Bristol, tidy and quiet in a different way. The work table under the north window. The stack of linen samplers waiting for assessment on Monday. The message from Martin at the studio asking whether I need another week before taking on the church banner from Bath. I told him yes. Family matter, I said. Probate. House clearance. All true. None of it close to the centre. My mother has been gone 11 years. Judith is buried 3 days. There is no one left now who remembers me as a child except people in lanes like this. And even they remember in fragments. Margaret's eldest girl. Clever with her hands. The one who moved away. The kettle begins to hum, then to rattle. I make tea in Judith's brown pot with the chip on the lid and carry the tray through to the sitting room because that, too, feels easier than drinking alone at the kitchen table. I sit in Judith's chair before realizing what I have done. It is firmer than it looks. The springs hold. Across from me, the hearth is swept clean, laid ready, though there is no fire in it. Judith used to bank coal carefully, making one scuttle last far longer than seemed decent. On the mantel, beside the clock, there is a photograph of my mother at about 25. Her hair pinned back, her expressions already guarded. I pick it up. The frame is dusty along the top edge. The backing board has warped a little. Cheap cardboard. Acidic. If I were writing a report, I would note foxing on the mount, silvering at the dark edges of the print, and slight abrasion at the corner where someone has wiped the glass more often than the rest. But what I notice first is my mother's face, and how little of it I was ever given in words. She missed you, I say to the photograph, though whether I mean Judith or my mother I could not tell you. Tea steadies me. So does paper. I fetch my notebook from the hall and begin the inventory there in the sitting room, speaking items quietly as I write, because it helps me keep order. 1 armchair, brown wool, good condition. 1 side table, oak, ring marks. 1 standard lamp, hearth tools, mantel clock. 6 frame photographs. The familiar language lowers everything into manageable terms. Wood, cloth, paper, surfaceware. Repair needed. It is not that I do not feel. It is that naming the shape of a thing lets me hold it without dropping it. By late afternoon, the ground floor windows are open and the house has changed by a degree or two. Not warmer exactly, but less shut. I have made a stack of obvious rubbish by the back door, though I cannot yet bring myself to throw out any of Judith's lists. I have found spare bulbs in the dresser, clean sheets in the airing cupboard, and enough tins in the pantry to survive a storm. I have also discovered that Judith folded her dish towels by darned edge rather than hem, which is the sort of detail only a person like me would notice, and only a person like me would find comforting. At some point I hear a knock and open the front door to a woman from 2 cottages down, Mrs. Bickle, who holds out a loaf cake wrapped in a tea towel and says, "Thought you might not have got to the shops." "That's kind," I say. "She was a good one, your aunt." "Yes," I say, because yes is simpler than thank you and truer than anything longer. Mrs. Bickle glances past me into the hall, taking in the boxes. "If you need anything, you ask." "I will." She nods, pleased by the form of the exchange more than the promise, and goes. I set the cake in the kitchen and stand for a moment with my hand on the tea towel. Small villages do this. They offer food where they cannot offer answers. Evening comes on slowly, thickening at the windows. I close the curtains, one room at a time, and turn on lamps instead of the overhead lights. Lamplight forgives. It gathers the room together and leaves corners to themselves. I heat a tin of soup, eat 2 slices of Mrs. Bickle's cake standing at the counter, and tell myself I will unpack properly tomorrow. Upstairs, the front bedroom smells faintly of starch and old roses from the soap in the linen chest. The bed is narrow, but sound. I shake out the sheets and make it with the tidy precision that years of solitary living encourage. In the bathroom, I find Judith's hand cream still on the shelf, squeezed flat from the bottom. In the small spare room, there are 3 hat boxes and a sewing basket with 1 needle left threaded in grey cotton. When I come back downstairs to check the locks, I pause again at the sitting room door. The lamps are on. The rug lies straight. My notebook rests on the side table beside the teacup I forgot to carry through. Nothing has changed. And yet my eye goes back to that board near the hearth. It is only a board, slightly lifted at one corner, no more. Still, in a room where Judith has been careful with everything, it looks less like neglect than interruption, as if she meant to finish something and did not. I step into the room and crouch once more. This time I do not touch it. I only look. The gap is narrow, shadowed. Old varnish has worn thin around the edges. One nail head sits a fraction prouder than the others. Tomorrow, I say, and hear how firmly I mean it. Then I switch off the lamp, and the hearth slips back into shadow, with the uneven board still waiting beside it. Chapter 2. The inventory of a life. The floorboard is still the first thing I look at when I come downstairs. It waits beside the hearth exactly as it did last night, one edge sitting a shade higher than the rest. The varnish worn pale where feet have crossed it for years. In the thin morning light, it looks less dramatic, more ordinary, which is often how hidden things begin. I stand with one hand on the doorframe and tell myself, not yet. There is work that ought to be done first. Practical work. Work with lists. I put the kettle on, find a clean notebook from my case, and draw columns across the page while the water heats. Room, object, condition, keep, sell, donate, uncertain. It is the sort of page that settles me almost at once. If I can name a thing, note its state, place it somewhere, I can believe for a while that the world is still manageable. The kitchen goes first because kitchens usually do. Judith has left it in her own exact order, and I move through it slowly, opening cupboards, writing things down, closing them again. Pine table, scrubbed top, ring marks near one end. 4 ladder-back chairs, one seat re-rushed at some point with cleaner work than the original. Welsh dresser, cream paint rubbed away at the handles. Brown teapot with chipped lid. 6 plates with blue rims. Mismatched cups. Enamel colander. Biscuit tins used for buttons, string, batteries, and once, apparently, for receipts. That last one makes me stop. The tin is an old shortbread tin with a rose on the lid gone faint from use. Inside, the receipts are folded by year and tied with wool, not string. Brown wool, neatly wound twice around each packet and tucked through itself to hold. I sit at the table and untie one bundle. Grocer. Coal delivery. Veterinary bill for a cat I barely remember. Ironmonger. The paper has yellowed evenly, and the folds are soft at the edges from handling. Judith did not simply keep things. She kept them in a way that suggested they might be needed again. I retie the bundle exactly as I found it and write kitchen dresser, lower left cupboard, household receipts in bundles, retained. The loaf cake Mrs. Bickle brought yesterday sits under an upturned plate. I cut a slice and eat it standing at the counter while I go on with the jars. Red lentils, pearl barley, self-raising flour, spare pegs, buttons sorted by colour, then by size. White mother of pearl in one jam jar, plain cream plastic in another, dark coat buttons in a third. On each jar, a small label in Judith's hand, not my mother's hand. Judith's is firmer, more upright, as if each letter has been told to stand properly. I know both without thinking. That recognition lands lightly and then stays. By 9:30, I have moved into the sitting room. The house is warmer now, though it never quite loses its old house chill. I inventory the obvious first. Sofa. 2 armchairs, one with flattened arms from long use. Mantel clock, stopped. Nest of tables. Standard lamp with a yellowing shade. Bookcase, assorted library books tied in parcels with string. Sideboard. Framed photograph on mantel. Woman in her 20s, dark hair pinned back, looking just past the camera. My mother. I do not pick up the frame yet. I only write it down. There is comfort in method. I can hear the scratch of my pen, the light tick of cooling pipes, the kettle settling after its second boil. Outside, a car passes on the lane and is gone. The cottage has its own domestic grammar, a door that sticks before it yields, a window latch that must be nudged upward and then turned, the faint beeswax smell from the sideboard, the seat cushion on Judith's chair, turned neatly over so the worn side does not show. I kneel by that chair and touch the cushion edge. The cover has been mended by hand. Tiny slip stitches. Good matching thread. Not recent. One corner has been reinforced from beneath with a square of older fabric, cut from something that was once striped. The repair is not meant to be seen, but of course I see it. I always do. You old magpie, I murmur, though what I mean is not theft. I mean saving. Keeping what can still be used. A knock at the back door interrupts me. I rise too quickly, set the notebook down, and go through the kitchen. A man stands outside in a wax jacket darkened at the shoulders from mist, a canvas tool bag at his feet. Broad-faced, grey-haired, with the patient look of someone who has spent years waiting for old wood to decide how it intends to behave. "Morning," he says when I open the door. I'm Ivor Penhale. Mrs. Bickle said you might be wanting someone to look at the damp by the back wall. If I've got the wrong morning, I can make myself scarce. No, you've got the right one. I step back to let him in. Thank you. I'm Celia. I know who you are, he says, not unkindly. Judith talked about you often enough, not in great essays, mind. She wasn't built that way. That almost makes me smile. No, she wasn't. He wipes his boots carefully on the mat before coming in. I like him a little for that at once. He follows me into the kitchen, and I show him the patch near the back wall where the plaster has bubbled and faintly browned. He says, crouching. He presses the wall with one thumb, then glances toward the window, the skirting, the flagstone just below. Not racing, at least. That's something. Could be the gutter outside. Could be pointing gone tired. Could be water finding a way in around that sill. Houses do that. They don't fail all at once if they can help it. They complain first. That sounds almost polite. It usually isn't. He gets to his feet with a small sound in his knees. You mind if I have a look outside? I fetch my coat, and we go around the back. The garden is more yard than garden, really, with a narrow strip of earth, a lean-to shed, and a border Judith must once have kept tidier than this. A few stems have gone to seed where no one cut them back. The gutter above sags visibly near the corner. Ivor points with 2 fingers. There, water'll overshoot in heavy rain and run straight down the wall. I can sort that easy enough. Easy for you. For me, yes. For the gutter, not so much. He glances at the cottage. Old places need small acts of obedience. Ignore one thing and the next thing gets ideas. We stand looking up for a moment. The sky is the colour of old linen before washing. I'm making an inventory, I say, trying to decide what stays with the house and what doesn't. Aye. He keeps his gaze on the gutter. And is that all you're deciding? He says it mildly without turning it into an intrusion. I answer with equal care. At present, yes. He nods as if he has heard what I did not say. Fair enough. Back inside, I make tea because it seems the right thing. He accepts a mug and stands by the table while I clear a space among my notes. His eyes move over the labelled jars, the folded towels, the row of cups drying upside down. She kept it neat, he says. She kept everything. That she did. He takes a sip. Not in a fussy way, though, more in a prepared way, as if she expected things to matter later. I look at him. Did you know her well? Well enough to mend what needed mending. Fence post, sticking sash. One roof slate when the wind got clever. She'd pay on the nail and send me off with a sandwich wrapped in greaseproof paper, whether I wanted one or not. That sounds like Judith. She ever tell you she could hang wallpaper better than most men in the village? No, because she could. He smiles into his tea. Wouldn't talk while doing it either. Said talking made people careless. I can hear Judith saying that. Not with warmth exactly, but with conviction. Ivor sets the mug down and asks, You wanting me to look at the front room floor while I'm here? Mrs. Bickle mentioned a board felt a touch high near the hearth. For a second I think of saying no too quickly. Then I force myself to answer normally. I noticed it. I haven't done anything with it yet. He gives me a brief, practical glance, and I am suddenly aware that I am standing between him and the sitting room, as if by accident. Well, I can cast an eye. Doesn't mean ripping half the room up. We go through together. The board looks plainer now, with daylight on it. Ivor bends, presses it with the heel of his hand, then with 2 fingers near the nail head. Bit lifted, yes. Could be shrinkage. Could be someone's had it up before and not seated it properly after. He looks around the hearthstones. No fresh movement, no bounce underfoot. I wouldn't worry today. Today, I repeat. He straightens. If you want it lifted later, better to do it clean than pry at it with the wrong tool. Old timber sulks when it's mishandled. I smile despite myself. You make the house sound temperamental. All houses are temperamental. People just blame themselves instead. He goes back to the kitchen for his bag and writes a number on the back of one of my duplicate inventory pages. He will come tomorrow or the day after to mend the gutter, he says. And if I decide I want the floor looked at properly, I need only ask. At the door he pauses. Judith was fond of order, he says. But she wasn't one for keeping rubbish. If she kept a thing, there'd be a reason. After he leaves, the cottage feels altered, though nothing in it has changed. Perhaps it is only that his words stay behind. If she kept a thing, there'd be a reason. I return to the sitting room and open the sideboard drawer I had not yet touched. Photographs lie inside in loose stacks, some in paper sleeves, some tied with ribbon, some simply laid one on another with tissue between. Judith has not abandoned them to a box in the loft. She has placed them where a person sitting in this room might reach them. I sit in her chair and lift the first small pile onto my lap. There is my grandfather in shirt sleeves, younger than I ever saw him. A dog with one torn ear. Two women in aprons outside the cottage, neither smiling, both sunlit from one side. A seaside snapshot with the horizon gone white. Then my mother again, at perhaps 18 this time, hair loose at the shoulders, one hand caught mid-motion as if she has just turned towards someone speaking. I touch the edge of the photograph, careful not to press the surface. The paper is slightly silvered at the dark areas from age and storage. It has been handled often, but not carelessly. Judith must have taken this one out many times. The corners are soft. One side has the faint shine of an old thumbprint. My mother's face is familiar to me in pieces. The line of her mouth. The inward way she held herself in rooms full of people. The habit of smoothing a tablecloth with both hands before sitting down. Yet even now, with her photograph resting against my knee, she seems half hidden by all she did not say. I sort the piles more slowly after that. Family, cottage, village, unknown. My notebook lies open beside me, but I forget to write for a while. The room gathers around the small sounds of paper shifting, my sleeve brushing the chair arm, the mantel clock standing stubbornly still. Judith arranged even this with care. Not only the useful things, not only the sellable things. She left the photographs where they could be found, but not at once. As if she had measured the distance between concealment and discovery, and chosen it exactly. When I lift the next stack, a smaller picture slips loose and lands face down on the rug. I bend to pick it up, already feeling the faint pull of it before I see the image. Chapter 3. Rain at the windows. The photograph is of my mother as a girl, younger than the one on the mantel, though not by much, 15, perhaps 16. She stands beside the side wall of the cottage, with her hands tucked behind her back, as if she has been told to keep still, and has obeyed only up to a point. Her hair is pinned away untidily. One shoulder slopes lower than the other. Behind her, the rose bush climbing the stone is bare, all thorn and twig. On the back, in Judith's hand, are 3 words. Margaret Wrenlow, Winter. I turn it over again and look at my mother's face. There is nothing dramatic in it. No smile lost halfway. No open misery. No clue obligingly held in plain sight. Yet it catches at me more than the formal portrait on the mantel. This one was not chosen for display. This one was kept in a drawer with the others, neither hidden nor offered. Judith had written the place and seasoned down as if record itself mattered, as if one day someone might need the fact of it. Rain begins not long after. At first it comes lightly, a dry tapping against the sitting room window, then steadies until the glass is filmed and the garden beyond turns vague around the edges. The lane disappears behind the hedge. The cottage settles into that close, weathered feeling old houses have in wet weather, timber and plaster, holding the day differently. I set the photograph aside on the cleared patch of table and go through to the kitchen to put the kettle on. There is comfort in the small sequence of it. Water, match. The old brown kettle beginning its slow warm-up on the hob. Judith's way of doing things still shapes the rooms. The tea caddy stands where my hand expects it now, cups above the sink. The chipped strainer in the second drawer, wrapped in a square of muslin to keep it from rattling. I tell myself the morning's work is straightforward. Front room cupboards, then the linen stacks in the small room off the hall. Any papers to be sorted by type, any textiles to be checked for moth, damp, weakness at folds, previous repairs. It is enough. More than enough. Still, when I carry my tea back into the sitting room, I bring the photograph with me. I leave it propped against the lamp base while I open the lower cupboard of the sideboard. Inside are 2 piles of folded table linen, a biscuit tin, and a shallow cardboard box tied with narrow cotton tape. The tape is not original to the box. It is cleaner, stronger, added later to keep the lid from slipping. I can tell by the tension in the knot that Judith tied it herself, firmly, but not carelessly. I untie it and lift the lid. Household papers, mostly. Receipts, folded and grouped. A few utility statements. A sheaf of grocery lists. Notes on seed potatoes and chimney-sweeping dates. 2 envelopes containing sewing machine needles still in their paper sleeves. Beneath them, a smaller bundle of letters wrapped in a handkerchief so thin with age it has gone almost transparent at the creases. That makes me pause. The handkerchief is white lawn, cheap and fine at once, the sort bought in packets years ago and kept because there was no reason not to. One corner has been marked with a small embroidered J in blue thread, but the hand is not Judith's. Too neat, too ornamental. Schoolgirl stitching, perhaps, or somebody teaching herself to make a useful thing a little less plain. I set the bundle on the table and examine the rest before opening it. That is habit. Context first. The papers around it are orderly, but not untouched. Several grocery lists have softened edges where fingers have worried them more than once. One receipt from the village chemist has been folded and unfolded so often the center line is beginning to split. Not recent handling. Older than that. Repeated over time. The dirt lies in the fibers, not on the surface. Judith came back to these things. Not all of them. Only some. I take out my notebook and make a few brief entries in the inventory. Sideboard, lower cupboard. Papers, domestic. 1 cardboard document box. Mixed dates. Textile wrapping. Handkerchief. Embroidered initial not matching Judith's usual hand. Signs of repeated handling on selected items. The words are plain enough on the page. They make the fine sound manageable, which is perhaps why I write them. When I unwrap the letters, there are only 4. 2 are bills in window envelopes. One is from a church committee about a harvest supper. The last has no envelope at all. Only a folded sheet tucked inside another folded sheet. It is not the contents that hold me at once, but the where. The outer fold is darkened at the corners. The paper has been opened along the same lines so many times the fibers have thinned to a pale softness. Whoever read it did not skim once and put it away. They returned. I do not open it yet. Instead, I look at the handkerchief again. It smells faintly of old soap and paper. I hold it to the light from the window and see a tiny darn near the hem, done with thread just a shade warmer than the cloth. Careful work. Good work. Someone mended what did not deserve replacing. The rain thickens. Now and then it pushes under the gutter outside and drops with a heavier knock, exactly where Ivor said it would. The sound marks the weak point in the house as clearly as a pencil note in a margin. I move to the front room because there is better light there, even on a day like this. The room is smaller than I remembered when I first came in, but memory is careless with scale. 2 upright chairs, a narrow table, a glass-fronted cabinet with 1 stiff hinge, and a built-in cupboard where Judith stored linens in high, settled stacks. The air carries the dry scent of old cotton and furniture polish. I take the top pile down first. Sheets, pillowcases, 2 damask tablecloths, 1 blanket with a satin binding gone rough at the corners. Judith folded by size and use, not by set. Practical. A household made for one person, not for display. Yet among the ordinary pieces, there are little signs of thoughtfulness that catch at me. A tea towel with a scorched patch cut out and replaced by a square of checked fabric, edged so flat you must look twice to see it. A pair of napkins monogrammed for nobody I know, their initials washed pale. Pillowcases with fresh tape loops added for airing. I check seams, selvages, storage folds. My hands go to work before the rest of me decides how to feel. Some pieces need only refolding on a new line. Some will want laundering with care. 1 blanket should be aired and supported if it is to last much longer. These things I understand. Material has its own honesty. At the back of the cupboard sits another box, this one wooden, shallow, with a sliding lid. Inside are sewing notes. Not grand patterns or dressmakers' books. Plain scraps and measurements. Sleeve shortened 1 1/4 inches. Let down hem for M. New tape on kitchen curtain. Patch inside left elbow. There is a modest kind of tenderness in such notes. Proof of the jobs that keep a household from fraying in public. I find 1 slip of paper folded around a row of hooks and eyes. On the outside, Judith has written, "Keep." Good brass. That makes me smile despite myself. At midday, the rain eases enough for me to hear the gate click. I look up and see Mrs. Bickle under a navy umbrella, stout and determined, peering through the wet at the house as if checking whether it still stands. I go out by the front door and pull it close behind me to keep the draft in its place. "You're at it then," she says, glancing past me toward the hall. "Thought you might be." "I am," I say. There seems to be no end to paper. There never is with women like your aunt. They save the useful and keep the rest in case it turns useful later. She did like a label. Mrs. Bickle gives a small snort that might be agreement. Rain pearls on the edge of her umbrella and slips off onto the path. She liked things done properly, she says. Not fuss. Properly. There's a difference. I nod. Yes, I think there is. Mrs. Bickle studies me for a moment in the direct village way that is not quite rude, because it makes no pretense of being anything else. She was good to people, she says. Didn't talk on and on about it, just did what was needed. If somebody's husband was in hospital, there'd be a casserole. If old Mr. Dane's hedge was a disgrace, she'd bully him into letting someone trim it. If the church linen wanted mending, it was done and back before anyone had to ask twice. I can hear the respect under the plainness. Was she close to many people? I ask, trying to sound merely conversational. Mrs. Bickle adjusts her grip on the umbrella handle. Close is not the word. Reliable, more like. She never wasted words, your aunt. But she remembered things. Her eyes flick toward the window behind me. Some people do. Then, as if she has said enough, she brings a wrapped dish from under her arm. Rice pudding. Too much for me on my own. You really don't have to keep feeding me. Oh, nonsense. You're in a house full of sorting. That takes it out of a person. She presses the warm dish into my hands. Send it back when you're done with it. No hurry. Before I can ask anything else, she gives a brisk nod and turns back toward the gate. Inside again, with the pudding on the kitchen counter and rain dimming the windows. The cottage feels altered by that brief exchange. Not larger, exactly. More inhabited by memory than before. Reliable, more like. She remembered things. I stand at the sink for a moment with my hands braced on the edge, looking out at the blurred garden. It would be easy, and perhaps sensible, to decide that I am making too much of all this. A photograph in a drawer. Grocery lists with softened folds. A handkerchief around old letters. an aunt who kept useful brass hooks and remembered when the church linen needed mending. None of that amounts to revelation. It is only the residue of a life lived carefully. But carefulness has degrees. In conservation work, the difference matters. A stain can be accidental. A crease can be structural. Damage leaves one kind of trace. Repeated touch leaves another. Back in the front room, I sought for another hour. Ordinary papers to one side, sewing notes to another, bills by date, household manuals in a keep pile, until probate is clearer. I refold 2 tablecloths with acid-free tissue from my work case between the worst creases, then laugh at myself for bringing professional habits into a stranger kind of excavation. Not a stranger kind, I think then, only a nearer one. The light lowers slowly. Rain has a way of stealing afternoon without hurry. I carry the boxes back to the sideboard in stages, keeping out one small packet from the wrapped letters and one folded chemist's receipt with the worn centre line. I do not know why those 2 and not the rest, except that my hands choose before my mind catches up. I place them in the drawer, separate from the general stack. When I close it, the wood meets with a muted, tidy sound. Then I open it again and rest my fingertips on the packet once more. It is not heavier by any measurable amount. Paper weighs what paper weighs. Yet it sits in the hand with a different kind of pull, as some fabrics do when the lining is not what you expected. I leave it there and stand up. The room is dark enough now to need a lamp, and the rain goes on at the windows, as if there is no reason it should stop just because I have reached the end of what I can call practical for one day. Chapter 4. The Loose Board. The packet is still where I left it on the table when I come down in the morning, wrapped in the thin embroidered handkerchief and asking, by its mere presence, not to be forgotten. I do not open it. Instead, I fill the kettle, wipe the draining board, and stand at the sink while it boils. Rain has eased in the night, but not gone entirely. The garden beyond the window looks rinsed and close. Water hangs from the bent rosemary by the step. Somewhere beyond the hedge, a car passes slowly on the lane and is gone. I make tea and carry it into the sitting room with my notebook under my arm. The loose board waits beside the hearth exactly as it did yesterday, one edge sitting a little proud, its varnish worn pale where feet have crossed it for years. I squat beside it and look without touching. There are signs, if one bothers to see them. The nail heads do not sit quite evenly. The edge nearest the fender has a line of older dust compacted beneath it, then a cleaner drag mark over that, lifted once, then put back. Not recently, but not only in the distant past either. It has been handled with care, and not by accident. The front gate clicks a little after 9. A van door shuts. I set down my cup and go to let Ivor in before he has the chance to knock. "Morning," he says, stepping out of his coat collar against the damp. "I brought the pry bar and a couple of wedges. Thought we may as well look at that board properly if you still want to." "I do," I say. "Tea first?" "If you're having one." We stand in the kitchen for a few minutes with our mugs, not hurrying. Ivor asks after the drip in the back corner and tells me he can sort the gutter tomorrow if the weather holds. He glances toward the sitting room door once, but he does not press. I'm grateful for that. He has the village habit of knowing when to leave a space in the conversation. At last he sets his mug in the sink. "Right then," he says, "let's see what Judith's floor's trying to say." The phrasing makes me smile despite myself. He notices and gives me a brief look as if to say that was the point. In the sitting room, he kneels with the ease of a man who has spent a life on awkward surfaces. He runs his hand over the board, presses with his thumb, then leans back on his heels. "Not rot," he says. "That's one mercy." Bit dry, if anything. See here? He points to the nail near the edge. This one's been up before, bent slightly on the way back in. So not just shrinkage. No. Someone lifted it and didn't fancy making it obvious, but they weren't a joiner. He glances up at me. You still want it up? Yes. He nods once. No fuss. He slips the thin end of the pry bar into the narrowest part of the gap, working slowly so the wood does not split. The board gives a faint complaint, old timber speaking in its own dry way. He pauses, shifts the angle, and lifts again. One nail rises, then the second. He eases in a wedge, then another. I stand close enough to help, and far enough not to be in his light. My hands have that peculiar stillness they get before I unwrap a fragile textile or separate paper that has stuck to itself over time. The body recognizes care before the mind names it. There, Ivor says softly. The board lifts free. For a moment there is nothing dramatic to see, only the shallow dark between joists, old grit, a scatter of ash or soot, the grey felt of dust. Then my eye adjusts, and shape emerges from the ordinary. Something lies tucked hard against one side of the cavity, not loose, placed. It is wrapped in oilcloth, gone brown with age, folded twice and tied with narrow tape that might once have been cream. The tape is stained darker where fingers have touched it, over and over, and the knot sits flat rather than hurried. The packet is no larger than a slim book. Ivor sees it at the same time I do. He lets out a small breath through his nose. Well, he says, that's not a draft issue. No, it is not. I crouch beside him. The smell that comes up from the floor is old timber, soot, and the closed dryness of hidden things. Not damp, after all. Preserved by luck, perhaps, and by placement. The oilcloth has done its work. Even before I touch it, I know that. Do you want me to get it? Ivor asks. I can. He shifts back to give me room. I put my hand into the cavity carefully, avoiding the rough nail points beneath the neighbouring board. Dust brushes my wrist. The packet is cool and firmer than I expect. It has weight, though not much. Paper. Almost certainly. Perhaps more than one sheet. The tape has left a faint compressed line in the oilcloth, and one corner bears a small repair stitched by hand with dark thread. Not factory-made. Mended, then reused. I lift it out and set it on the rug between us. Neither of us speaks for a second. Then Ivor says, in the practical tone that has saved many people from making scenes of things, do you want the board left up for now? Yes, please. Fair enough. He rises, goes to the kitchen, and comes back with an old tray from the dresser without needing to ask where anything is. Together, we place the packet on it so the dust does not grind into the wool of the rug. He props the lifted board safely against the wall. You all right? He asks. It is an ordinary question, but he means it properly. I don't know yet, I say, which seems the truest answer available. He gives a small nod. Looks as if it was put there to stay dry, not to disappear forever. That is a very specific distinction. Old houses teach you those. He looks at the tray. Want me to leave you with it? A part of me does. Another part is relieved he is here. The moment has become more real, because someone else has witnessed it. No, I say. Stay, if you don't mind, at least until I know what it is. Of course. I carry the tray to the dining table by the window, where the light is best. The rain has started again, faint at first, then steadier, a fine pattern against the glass. I fetch my thin cotton gloves from the work case, then stop with them in my hand. For textiles, yes. For paper, in stable domestic conditions, clean dry hands are often better. Less clumsy, less likely to tear an edge through overcare. I set the gloves aside and wash my hands instead, drying them thoroughly on a clean tea towel. When I come back, Ivor is standing by the mantel, studying the stopped clock rather than the packet. Another kindness. The oilcloth is stiff but not brittle. The folds open with some resistance, then yield. Dust has settled into the creases. Beneath it lies a brown envelope, older than I first expect, the paper thick and slightly fibrous. There is no stamp, no postal mark. Hand-delivered then, or never sent through the post at all. My name is not on it, nor my mother's. The front bears 2 words in blue-black ink, written in a careful hand that leans slightly right. Judith Rowe. I say the name aloud without meaning to. Ivor turns his head. Addressed to her? Yes. I can hear my own pulse in the quiet that follows. The handwriting is not Judith's. Hers was firmer, more upright, less yielding in the curves. This hand is taut but softer. The downstrokes press harder at certain words, as if the writer had to steady herself while writing. There is a break in the flap, opened long ago and then tucked shut again. Not sealed now. Someone has read it. Of course someone has read it. Judith, at least. Perhaps more than once. The top edge is faintly darkened from repeated handling, exactly where a thumb would rest. I slip a finger beneath the flap and draw out a folded letter. Only one sheet. Cream paper, now deepened toward ivory, folded into thirds. The fold lines are strong, but beginning to feather at the edges. Not neglected. Used. Opened. Closed. Opened again. The lower right corner carries a brown tide mark, no bigger than my fingernail. Perhaps from one drop of water years ago, the ink has held. My conservator's eye keeps trying to step in front, cataloguing without feeling. Machine-mad wove paper. Mid-century, perhaps. Fountain pen ink, not ballpoint. Stored in darkness. Protected from damp. Good survival. All of that is true. None of it is the point. I unfold the sheet. At the top is a date. January the 17th, 1968. For a second, the room narrows around that one fact. 1968. Before the photograph on the mantel. Before most of the versions of my mother that I knew. Before me. The letter begins without any flourish. Dear Judith, I am writing as I promised I would, though I do not know if this will reach you before the end of the month. They say I may have a place with my sister for a while if I keep steady, and if that comes right, I will come back for the child as soon as I'm able. You must believe I never meant for her to be left so long. I stop. Not because I choose to, but because the words themselves create a pause I have to stand inside. The child. Her. I read the lines again, slower this time, hearing not drama, but strain. The pressure of someone trying to sound reliable while the sentence frays around the edges. There are no blots of tears, no wild marks, none of the theatrical signs people imagine in old letters. Only a hand kept under discipline, and a sentence that reveals more than it intended. I become aware of Ivor still by the mantel, not watching me directly. Well, he says gently. It's a letter, I say, then almost laugh at the poverty of that. Addressed to Judith, from someone called Rose Holden. The name means nothing to me at once, and then, because it means nothing, it means too much. What does it say? I keep my eyes on the page. That she promised to write. That she may have a place with her sister for a while. that she'll come back for the child as soon as she's able. Ivor is silent. There is no gasp, no raised voice, only the rain and the old house taking in one more truth. After a moment he says, "That's a thing to find." Yes, I read on, though not yet the whole letter, only enough to understand its shape. A winter. Poor health, perhaps, or exhaustion. Gratitude so intense it borders on shame. Trust placed in Judith. A promise repeated because perhaps it had to be. I will come back. I will send word. Please kiss her for me. The child is not named in the first lines. That absence settles over everything. My throat tightens with a feeling I do not want to call grief, because grief suggests a clear object. This is older and less tidy. It belongs to my mother, perhaps. To Judith. To a woman named Rose Holden, writing in January of 1968 and trying to persuade the future not to close against her. I refold the letter along its old lines, not from a wish to stop, but because I cannot bear to rush it. The paper returns to its shape with the obedience of something long accustomed to being put away. I look at the envelope again. Rose Holden. The signature at the end confirms it. The final letters tapering as if she had run out of room or steadiness. Ivor comes a little closer, but not enough to crowd me. I can put the board back for now, he says, or leave it up till you decide. Leave it, I say, just for today. Right. He studies my face for a second, then the tray, then the rain on the window. I'll sort the gutter tomorrow. No need to decide everything at once. No need to decide everything at once. It is such a modest sentence, and for that reason it helps. When he leaves a few minutes later, after settling the tools by the door and promising to let himself in at 10 if I am about, the house does not feel emptied by his absence. It feels marked, as if the room has shifted a fraction on its foundations and then gone still again. I carry the letter back into the sitting room and sit in Judith's chair, because it is nearest the lamp, though I do not switch it on yet. The board leans against the wall. The cavity beside the hearth remains open, small and square and plain. A hiding place, yes, but also simply a space made by the shape of a house. The rain taps at the panes. I keep the letter unopened in my lap now, folded inside its envelope, my thumb resting lightly over Judith's name, as if I might feel, through paper and years, why she chose to keep it and why she chose to hide it. For a long minute, I do nothing at all.
Choice Hotels get you more of what you value. Comfort Inn, it's calling your name. Save on the stay. Oh, and free waffles are yours to claim. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
Chapter 5. Rose Holden's hand. I sit with the letter in my lap until the kettle, forgotten in the kitchen, clicks as it cools. That small sound brings me back into the room. The board still leans by the wall. The square opening beside the hearth is plain to look at now that it has given up its secret. Dust along the joist edge. A thread of cobweb. Nothing dramatic. Houses do this. They hold what people put inside them. I slide a finger beneath the flap of the envelope. The paper gives with a dry, careful whisper. I take the sheet out slowly, supporting it at the fold. Habit first, feeling after. That is how I have done most things worth doing. The letter is written on lined paper, torn from a pad. Not cheap, exactly, but ordinary. The sort bought at a village stationer and used because it was there. Blue lines, faint now. Ink that has browned a little with age. The hand is neat and forward-leaning, with the loops of the letters kept small, as though space mattered. A disciplined hand. Not decorative. Someone used to making small, exact movements. A seamstress's hand, I think at once. I do not know why that comes so quickly, only that it does. There is a steadiness in it, a thrift. The downstrokes are slightly heavier than they need to be, as if the writer pressed harder when trying not to shake. I smooth the letter gently on my knee and begin to read. Dear Judith, thank you for writing when you said you would. I have read your last letter many times and was glad beyond saying to hear she is warm and eating well and that the cough has eased. I stop there, not because I have reached the difficult part, but because even those first lines move something into place with a quiet certainty I do not want. She, warm, eating well. The cough has eased. A child, then. Not only mentioned, not guessed at through half a sentence. A child who has been ill enough for worry and cared for somewhere else. I read on. You are good to do what you have done, and I pray each day it is not for long. My sister says I must be patient and think only of getting properly strong. But patience is a poor blanket in winter. If I could come tomorrow, I would. I looked down at the date again. January 17th, 1968. Winter. Illness. A sister. A child left behind. Not abandoned. No. That word does not fit the line of the hand or the strain of the sentences. Left in care. Left with hope attached to the leaving. The room has gone very still around me. Even the rain seems farther off now, no more than a thin tapping at the window. I keep reading. Please kiss her hair for me if she will let you, though she may not know me now, and perhaps it is foolish to ask it. Tell her only that she is loved. No. Do not tell her yet if you think it will confuse her. I do not know what is right from here, and I am ashamed of giving advice when I am not the one doing the daily work. I draw a breath and let it out slowly. There is no self-pity in it. That is what catches me. No grand protest. No attempt to arrange herself as tragic. Only the plain misery of not being where she should be, and the humiliation of needing another woman to decide what may comfort her own child. I think of my mother, though I try not to. Margaret at the mantel in that photograph, not smiling quite enough. Margaret folding cardigans across the back of a chair. Margaret listening when other people spoke, and then answering a little too late, as if she had first had to travel back from somewhere else. I lower the page for a moment and study it as an object rather than a message. The folds are deep and polished at the edges from use. Not one reading, many. The paper has softened along the central crease. Near the bottom corner, there is a faint blur where a thumb must have rested again and again. Judith's, perhaps? Or Rose's before it was sent. But no, the wear lies mostly where the letter would be held open, not folded shut. Read, then folded. Read, then folded. Kept close enough to hand for that pattern to repeat over years. The top edge has a slight waviness, not enough to suggest water damage, more like a room that was often cold and sometimes damp. The sort of tiny change paper takes on in a house like this one. I go back to the words. If she asks after me, and perhaps she does not, say I am away and mean to come when I can. That is true enough. I cannot bear that she should think I went because I did not want her. You must believe that of me, even if no one else does. There is my name in all but letters, I think. Not Celia, but the shape of my listening. The old family habit of hearing around a subject instead of through it. My mother never said, I was left. She never said, I was chosen. She never said much at all about her own beginning. Only once, when I was 10 and asked why we never visited certain cousins, she said, families make their arrangements and then call them history. At the time, I did not understand her. I'm not sure I do now. But the words return with a different weight. I read the next paragraph twice before it settles. The doctor still says another few weeks. I get tired quickly and cannot keep my chest clear in the mornings, though it is better than it was. Elsie has been kinder than I deserve. She says, when spring comes, all things alter. I try to believe her. I have enclosed the money I can manage from the last sowing and from what my sister pressed on me besides. It is not enough, I know. Keep account if you must, and I will repay every penny when I am back on my feet. I pause again. A doctor. Trouble with her chest. Sewing work done when she was strong enough. Perhaps before. A sister named Elsie, or someone else in that household. Money enclosed, though none remains with the letter now. Removed, used, or stored elsewhere. Judith would not have hidden coins or notes in the same fold for 60 years. She would have put them where money went. Keep account if you must. That line opens Judith before me. In a way, grief did not. I can hear her answer without ever having seen it. Practical. Upright. Not unkind, but exact. If money came, she would note it. If bread cost a certain amount, she would know it. If milk rose by a penny, she would say so. Such women are easy to mistake for hard. Often they are only braced. I turn the page over. There is more, compressed toward the bottom, as if Rose had realized she was running out of room and could not afford another sheet, or did not trust herself to begin again. I dream her here so plainly that I wake with my arms aching. That is a foolish thing to confess, and you may laugh at me if you like. She is in the blanket with the rabbits and will not settle, and then suddenly, she does, all at once, with her fist against my neck. I wake before I can see her face. Please write soon and tell me if she still does that with her hand. My own hand closes on the edge of the paper. The blanket with the rabbits. Not just a child then, but a child with things. A blanket remembered well enough to name. A habit of sleeping with one fist tucked up under the chin or against a throat. The intimacy of it is almost too much. It narrows the distance between then and now until the room feels occupied by more than one life. At the bottom, after a space, she has written, I know what your sister thinks of me. Perhaps she is right. But I am coming back if I am able. And you must not let her give the child away in the meantime, no matter what is said in anger or worry. She is mine, Judith, and I have not forgotten her for 1 hour. Your affectionate friend, Rose Holden. I read the name twice, though I already know it. Rose Holden. The letters are firmer there, as if signing herself required a last gathering of strength. The tail of the final E has cut lightly into the paper. I can feel it when I pass my fingertip over the back. Your sister. Not Judith's child then. Not Judith alone in this. Another sister in the house. My grandmother, perhaps. Or someone older still, depending how the years lie. And there it is in plain words at last. The child nearly given away, or threatened with it, or spoken of in that exhausted, blunt manner people use when fear and practical need are crowding out mercy. I sit very still with that. No villain appears in the sentence. Only pressure, illness, money, winter, a household already strained, a child coughing in the next room, a young mother too far away and not strong enough to return when she means to, women deciding things because someone must. I look again at the envelope, and then at the letter. There is no answering note with it. No second page from Judith saying what happened next. Only this one voice carried forward, because someone chose not to destroy it. And someone chose not to deliver it either, I think. That comes softly, but once it is there, I cannot put it aside. The letter has been opened long ago, yes. Read many times. Preserved with care. Hidden with greater care still. If Judith had meant only to keep it safe for a while, it would not have ended beneath a floorboard wrapped in oilcloth. A drawer, perhaps. A tin. A book. Not under the boards by the hearth where a person kneels and lifts wood to reach it. That is not storage. That is concealment. I do not know yet from whom. From the child? From the rest of the family? From herself after a point? Secrecy changes character over years. What begins as postponement can harden into habit. I hold the sheet nearer the window, not for light alone, but to see the paper itself. The fibers show faintly where the page has thinned at each fold. There are tiny brown specks trapped in the pulp, common in paper of the period. Along the left margin sits the rust shadow of a paperclip long removed. So there were other pages once, or another note attached. Missing now. Perhaps elsewhere in the packet. Perhaps gone. That, more than anything, steadies me. There are still facts to be found. This letter is not the whole of the thing. It is one hand reaching out across time, not the finished account. In the kitchen, the house settles with a small tick from the pipes. I become aware of the chair under me, the weight of my cardigan at my wrists, the smell of old ash in the hearth. The ordinary room remains ordinary. It does not change because I have read a name on a page, yet it feels different all the same, as if a wall inside the house has shifted by half an inch and let through a draft from another year. I fold the letter along its existing lines, matching crease to crease so I do not strain the paper further. Then I stop and unfold it again. One last look. Please kiss her hair for me. The line swims briefly, not with tears exactly, but with the strain of holding several women in mind at once. Rose, writing from somewhere away and cold. Judith, reading and keeping count. My mother, perhaps the child at the center of all this, growing up inside a silence she may or may not have understood. I refold the letter more carefully than before and slide it back into the envelope. For the last 2 days, I have told myself I am clearing a house, taking stock, listing contents, deciding what can be mended and what can be sold. That is no longer true in the simple way I wanted it to be. I set the letter on the table beside my notebook, and the sight of the two together makes the difference plain. One belongs to housekeeping, one belongs to history. Chapter 6. What Judith kept. I leave the letter where it is for a few minutes, beside my notebook on the kitchen table, and stand looking at the two of them, as if they might settle the matter between themselves. The notebook is plain enough. Blue cover. My handwriting in neat lines. Crockery. Fair condition. 2 ladder-back chairs. Damp mark to rear wall. It belongs to the part of life that can be managed by categories. The envelope does not. Judith's name is still there in Rose Holden's hand. I have read the letter once through, then again more slowly, tracing sense from pause and omission as much as from the words themselves. Now I know enough to understand that I do not know enough at all. I pick up the envelope and carry it back into the sitting room. The lifted board still leans against the wall near the hearth. Ivor propped it there carefully, with an old house sort of courtesy, as if even damaged wood ought not to be treated roughly. The gap in the floor looks smaller than it did before, almost modest. A narrow square of dark beneath the boards, dust in the corners, a few crumbs of grit. Nothing dramatic, only a space someone chose to use. I crouch beside it and look properly. The cavity is cleaner than I first realized. Not clean in any recent sense, but orderly in the way hidden places become when a hand has reached into them more than once. The oilcloth packet has protected the paper well enough. The edges of the space are not splintered. One side bears a faint polished mark where something wrapped and rectangular must have slid in and out over the years. Not often. Enough. I rest my fingertips on the floor beside the opening. The wood is dry here, at least now. Old pine, worn smooth by decades of feet and chair legs and winter sweeping. The board itself shows fresh scrape marks on the underside where it has been lifted before. Not by me, not by Ivor this morning. Earlier, perhaps many years earlier, perhaps not so many. Hard to say. Timber keeps its history, but not always dates. Judith did not simply receive a letter and fail to mention it. She hid it. There it is when put plainly. No kinder word makes it less true. The first feeling that rises is not sorrow. It is sharper than that. A narrow, clean cut of anger. Small, but exact. My mother's face on the mantel. Judith's labels on jars. Judith's lists. Tied bundles. Folded cloths. Everything in order. Everything kept. And under the order this. I sit back on my heels and let the feeling come without dressing it up. You could have said, I murmur into the quiet room. It sounds foolish, as soon as I say it. Judith cannot answer. And if she could, I suspect she would not start with apology. She would ask for the kettle to be put on, perhaps. She would stand at the sink with her sleeves turned back and say in that level voice of hers that things are not always improved by being dragged into daylight. She believed such things, or at least she lived by them. I get to my feet and fetch the packet from the kitchen table. There are other papers still folded inside the handkerchief with the letter and the chemist's receipt. I had not gone further before. It felt enough for one sitting. Now enough has shifted. The handkerchief itself is old lawn cotton, fine once, though thinned with washing. One corner bears embroidered initials, not a full monogram, just a small stitched R in faded blue. The thread is cotton, stranded, worked neatly by someone practiced. Roses, perhaps, or someone in her family. The handkerchief has been ironed flat at some point long ago, then folded around the papers with more care than haste. Judith would have noticed the initial. She noticed everything. I carry the bundle back to the kitchen because the table is easier on my back and because people do difficult things better, I think, if a chair is involved. The room still smells faintly of tea leaves and old wood polish. The loaf cake Mrs. Bickle brought yesterday sits beneath its plate cover on the counter. Domestic life persists with insulting steadiness. I unwrap the handkerchief and lay out the contents in order. The letter from Rose. The worn chemist's receipt. 2 empty envelopes, both addressed to Judith Rowe at Wrenlow Cottage in the same hand as the letter. One has no stamp, only a postmark smudged beyond reading. The other is torn at the flap, as if opened in a hurry. No second letter inside. No note from Judith. No explanation. Nothing saying, keep this, burn this, tell Margaret when she is older, tell no one at all. That absence begins to feel like a statement in itself. I look at the envelopes more closely. The paper is poor quality, browned at the edges, but not brittle yet. One has a thumb darkening near the seal, the kind that comes from being pressed and held more than once. The flap on the torn envelope carries a tiny caught fibre, pale and woolly. I lean nearer. Not wool, cotton thread, blue. For a moment I think it has come from the handkerchief, but the shade is wrong. The handkerchief's embroidery has faded to a soft greyed blue. This is stronger, though old. It clings to the gum at the edge of the flap, embedded there long ago. I set the envelope down and go to the dresser drawers in the kitchen, where Judith kept all the bits sensible women keep, because one day they will be wanted. String, buttons, spare curtain hooks, elastic gone useless with age. I open the top drawer, and then the second. The mending tin is exactly where I might have predicted, if I had been asked to imagine Judith into metal form and given charge of the result. A square biscuit tin with a dent in one corner, clean inside, sorted without fuss. Wooden darning mushroom, packet of needles, small scissors, cards wound with thread. I bring it to the table and lift out the thread cards one by one. White, brown, black, 2 greens, a red hardly touched. And there, wound around a piece of cut card from the back of an old seed packet, a blue cotton thread so near the strand on the envelope that my skin tightens across my shoulders. That alone proves very little. Half the country may once have mended aprons with blue cotton. Even so, I hold the loose fibre beside the wound thread, and they sit together like kin. Same weight, same slight fading, same matty finish of older mercerized cotton. I do not smile, because it is not the kind of finding that asks for pleasure. But I know what I'm looking at. The torn envelope was opened or repaired at this table, or another much like it, with thread from Judith's own tin close at hand. Not accidentally repaired either. The flap's edge shows 2 tiny piercings, needle holes. Someone had begun to stitch it closed again, or anchor a split, then thought better of it. A domestic gesture, almost absurdly modest, yet intimate in its own way. Judith handling a letter she should perhaps have passed on, touching its damaged edge with the same practicality she brought to tea towels and cardigan cuffs. I sit very still. This is how she did things. Not grandly, not with speeches, with a small neat intervention no one else might notice. A hem turned, a note tucked away, a truth put under the floor. I think of her chair in the sitting room with its repaired cushion, of the labels on jars in her upright hand, of the annual receipts tied with brown wool. She did not live carelessly, and she did not hide carelessly either. If she kept Rose's letter for decades, she kept it on purpose. The sharpness in me stirs again, but now it catches on other things. Judith making soup in this kitchen. Judith cycling to the shops in a raincoat too old to flatter anyone. Judith arriving for my mother's birthday with sensible gifts wrapped in reused paper. Judith sitting through silences without pushing at them. My mother, who would go quiet in just the same way when talk drifted near childhood. Not angry, not open either. Closed around the middle, as some flowers do when the weather turns. I've spent a fair amount of my life mistaking restraint for harmlessness. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it is only restraint. I examine the chemist's receipt next. The fold lines are tired from repeated use. The ink has bled a little in places, perhaps from damp hands. I cannot make out every item, but one word appears twice, more legible than the rest because it has been pressed flatter over time. Tonic. Another line gives a date from the same winter as Rose's letter, though a few weeks later. The shop is in Helwick, not Bristol or Exeter or any larger place where anonymity might be had. A local errand, then. A local worry. I turn the slip over, hoping for a note. There is none. But along one edge, almost hidden by the fold, Judith has made the faintest pencil mark. Not words. Just a short line, then another crossing it, as if she had once counted something and stopped before finishing. I put the receipt down and close my eyes for a moment. I can build several versions from these scraps. Rose ill. A child unwell. Judith buying what was needed, trying to keep one small life, and then another in order. None of it confirms enough. But the feeling of intention grows. Not an accident, not a packet forgotten in panic and never found again. A set of papers handled, wrapped, hidden, checked. The village outside goes on with itself. A car passes on the lane, tires whispering over damp road. Somewhere at the back of the house, a drip falls from the gutter into whatever bucket Ivor wedged beneath it before he left. Small noises. Workaday ones. I fold the thread card back into the tin and return the rest in their places, though I keep the blue cotton out a moment longer. Judith must have used it often. The card is worn soft at the edges from being handled. I wind the loose end in and set it back with the others. Then I gather the papers again, not to hide them, only to hold them together. The handkerchief opens over my palm like a little field of old cloth, thinned and durable. Rose's initial in one corner. Judith's choices in every fold after that. Between them, my mother's unspoken life, or part of it, and mine by extension, though that feels too large to say aloud in an ordinary kitchen. I wrap the packet loosely and take it through to the sitting room once more. The board still waits against the wall. The gap still shows by the hearth. If I wanted, I could slide the packet back into place and lower the wood over it, and no one would know. Not today. Perhaps not ever. The thought arrives so clearly that I stop dead in the middle of the rug. It is not temptation exactly. More like recognition. This is how silence continues. Not through wickedness. Through one reasonable person after another, deciding it may be kinder to wait. Better to spare someone. Easier to leave the old floor undisturbed. I look at the opening, then at the letter in my hand. No, I say, and my own voice steadies me. The cottage contains a family truth that was not misplaced, not forgotten, not lost by chance. It was put away deliberately and kept there by a woman who believed concealment could serve love. Perhaps at times it did. But standing here now, with the board off and the hidden space plain to see, I understand at last that our family silence was chosen. That is the wound in it. And also, oddly, the mercy. Chosen things can be unchosen. I stay where I am, the letter in my hand, the open space at my feet, and let that settle into me like a weight I can carry. Chapter 7. Paper and Thread. I keep standing over the open space by the hearth longer than makes sense. The board is still propped against the wall. The letter is still in my hand. Nothing in the room has changed, and yet the room has altered completely. A gap in the floor should not be able to do that. A few sheets of old paper should not be able to do that either. But they can. They do. At last I set the letter on the kitchen table and bring over my work case. If I am going to keep going, I need to do it properly. The habit settles me. Clean blotter. Cotton gloves set aside, because paper like this is often safer with dry, bare hands than with clumsy fabric tips. Pencil, not pen. Notebook, open. A sheet of unbuffered tissue I smooth the tissue flat, then lay the envelope on it and pause for a moment before touching it again. This is the part of my work I have always liked best. Not repairing yet, not deciding, just looking until the object begins, in its quiet way, to speak plainly. The envelope has been opened from the top with care, not torn. Judith's name is written in a hand very unlike Judith's own. Rose writes with a slight rightward lean, the letters joined but not tight. The pressure varies. A woman writing in strain, I think, but trying to keep neat. Judith's labels in the kitchen are upright and controlled, every letter standing to attention. Rose's hand moves more like cloth under fingers, giving where it must. I turn the envelope over. The flap has softened from use. Not once, not twice. More than that. The fibers at the fold have lifted and lain down again over years. The paper at the edges carries a faint darkening from skin oils. It has been held often, though not carelessly. The letter inside shows the same history. Repeated folds. A slight thinning on the outer ridge where the paper has bent and bent again. Ink browned with age, though still clear. No water damage, no mouse nibble, no mildew bloom. Judith protected it well. Protected it from what, though? From loss, perhaps. From fire. From damp. From other eyes. Or from the person who should have received whatever came after. I take out the 2 empty envelopes I found with it and lay them beside the first. They are addressed in Judith's hand. One has no stamp. One does, but no sign it was ever sent. I study the slope of her writing, the strictness of it, the way she forms her J with a blunt hook, a practical hand, unornamental, decisive. I read Rose's letter again, slowly, not for meaning this time, but for traces, where the nib presses harder at the mention of the child, where the line trembles and resumes, where a word has been gone over as if she could strengthen it by returning to it. There is one place near the fold where the ink has feathered a fraction more than elsewhere. A pause there, perhaps, or pour a paper in that spot. I hold the page to the window. No watermark that I can make out. Mid-grade writing paper. Common enough. Not cheap to the point of roughness. Not fine either. Bought for use, not display. The fear comes on me quietly. Not because of the letter alone. Because it stops being just a letter. It becomes a piece of handling history. Rose writes it. Judith reads it. Judith reads it again. Judith keeps it. Judith hides it. Years pass. My mother grows up in the long shadow of facts that were folded away and touched in private. I lower the paper and sit back. My mother did not speak much about her childhood. When I was young, I took that for ordinary reserve. We were a reserved family. We made tea. We asked if someone wanted another slice. We discussed weather, train times, rising prices, hems that needed taking up. We did not ask one another what hurt unless it became impossible not to. I think now of Margaret standing at the sink in our old house with her sleeves rolled and her face turned halfway toward the window, as if listening for something that never arrived. I close my notebook because I cannot bear, for 1 minute, to make her into evidence. The kitchen feels too small, so I carry the letter back to the sitting room. The lifted board waits by the hearth. I set the envelope on the mantel beneath the photograph of my mother as a girl, then immediately move it away again. That feels like arranging an argument between the two of them. Instead, I place it on the side table and begin, without much plan, to go through the front room cupboard where I have already inventoried most of the linens. It is a narrow cupboard with a stubborn latch and shelves Judith lined long ago with newspaper. The paper has gone brittle at the folds. On the lower shelf sit stacks of household cloth, tea towels, old sheets, a pair of pillowcases with laddered hems, table linen wrapped round a cardboard roll to keep the creases broad. Judith stored things as if she expected them to matter later. I take each pile down and set it on the table behind me. My hands know this work. Wait first, then weave, then condition. A tea towel thinned at the middle from long use. A linen runner with candle wax near one end. 2 flannelette cot sheets, surprisingly well preserved, though one has foxing along the fold. Cot sheets. I stop. They are folded around something else, a smaller bundle tucked so neatly between them that I might have missed it if I had been in any hurry. It is wrapped in plain muslin, tied with narrow tape that has yellowed at the knot. I untie it carefully. Inside lies a baby blanket, not decorative, not precious in the expensive sense. White wool, now gone the colour of clotted cream, knitted in a simple diamond pattern with a garter border. The kind of thing made to be used, washed, folded, used again. I lift it with both hands and feel at once that it has had a real life. The wool has softened with wear. One corner is more thinned than the others, from being held or chewed or rubbed by a small hand. I lay it flat. There are repairs. Several. Not showy, not recent. A careful darn at one edge in slightly finer wool. A joined break in the border where the replacement yarn is close in shade, but not exact. A tiny patch, almost invisible, worked from the underside to support a worn place near the centre. Whoever mended it knew what they were doing, or at least cared enough to learn. That alone would be enough to hold me there. Then I see the initials. They are embroidered into one corner in pale blue cross-stitch, small and tidy. Or rather they were. One letter is clear. M. The second is harder to read because it has been unpicked and worked over. I bend closer. The old stitch holes remain in the wool, like pinpricks in paper. Under the present letter, another shape lingers. A curved line, then a straight descent. Not M.R., not as it appears now. Once, I think it may have been M.H. My mouth goes dry. I fetch the reading glasses from my pocket and look again, holding the blanket to the side so the window light catches the old punctures. There it is. The newer thread is slightly brighter, though age has dimmed it too. The original letter has been removed with care, not cut out in anger. The new one was added by someone patient enough to match the scale and direction of the first stitching. Halden, Rowe. I sit down because standing feels unwise. For a while I do nothing but keep my fingertips lightly on the wool, as though it might steady me back. In my work I have seen names changed before. School marks altered. Laundry tapes replaced. Monograms removed when households merged, or servants left, or grief made people practical. But this is a child's blanket. Not household linen passed from one cupboard to another. A child's blanket with one life stitched over another. I turn back the corner and inspect the reverse. The older anchor points are still there. The thread tails clipped close but not perfectly invisible. Not factory work. Domestic. Probably done with the blanket already in use, because the tension shifts slightly where the fabric had softened, used, then altered, then kept. Not a keepsake forgotten at the back of a shelf, a belonging maintained across years. My eyes go to the photograph on the mantel again. Margaret, Wrenlow, winter. If Rose Holden wrote of a child, if that child came here, if a blanket marked with H became a blanket marked with R, if my mother grew up in this house under a name that fit and did not fit at once, no, I say aloud, though only to slow myself down. I have one letter, one altered blanket, one photograph. That is not proof. It is pattern. It is implication. It is enough to chill the blood, and not enough to settle a life. Still, the fear has changed shape now. Before, I am tracing a hidden story. Now I may be touching the edge of my own. I fold the blanket back only halfway, enough to look at the wear. The center bears the faintest flattening where a baby's weight might have rested again and again. There is a milky discoloration, long set and well washed, near one side. One border corner is stretched from being picked up often. This was not stored new in hope, and never used. This wrapped a child through actual days and nights. My mother, I think. Then, because I still do not know, I answer myself in the plainest way I can. Perhaps the room holds that word with me. On the shelf above the cupboard linen, there is a small mending basket I catalogued yesterday and barely opened. I bring it down now. Inside are darning mushrooms, bodkins, cards of wool, and a twist of pale blue thread, not quite identical to the blanket initials, but near enough to suggest Judith liked that shade. Tucked in one corner lies a paper label, cut from something else, no more than a strip. On it, in Judith's upright hand, is written one word: blanket. Nothing more. No date, no child's name, no explanation. Of course not. Judith never labelled what she could not bear to state plainly. I place the strip beside the folded letter on the side table and look from one to the other. Paper and thread. One woman asking, another woman keeping. And between them, a child whose name may have changed while she was still small enough to be wrapped in wool. Outside, a car goes slowly past on the lane, tires hushing over the wet road. The sound fades. The cottage settles around me in its ordinary way. Timber and plaster, cupboard latch, distant drip at the back gutter. Nothing dramatic, nothing to match the shift inside me. I gather the blanket up at last, more carefully than before. It is light, but it does not feel light. I fold it once and then once again, leaving the altered corner visible. The wool lies over my arm with the easy drape of something long-handled. I stand in the middle of the room and look at it as if it might answer me if I ask gently enough.
Chapter 8. The photograph with the missing face. The blanket stays over my arm longer than it needs to. I stand where I was standing, in the middle of the sitting room, looking at the altered corner as if the wool might give way and say the name plainly. It does not, of course. It only lies there, worn smooth in places, the nap thinned by years of use and washing and hands. A useful thing, a loved thing, not a keepsake tucked away untouched, but something that belonged to a life. That is what troubles me most. Not that it was hidden exactly, that it was hidden after it had been used. I carry it back to the table and spread a fresh towel over the wood before I lay it down. Habit, mostly. Also respect. I smooth the muslin around it, fold the blanket again with the altered initials, turned inward this time, and set both to one side of my notebook. The letter from Rose lies beside them in its envelope, and for a moment the table looks less like a place for tea and more like a workbench in a small archive no one meant to make. I ought to stop. Make myself a sandwich. Ring someone. Cover the open floorboard before I put my foot through the gap. Instead, I go back to the front room cupboard and bring out the photograph box. It is an ordinary cardboard box, softened at the corners, its lid furred with a faint layer of dust where my hands missed it earlier. Judith had kept it tucked behind a stack of old magazines and a biscuit tin full of curtain hooks. Even now, that feels like her. Not dramatic secrecy, just things put where they would not be bothered. I carry the box to the kitchen table because the light is better there. The window gives onto the back garden, where the grass has gone a little wild around the pathstones. The gutter drips now and then. Inside, the kettle sits where I left it, and the room smells faintly of wool and old paper and the bit of polish I used on the dresser this morning. I lower myself into the chair with care, as if any sudden movement might scatter the connections already forming. The photographs are loose, mostly. A few sit in paper sleeves. Some are studio portraits with stiff collars and straight backs. Others are snapshots, the kind people took in gardens or at seaside walls or outside church doors. Judith has written on the backs of some in the same narrow, disciplined hand she used on her labels. Dates, places, once or twice only a surname, as if that ought to be enough. I work through them slowly. A man in shirt sleeves holding a rake. Two women in hats with their ankles turned slightly in toward one another, as if the photographer has told them not to move. A child on a tricycle. Margaret again, younger in one photograph, older in another, never looking directly pleased by being looked at. That catches at me. My mother smiled readily enough in company, but in photographs, she often seems to be enduring the moment rather than inhabiting it. I turn over a faded print of the front of Wrenlow Cottage before the climbing rose had thickened round the door. On the back, Judith has written, simply, front, June 1974. The next photograph slips from beneath it at an angle, snagging lightly against my thumb. I catch it before it falls. At first, I think it is damaged in the ordinary way old photographs are damaged. A crease, a stain, the edge worn by damp. Then I bring it nearer and see that the damage sits in one place only, and too precisely. Someone's face is missing, not the whole figure. The body remains. A woman in a dark skirt and a light cardigan stands near what must be the cottage garden wall, one hand low at her side, the other bent as if she has just turned toward the camera. The lower half of her face is mostly there, though blurred by age. Her shoulder, waist, and the line of the cardigan are intact. But from brow to cheek, almost the entire upper part of the face has been torn or lifted away. I hold the photograph by the edges and lean closer. No, not torn cleanly. Scraped, perhaps, or stuck once to another surface and later pulled free. The paper at the damaged place has a rough, lifted grain. A shallow crescent of darker discoloration runs along one side, like old adhesive that has browned. The rest of the picture is better preserved than it has any right to be. Not crisp, but stable. Kept out of strong light. Stored flat. Deliberately retained. If this had been ruined by accident, most people would have thrown it away. Judith did not. I lay it on the towel and fetch my glasses from the sideboard. With them on, the details sharpen a little. The garden wall behind the woman is low and uneven. The mortar is pale. A rosemary bush, or something much like it, pushes up at one edge in a loose grey-green mound. The cottage window behind her has the old narrow frame, painted dark. There is washing line in the background, faint as pencil, and the woman herself. Plain cardigan. Good quality but modest. Skirt hem sitting just below the knee. Shoes sensible, not decorative. Yet the thing that reaches me is not the clothing. It is the way she stands. Her balance is forward and practical. One hip carrying weight, one hand held with the slight curl of someone used to pinning cloth, turning hems, keeping a needle between finger and thumb. Perhaps I am imagining it because I know Rose was a seamstress. Perhaps I am reading my own wish into a posture. Still, once I see it, I cannot quite unsee it. I turn the photograph over. Nothing on the back. That in itself feels unusual now. Judith labelled so much. Not everything, but enough that the blanks matter. This one has no date, no name, no clue at all. I set it beside the photograph of my mother and compare the paper stock, not identical, though close. Similar thickness, similar edge finish. Mid-century amateur print, I would guess, perhaps a local chemist's developing service. The damaged one has been trimmed slightly on one side, as if someone squared it after the fact. Not professionally, with scissors, and not with great care. I look again at the missing face. If someone wanted to remove the woman entirely, they would have cut her out. That happens in families. People do it when there has been a quarrel, a divorce, a grief too awkward to display. But this is stranger. The body remains. The setting remains. Only the face is gone, or nearly gone. Not enough to erase the existence of the person. Only enough to deny recognition. I write that down before it can drift away. Possible intentional damage. Face only. Body retained. Photo preserved, not discarded. The nib of my pen pauses over the page. Or not intentional, I add after a moment. Adhesive lift. Album removal. Need to examine edges again. I do not like how much difference there is between those two explanations. If time did this, then it is sad and ordinary. If a hand did it, then someone wanted a woman present and absent at once. I take a breath and sort the remaining photographs into smaller piles. Cottage. Family. Unclear. One of them shows Judith much younger than I have ever known her, standing beside a bicycle, her expression stern enough to be funny. Another shows 3 women at a table laid with cups and a sponge cake, though the print has faded too much to name them with confidence. There is no sign of Rose Halden, because I do not know what Rose Halden looks like. That is the trouble with old mysteries. The answer may already be in front of you and still remain unnamed. My tea things are still on the draining board from earlier. I stand, fill the kettle, and put it on. The small domestic action steadies me. While the water heats, I bring the damaged photograph to the window for better light, keeping it well away from the sink. The paper has a slight curve from age but no active warping. The emulsion has silvered at the darkest points. Along the damaged patch there is a line where the surface sheen changes, almost as if another piece once lay over it. I think of envelopes mended with thread, of initials worked over with new ones, of a letter hidden but preserved. Not destruction then, alteration. The kettle clicks off. I make tea and return to the table with the mug warming both hands. The warmth helps. So does the ordinary sound of the spoon against the cup, the little scrape of chair legs when I sit again. It reminds me that I am here now, in Judith's kitchen, on a day that continues whether or not the past agrees to explain itself. I pull my notebook closer and begin a fresh page. Photograph. Unidentified woman near cottage garden wall. Face damaged or removed. No inscription. Possible links. Rose Halden. Margaret before or after arrival at Wrenlow. Judith keeping image as record rather than remembrance. Damage done at time of storage or later. I stop, then add another line. Question. Who would want the place preserved but the person obscured? My mother comes to me then, not in one grand memory but in the way memories usually arrive, carrying something plain. She is standing at our kitchen counter in the house where I grew up, turning a cuff back into shape before she irons it. Her hands are quick and exact. She looks up when she feels me watching and smiles, but only after that smallest pause, as if she has had to return from somewhere to do it. I used to think that pause belonged to tiredness, then to widowhood, then to age. Now I am less sure. I leaf once more through the remaining photographs. At the bottom of the box I find an empty black paper corner, the sort used to mount prints in albums, and one page torn from a photo album entirely, only the stiff black card left with pale square marks where pictures used to be. Judith did not keep many albums intact. Loose photographs are easier to hide among household things. Easier to reorder too. I set the empty mounting corner beside the damaged print. The size is not exact, but close enough to sharpen the possibility. Perhaps the photograph had once been fixed in an album and later removed. Perhaps the face tore then. Perhaps not. The uncertainty sits with me in a different way than a firm answer would. A firm answer could be fitted somewhere. This cannot. It remains open, and because it remains open, the woman in the garden seems nearer. I make a final note about the cardigan shape, the practical skirt, the stance that suggests work done with the hands. It feels foolish written down, and yet it is the truest thing I have noticed. When I am done, I do not put the photograph back in the box. I slide it instead onto the table beside Rose's letter and the folded baby blanket, and for a long moment I look at the three of them together. Paper, wool, a damaged image. None of them enough on their own. All of them pulling toward the same quiet center. I am not uncovering one secret, I think. I am assembling a life from whatever was left after time, fear, and love had each taken their share. The thought does not settle the matter. It only makes the work ahead feel clearer. I touch the edge of the photograph once, lightly, then draw my hand back and leave it where it is.
Chapter 9. Rosemary in the recipe book. I leave the photograph where it is for a little while, propped against the sugar bowl on the kitchen table, as if it belongs among ordinary things. The blanket is folded beside my notebook. Rose's letter, in its sleeve of tissue, lies near my elbow. They make a small private assembly there, and after an hour of looking from one to the other without learning anything new, I understand I need to move my hands. Judith had a way of doing that. When talk failed, or weather spoiled plans, or grief visited and stayed too long, she cleaned a drawer or peeled potatoes or set a kettle on. At the time, I thought it was avoidance. Perhaps some of it was. But now, standing in her kitchen with the late light thinning at the window, I wonder if it was also the only language she trusted. The shelves by the dresser hold her cookbooks and notebooks in a line so neat it looks planned for inspection. I bring down the first stack and carry it to the table, easing the photograph farther from the edge as I do. There are shop-bought books with stained jackets, a church fundraising booklet held together with tape, a small volume on preserving fruit, and 3 exercise books covered in brown paper. Judith has labelled the spines in her narrow hand. Puddings, savouries, household. I start with the proper books because they ask least of me. A Victoria sponge with grease on page 14. Pickled beetroot. Scones. Dates and names written on fly leaves in ink that has browned. None of it surprising. Yet even here, there are traces of a life I never looked at closely enough. A corner turned down beside lentil soup. A faint thumbprint in flour at the edge of a page about broth. A note in pencil beside a recipe for apple cake. More cinnamon if fruit sharp. It is not evidence, not exactly. But it is a pattern. Repetition. Need. Preference. Care. I set those aside and open the first brown paper notebook. Judith has ruled the first page in pencil and written soups, stews, and economies at the top. The words make me smile despite myself. She always disliked waste as if it were a personal failing. The pages have that soft drag old paper gets when it has stood for years, in rooms where fires were lit in winter and windows opened in summer. The recipes are copied in more than one hand. Some are Judith's, clipped and tidy. Some are rounder, less disciplined, perhaps my grandmother's. A few are little more than reminders. Pot liquor for greens. Bread pudding with stale crust soaked first. Bone broth. Keep skimming. I read more slowly. The notebook is not arranged like a cookbook meant for company. It is practical in a deeper way than that. There are quantities only when necessary. More often, there are instructions born of repetition. Use the heel of yesterday's loaf. If carrots have gone bendy, simmer longer. Save dripping in the blue jar. At the bottom of one page, Judith has written, in pencil rather than ink, Margaret liked this when she had a cold. I stop with my fingers on the margin. The line is so simple, it nearly disappears. No date, No explanation. Not even a recipe title that matters very much. Onion broth with thyme, barely worth recording. Yet there it is. Margaret liked this when she had a cold. My mother comes back to me not as she was at the end, but at perhaps 10 or 12, wrapped in a cardigan, cross because she has to stay inside, accepting a bowl set down before her without thanks because children do not yet understand how much ordinary care costs. I never saw that child here at Wrenlow. I only knew the adult version, careful and remote, always making tea before difficult conversations and then not having them. I turn the page. A dry shape lies pressed between the paper, flat as lace. For a moment I think it is some forgotten stem from the garden, but when I lift the top page more carefully, I see the narrow leaves, greyed with age, still held along a woody strip. Rosemary. The scent is faint until I touch it, and then it rises. Not strong, not fresh, but true enough to name at once. Resin, earth, the memory of warm hands rubbing leaves between finger and thumb. I sit very still. The sprig has been placed there on purpose. It is too intact to be chance. Not dropped in, not trapped accidentally while the notebook lay open on a sill. It has been chosen, set flat and left. I slide a piece of clean paper beneath it and lift it with the care I would use for a brittle trimming or a fragment of old lace. The leaves hold, though a few dust-fine pieces come loose and rest like ash on the page. Even flattened and years old, it keeps its shape. Rosemary. For remembrance, people say. But also for cooking, for broth, for potatoes, for roasted things, for all the plain meals that ask a little from the garden and repay it honestly. Beneath where it lay is a recipe-headed winter soup. I read it aloud under my breath because some things are easier to understand when heard. 2 onions, 3 carrots, 1 turnip if there is one, a sprig of rosemary. Lentils if cupboard allows. I smile again, faintly this time. No flourish. No false cheer. Just if cupboard allows. There are more notes in the margin. Add the last of the barley. Good with cheese rind if none too hard. For J, mash vegetables if chest bad. I look at that line twice. For J, mash vegetables if chest bad. Judith would not have written herself that way. Not J. She would have written me, if she wrote such a note at all. And even that seems unlikely. J might be June, but June Trevithick does not feel right for a private kitchen note in the middle of a soup recipe. It could have been my grandmother. It could have meant nothing more than a visitor, a neighbour, a sister. Yet with Rose's letter close by, with its mention of chest trouble, I cannot help feeling the small turn in my pulse. Not proof, I tell myself. Not yet. Still, I read the page again. The handwriting there is not all Judith's. The recipe itself is older, written in darker ink with a broader nib. The margin notes come later. Different pencil. Different pressure. More than one season of use. I fetch my notebook and make a careful entry. Brown paper recipe book, untitled externally, domestic use. Pressed sprig of rosemary between pages 42 and 43. Recipe: winter soup. Margin notes refer to stale bread, economy, and one entry reading, for J, mash vegetables if chest bad. The words on the page make it sound colder than the object feels in my hands. I keep turning. Now the notebook seems to open not as instruction, but as witness. A page on rice pudding with the note, use less sugar if milkman late. A list of what can be done with half a cabbage. Toast water for upset stomach. Poached egg on broth for someone weak. Under a recipe for shepherd's pie, one penciled line says, better next day. when there are more of us. That catches at me more than I expect. More of us. A house does not write that unless it has known shrinking. I think of Judith here alone after my grandparents were gone, after my mother married and left, after whatever older arrangement had already hardened into secrecy. I have been reading her orderliness as control, perhaps because control is a language I speak myself. But there are other traces here, not only concealment, endurance, feeding people when money runs thin, adjusting texture for the sick, saving rinds, crusts, drippings, herbs, writing down what stretches and what comforts. The cottage begins, in my mind, to change shape, not physically. The same low ceiling, the same uneven flagstones near the back door, the same cupboard that sticks in damp weather, but the life inside it broadens. A child with a cold, someone with a bad chest, a table used by more hands than one, meals made not because anyone took joy in cookery for its own sake, but because hunger returns every day and must be met kindly if one can manage it. I look over at the folded blanket. If my mother was that child, if Rose's daughter stayed here long enough to be renamed, restitched into the family, then Judith's silence did not exist on its own. It was stitched into washing, shopping, simmering broth, hemming cuffs, keeping houses going. That does not excuse it, but it changes the grain of it. Less cold than I first thought, more weary, more bound up with daily care than with simple denial. I touch the page where the rosemary lay. The paper has kept a faint shadow of oil from the leaves, not enough to stain through, only enough to darken the fibers. Pressed long ago, kept without announcement, a token, then, or a marker. I go back to the front of the notebook and check for dates. None. The inside cover has only a name, Mrs. E. Rowe, in an older hand. My grandmother then. Judith has inherited the book and gone on using it, adding to it as needed. That matters too. One woman's household instructions passing into another woman's custody. Not grand inheritance, just survival handed down in pencil. I rise to make tea, because even tenderness is easier to face with a kettle going. While the water heats, I stand by the sink and look out into the back garden. The rosemary bush is still there, half woody, sprawling near the path, tougher than it has any right to be. I remember Judith clipping from it with kitchen scissors, never ceremonious, just a quick reach in bad weather and back indoors again. I had not thought of that in years. When I sit down again with my mug, the notebook waits open under the kitchen light. I read through another few pages, slower now, not for clues alone, but for company. There is a page on bread sauces, one on stewed apple for poor stomachs, one simply titled When Flour is Short. And then, near the back, I find a page with no recipe at all, only a list. Shelf by hymnal. Blue tin. Top drawer dresser. Ask June if she remembers. I stare at the words. They are in Judith's hand this time. Later than the rest, I think. The ink is less faded. The pressure more uneven, as if written standing up or in haste. Tucked between this page and the next is a narrow strip of paper used as a marker. Not a bookmark exactly. More a torn edge from an envelope folded once. I set my tea aside. For a moment I only listen to the quiet kitchen and the small tick of the cooling kettle. Then I place my fingertips on the marker and hold them there, not lifting it yet. The recipe book lies open before me, rosemary shadowed on one page, Judith's note on the next. And all at once the room feels less like a place where things were hidden than a place where they were kept until someone could bear to look. Chapter 10. The Ticket in the Hymnal. I lift the folded slip from the recipe book at last. It is not part of an envelope after all. The paper is thicker, with a grain to it, and one edge has a line of tiny old perforations. I turn it over on my palm and see a faded block of print, blurred at first, then steadier as I angle it toward the window. A ticket. For a moment I do nothing but stand there, with it between my fingers, the open recipe book on the table, and the rosemary still pressed flat on the page beside Judith's notes. June. Blue tin. Shelf by hymnal. Judith's list comes back to me in the same neat hand that labelled jam jars and folded tea towels and, apparently, left trails only just clear enough to follow. I set the ticket down carefully and reach for the list again, laying the two side by side. The words are plain enough. Shelf by hymnal. Not under, not inside. By. Judith had a habit of meaning exactly what she wrote. If she had wanted me to search a drawer or a cupboard, she would have said so. The cottage has only one hymnal that I have seen. It sits in the sitting room on the narrow shelf beside the mantel, dark green cloth faded at the spine, left there among a Bible, 2 old almanacs, and a little stack of parish notices gone yellow at the edges. I noticed it days ago, without really seeing it. The way one notices any object that looks inherited rather than used. I carry the ticket and the list through to the sitting room. The lifted board still leans where I left it near the hearth, a reminder that the room has not yet decided whether it is in order or mid-confession. The late light has thinned. It lies across the rug and catches on the worn nap of the chair arms, the picture frames, the rubbed brass of the fire tools. The hymnal is where I remembered it. I take it down with both hands. A little dust marks the gap it leaves on the shelf. The cloth cover is dry and slightly rough, rubbed smooth at the corners by years more of handling than use. When I open it, the hinges give with a papery sigh. The first pages are blank except for a name written in blue-black ink. I sit down at once. The letters are simple, upright, and a little tentative. Not Judith's hand. Younger, perhaps, or less practiced. I touch the edge of the page, not the ink itself. Margaret Rowe, my mother. She had a careful schoolgirl script that survived in birthday cards and old recipe substitutions written on scraps, and though this is earlier than anything I know for certain, I feel the likeness in it. Not proof, but a pull. I turn the pages slowly. A dried mark from a flower stem. A crease at one corner. A smudge that may be candle soot or damp carried in from church years ago. Halfway through, between 2 hymns I do not know, the pages resist very slightly. Not much, just enough. The ticket rests there, laid flat and forgotten, or hidden, or kept. Sometimes those amount to the same thing. I slide it free and hold it against the light. The paper is a pale buff gone darker with age. One end has been clipped by the collector on the train. The print is rubbed thin in places, but not beyond reading. The date is there if I tilt it enough. February 1968. A month after Rose's letter. I feel a small tightening under my ribs. The station names take longer. The ink has bled where the paper once got damp, and the fibres have lifted at one corner. I go to the dresser for my glasses, then come back and stand by the window. Hallowick Halt. The second line is harder, but it yields after a minute. Penrith Cove. I say the names aloud softly, to hear how they sit together. Hallowick Halt to Penrith Cove. I know Penrith Cove by name more than by memory. A coastal town 30 or so miles on, larger than Hallowick, with a proper station once, a row of shops facing the harbour, steep streets, and boarding houses that had seen better years even when I was young. My mother mentioned it once or twice, usually in practical terms. A place to get shoes if Hallowick had none worth buying. A place where buses ran badly in winter. Nothing more. I look again at the date. February, 1968. Rose wrote in January, afraid, ill, pleading in that restrained way of people who know pleading too plainly may count against them. The chemist's receipt came later in the same winter. And now this. A railway ticket tucked into my mother's hymnal, or into a hymnal bearing her name, with a route out of the village and toward the coast. Not proof, I tell myself. Not yet. Tickets travel through hands. A hymnal on a shelf can hold anybody's keepsake. Judith may have placed it there herself. Still, I know paper. I know the habits it carries. The ticket has been folded once and opened again, but not often. The crease is there, soft and shallow. The edges are not broken down by repeated handling, as Rose's letter was. This is not an object someone revisited for comfort or pain over many years. It feels more like a marker set aside at the time, then left undisturbed. A record, a stopping point. Somebody went to Penrith Cove, or came back from it. Somebody thought the journey mattered enough to keep evidence of it inside a book with Margaret's name. I bring the hymnal to the table and clear a space beside the photograph and the blanket, though I do not place the ticket among them yet. It feels too thin, too easy to lose. Instead, I fetch a sheet of plain acid-free paper from my work case and lay the ticket on top of it, more from habit than necessity. Then I write the details in my notebook. Railway ticket. Found inside hymnal on sitting room shelf. Hymnal inscribed M. Rowe. Date, February 1968. Route, Hallowick, halt to Penrith Cove. I pause before adding anything else. Then beneath the factual line, I write what I think the object suggests. Likely retained as evidence of one journey, not repeatedly handled later. I look at the words and nearly cross out likely. Then I leave it. Conservators learn to separate what is there from what is inferred. But we also learn that the inference matters if it is made honestly. The map takes some finding. Judith kept one in the drawer of the small hall table, folded under old takeaway menus from years ago, a parish newsletter, and a packet of elastic bands gone brittle with age. It is a county road map, printed before several roads were altered, but the rail line is still shown in thin black strokes. I spread it on the kitchen table because there is more room there, weighting the corners with the sugar bowl, my mug, the mending tin, and the jam jar of wooden spoons. The paper opens with stiff folds that remember being shut. I trace the branch line with one finger. Hallowick Halt is little more than a notch. From there, the line goes east a short way, then curves south toward the coast. Penrith Cove sits where the land tightens around the harbour. Not far enough to be remarkable, far enough that a journey would need deciding on. I stand over the map for a long minute. A village is one kind of story. A cottage is smaller still. Rooms hold silence neatly. Cupboards do too. But a train ticket changes the scale of things. It says, the secret did not only sit under floorboards or in drawers. It moved. It required leaving, arriving, waiting on a platform, choosing not to get off or choosing to get on. Somebody left. Somebody waited. Somebody kept the proof. The thought comes quietly, but once it is there, I cannot unmake it. I think of my mother's face in photographs, the reserve that always looked natural, until I began laying these clues beside one another. I think of Judith, whose lists now seem less like housekeeping and more like a private map she never expected anyone to read in full. And I think of Rose, writing from elsewhere, asking after a child whose hair she still remembered under her hand. If Penrith Cove matters, it may be because Rose went there, or because Judith did, or because someone was taken there, met there, expected there, missed there. I make tea because I need a simple action before the next thought can settle. The kettle takes its time. I spoon leaves into Judith's brown pot. Warm the cups. Pour. Wait. By the time I carry the tray back to the table, the map has become less like a puzzle and more like an old scar under changing light. Still the same shape, newly visible. I sit and drink, then look again at the hymnal. My mother was not a churchgoer, not really. Christmas, if pressed. Funerals, because one goes. Yet here is her name in a book kept not in her own house, but in Judith's. It may have been a childhood possession. It may have been given to her. The inscription alone does not tell me enough. But it tells me she belonged in this room before I did. It tells me her history at Wrenlow Cottage is older than the stories I was given. I open the front cover again and inspect the paper more closely. A faint offset on the inside board suggests something lay there once, perhaps another slip. The ticket leaves no stain now, but there is a darker square near the hinge, old and slight. I note it in the margin of my notebook. Possible prior insert. Nothing more. My eye drifts to the shelf where the hymnal sat. Beside the gap is a clean strip in the dust, narrower than the book itself. Something thinner stood there once. A letter rack, perhaps. A photograph frame, or nothing that matters. I do not chase it. One clue at a time, I tell myself. That has always been the safest way to work with fragile things. The library comes to me then, not as a dramatic idea, but as the next plain one, June. Not because Judith wrote the name, and I have nothing else. Because a railway route to Penrith Cove is the sort of fact that becomes meaningful only in company with memory. Timetables, old directories, electoral rolls, local names, the habits of who worked where and when. June Trevithick would know what was once within easy reach of that line. She would know whether Rose Halden had ties to the coast, whether boarding houses took in girls in trouble, whether Judith was seen travelling that winter, whether Margaret was old enough, then, to remember anything at all. And if June does not tell me everything, she may tell me enough to place one foot after another. The thought of asking aloud brings a different ache with it. Until now, the mystery has lived mostly between me and objects. Paper does not flinch. Wool does not choose its words. Photographs do not decide what to leave out. People do. Once I step into the village with Rose's name, and Judith's, and my mother's threaded together in my head, I cannot pretend I am only sorting a house. I finish my tea and close the map. Then I take a small archival sleeve from my case, slide the ticket inside, and place it between the pages of my notebook. Not hidden, not loose, held. Outside, a car passes on the lane and is gone. The cottage settles around the fading day. Boards and crockery, and old glass taking the hour into themselves. I gather the hymnal, the list, and my notes, and stack them neatly by the kettle for morning. The next step, I know now, is the village library and the woman who keeps more than books. Chapter 11. June Trevithick's front room. The next morning I carry the ticket in my notebook as if it might bruise. That is foolish, of course. It is only paper. Thin card, really, with its worn corners and rubbed print. But I have spent enough of my life around fragile things to know that what matters is not always what tears most easily. Sometimes it is what has been kept too long in the dark. The village library sits beside the chapel hall, a squat stone building with white-painted frames and a notice board that leans a little to one side. I remember it from childhood as a place of borrowed pony books and summer reading charts. It seems smaller now, though perhaps that is only because I'm no longer 8 and dazzled by shelves. A handwritten sign on the door says the library opens in the afternoon only. Below it, on a separate card, is a neat line of ink. For local history inquiries, please ring June Trevithick. There is a bell fixed to the frame. I press it and hear it sound somewhere within. Then the shuffle of steps, unhurried and certain. The woman who opens the door is small, spare, and upright as a hat stand. Her grey hair is pinned back without fuss. She wears a navy cardigan buttoned to the throat and regards me through narrow spectacles that catch the pale light. Yes? Mrs. Trevithick? Miss Trevithick, she says. Though at my age I answer to most things if they are spoken clearly. There is no smile yet, but there is precision, and somehow that is kinder than false warmth would be. I'm Celia Rowe, I say, from Wrenlow Cottage. That changes her face by a degree rather than a mile. Not surprise exactly. Recognition, followed by thought. Judith's niece. Yes. I heard she'd passed. June steps back. Come in then. No point discussing family matters on the threshold where the draft can listen. Inside, the library smells of dust, polished wood, and old glue. Not neglect. Use. The front room beyond the public shelves is warmer, with a small electric fire, a gate-legged table, and 2 armchairs upholstered in fabric that has faded at the arms. Books line one wall from floor to ceiling. On another stand, files, biscuit tins, and stacks of papers tied with ribbon. A tray sits ready on the table with 2 cups turned upside down, as if tea is less a decision here than a permanent condition. June notices my glance. I was about to make some, she says. You can refuse if you like, but I shall think less of you. I won't refuse. Good. She moves with care, but not fragility, filling the kettle from a brown earthenware jug. While she works, I take the chair she indicates and rest my notebook on my knees. The room is tidy in a way that reminds me at once of Judith, though the effect is different. Judith's order had always felt defensive, like a line drawn. June's feels more like a system developed over years of not wishing to lose anything that might one day matter. She sets the kettle on and turns to me. What is it you want to know, Miss Rowe? The question is plain enough, but I hear the smaller one beneath it. How much do you know already? And what sort of woman are you going to be about it? I choose my answer with care. I've been sorting Judith's things, I say. I found some papers that she had put away very deliberately. One of them is a letter from a woman named Rose Holden. June does not start. She does not look away. She only folds her hands once in front of her. I see. I also found a railway ticket, and a blanket with altered initials, and a photograph I can't place. I stop there. Too much all at once can sound like accusation. I'm not asking for gossip. I'm trying to understand why Judith kept these things hidden. The kettle begins to mutter. June lets the silence sit until it has shape. People often say they are not asking for gossip, she says at last, when they're asking for exactly that, but you don't sound like one of them. No, she agrees, as if testing the weight of it. Then she turns to the kettle. The tea takes a little time. Spoon against cup. Pot warmed first. Milk in a small jug. The ordinary business of it settles me, though not enough to stop the pressure beneath my ribs. I'm close now to another person's memory, and I can feel the years in it, packed tight. June carries the tray to the table and sits opposite me. "Rose Haldon," she says, pouring. Yes, I knew of her. The tea is strong and dark. I wrap my hands around the cup but do not drink yet. In what way? In the way one knows many people in a village. By sight first, by work second, by what is said of them after. She adds a little milk to her own cup. She did sewing, alterations mostly, mending, taking in hems, letting things out after Christmas, no doubt. She had very neat hands. Something in me catches on that. Neat hands. June glances up. "You work with cloth?" "I'm a textile conservator." Ah, a small shift again. Respect, perhaps. Or usefulness. Then you know what I mean. Some people sew as if they are forcing fabric to obey them. Rose never did that. Her stitches sat where they belonged. I think of the blanket in muslin, the altered initials done by someone patient enough to hide a life inside thread. Was she from Hellowick? Not exactly, nearby. Near enough to be known, far enough to be discussed, as if she'd appeared out of weather. June sips her tea. Her people were from Penrith Cove, Way, if I remember right, or connected there. The ticket in my notebook seems to grow heavier. Did she know Judith well? June sets her cup down before answering, making me wait while porcelain meets wood. That depends what you mean by well. I mean, did they have a friendship? Judith was not much given to friendship in the ordinary village sense. There is no criticism in it, only fact. But yes, she knew Rose, more than casually. I let that stand a moment. And my mother? I ask. Did Rose know Margaret? This time June does look at me for longer. Her eyes are pale and steady. That is a quicker question than the others. It is the one I came for. I thought it might be. Outside, a car passes over the lane, tires hushing over damp ground. The sound goes, and the room returns to cups, paper, and the faint ticking of a clock somewhere behind the shelves. June reaches for the milk jug and adjusts it half an inch on the tray without needing to. A delaying gesture. A gathering one. Your mother was a quiet girl, she says. The answer is not the answer, but it is not avoidance either. It lands close enough to raise the hairs on my arms. You remember her? Of course I do. She came to the library every Thursday for years, returned books on time. Never spoke unless spoken to, unless she was asking after gardening books or patterns. She had your face around the eyes, though you hold it differently. For a moment, that puts me back in another room entirely, watching my mother pin a hem in the last of the afternoon light, her mouth set in that careful line I once mistook for concentration alone. Did you know anything about her before that? I ask. June draws in a breath through her nose. I knew what everyone knew, and what not everyone said. Which are different things. And what did everyone know? That Margaret was raised by the Rose. Yes. That Judith was devoted to her in her way. I wait. June lifts one shoulder. And that there had been talk, years before, around the matter of a young woman, a baby, and a winter that did no one any favours. There it is. Not the whole thing, but enough to shift the room. I put my cup down carefully. Rose was the young woman. Yes. And the baby? June looks at my hands, perhaps noting that I keep them flat against my knees so they do not show too much. If you want me to say what cannot be unsaid, she says, I'll need to know why. The question stings more than it should, because it is fair. Because Judith is dead, I say. Because my mother is dead too. And if part of her life was taken from her by silence, I do not think more silence mends it. Because I found a letter hidden under the floorboards, and a blanket with initials altered from one name to another, and a railway ticket tucked in a hymnal marked with my mother's name. Because I am trying to be careful with all of it, and care is not the same as leaving it buried. June listens without interrupting. When I finish, she folds and unfolds the corner of her handkerchief once. "You do sound like Judith there," she says quietly. And unlike her. I almost laugh, though there is little humor in it. "That seems possible." "Yes." She nods. "Families manage that." She leans back in her chair. The cardigan at her wrists is worn shiny with use. On the side table beside her stands a framed photograph of 3 women outside the library. All younger, all serious in the sun. One of them might be June. One might not. Age changes people and confirms them at the same time. Rose Haldon was spoken of kindly by some, and cautiously by others, June says. She was capable, proud, not foolish, despite the way people like to speak of young women in trouble, as if trouble were proof of silliness. She had sewing work, though not enough of it. There was illness in the family, I think. And then there was the child. She stops. I do not push at once. It is not mercy exactly. More that I can feel the edge in her, and if I press too hard, she may step back from me entirely. The letter suggests she meant to come back, I say after a moment. June's expression alters, softened by something like old grief. Yes, she says. That would be like her. So she did not abandon the child? No. The word is firm now. No, she did not. The relief that moves through me is strange and quick. I've not quite believed the worst, yet hearing it refused matters more than I expect. What happened then? I am not sure I have the right to give you all of another woman's pain in one sitting over tea. June picks up her cup again. Not when you've only just walked through my door. My family kept it for decades. Yes, she says, and that did damage too. I am not defending every choice made. I am telling you that old loyalties do not come loose in one tug. I look down at the notebook on my lap. Beneath the cover lies the ticket to Penrith Cove, sleeved and held flat. Travel there. Return, perhaps. Delay. Loss. I picture Judith hiding paper under boards and calling it protection. I picture my mother moving through her life with a sadness no one named aloud. Did Judith ask you not to speak? I ask. June considers me, then gives the smallest nod. Not in so many words. Judith preferred implication. But yes, there were promises around it, not all made formally. And now I am deciding what I owe the dead and what I owe the living. She meets my eyes over the rim of her cup. That takes a minute, Miss Rowe. I sit back. The room around us seems full not only of books, but of all the things filed inside people for safekeeping until safekeeping turns to burden. After a while, June sets down her empty cup. If you are asking whether Rose Haldon was real, whether she mattered, whether she had ties to your family beyond a stray letter, then yes. Her voice is gentler than before. If you are asking whether your mother's life began in a simpler way than she knew, I very much doubt it did. If you are asking me for every detail this morning, the answer is no. It is more than I had when I arrived. Less than I want. Both truths sit side by side. Will you tell me later? I ask. Perhaps. She rises slowly and carries the cups to the tray. Bring me a copy of the letter, if you can make one. Not the original. And write down the dates on the ticket and the chemist's receipt, if you have that too. I stand. How did you know about the receipt? June gives me a look that is almost, at last, a smile. I said I knew of Rose. I did not say only Rose. Halewick was smaller then than it is now, and illness travels through village memory faster than joy. If Judith kept the receipt, there was a reason. The mention of illness settles into place beside the tonic on the worn paper, beside the winter in Rose's letter, beside all the domestic evidence of care that has begun to gather shape. At the door, June pauses with one hand on the frame. Miss Rowe. Yes? Do not go hunting this as if you are trying to catch someone out. Her voice is mild, but there is iron under it. You may find you are dealing mostly with women who did the best they could while standing in a corner with very little room. I understand. She studies my face, deciding whether I do. Come back in 2 days, she says. Afternoon. I may have looked through a few things by then. A few things. Files, perhaps. Notes. Or only her own memory, lifted and examined like linen from a drawer. Thank you. She inclines her head and closes the door gently behind me. Outside, the lane is damp from earlier rain, the hedges dark with it. I stand for a moment with my notebook tucked under my arm and the taste of strong tea still in my mouth. I have not been given the truth entire, only its outline, pressed lightly into paper by another hand. Rose was real. Rose sewed. Rose meant to return. And my mother, in the middle of all of it, is no longer only my mother as I knew her, but a child in winter, held inside other people's decisions. I start back toward the cottage at a measured pace. June's half-answers come with me more insistently than certainty might have done, as if incomplete things have their own way of staying near until they are properly tended. Chapter 12. What the Village Remembers. June's half-answers stay with me all the way down the high street. It is not only what she says, it is what she does not say, and the care she takes with the not saying. A person can refuse plainly. June does not refuse. She sets things down just near enough to be seen, then leaves them there, as if I must decide for myself whether I am fit to pick them up. I stand outside the library for a moment with my notebook in my bag and the ticket, the letter, and my copied dates weighing on me more than paper should. The village moves at its usual pace. A van idles by the butcher's. Someone is tying back a door at the post office with a loop of cord. A woman I remember vaguely from years ago is carrying daffodils in a bucket that bumps gently against her skirt as she walks. Nothing in Halewick announces that a story has been kept here for decades. It sits in plain view, I begin to think. Not in records alone, in habits. In who still remembers whose child took sugar in tea. In whose name is spoken without a surname because everybody knows which one is meant. I do not go straight back to the cottage. Instead, I cross to the bakery for a loaf, and because it gives me a reason to linger, a currant bun I do not especially want. The bell gives a small bright ring when I step in. The woman behind the counter looks up. You're Judith Rowe's niece. It is not a question. Yes, I say. Celia. Of course. I'm Marianne. I remember you a little. Summer visits. I remember the iced buns, I say, and she smiles, which feels useful. While she wraps the loaf, I ask as lightly as I can, did people here know Rose Holden? Her hands keep moving, neat with the paper. Some did. That was a long while ago. She sewed, I'm told. Oh yes, Marianne says. Mending mostly. Alterations. A good hand with collars and cuffs. My mother used to say if Rose turned a hem, it stayed turned. That lands with me at once, because it is the sort of praise I understand. Not decorative. Reliable. Did she live in the village? Marianne folds the paper under. Near enough for a time. In rooms, I think. Then not. You'd have to ask older people than me for the full of it. The full of it seems hard to come by. That draws a brief look from her, not unfriendly. People are careful with old trouble. I pay and take my parcel. Was it trouble? Marianne gives a small shrug that is more honest than an answer. Depends who was carrying it. Outside, I stand for a moment with the loaf warm through the paper. Rose turned hems that stayed turned. I write it down on the edge of a receipt before I forget. From there I go to the charity shop, though it is really only 2 rooms off the chapel hall and open when the volunteers feel equal to it. Today the door is propped wide, and there is a table of books by the entrance. Mrs. Larkin, who has known every family in Hellowick for half a century, is pricing crockery with a pencil tucked into the front of her cardigan. Celia Rowe, she says, back in your aunt's place. For now. That house keeps people busy. It does. I turn over a stack of saucers. I do not mean to buy. I'm trying to ask a little about sewing work in the village. Older sewing work. Mrs. Larkin snorts softly. There was always sewing work. Before people threw things out. Did Judith sew much? Mend, yes. Make, not so much. Your mother was tidier with a machine, if memory serves. I look up. My mother sewed here. Oh, a bit, as a girl. Not grand things. Apron ties, cushion seams, being shown how to go on. Mrs. Larkin lines 2 saucers together, satisfied by their match. Judith did a lot by hand, never wasted cloth. Kept buttons in jars. Old braid rolled up. Bits of blanket worth saving. Bits of blanket. Even knowing she means nothing by it, I feel the words settle. Was that common? Common enough if you'd known leaner times. She glances at me, then away. Your aunt didn't hold with, throwing away what might still be of use. It is close to what I already know, yet hearing it from someone else matters. Judith's cupboards, her labels, the muslin wrap, the letter under the floor. Not hoarding, holding. I ask about Rose. Mrs. Larkin's pencil stills. She did plain sewing, she says after a moment, and some finer work than people gave her credit for. Quick fingers. Kept herself to herself. Was she friendly with Judith? Friendly is a slippery word in a village. Mrs. Larkin reaches for another cup. People called on one another where there was need. That counts for more than chatter. Need? Another word I write down later. I leave with a chipped blue and white plate. I buy only so I have not come in empty-handed and ask questions for nothing. Outside the chapel hall, the wind shifts a little, carrying damp earth and diesel from a tractor somewhere beyond the houses. By the time I reach the small green near the pub, I have learned almost nothing that could be called proof, and quite a lot that feels like shape. Rose worked. She was good. Judith kept things. Help in Hellowick often arrived under some other name. I find Ivor near the side lane by the ironmongers, loading lengths of timber into the back of his van. He looks up as I approach and pushes his cap back with the back of his wrist. Library done with you then? For today. How'd you get on? June was kind, I say. And careful. He gives a short laugh. That'll be June. I tell him in brief that she confirmed Rose was real and connected to Penrith Cove, and that she has asked for dates and a little time. I do not say all of what I suspect about Margaret. Not yet. Even now it feels like speaking over a line that has not fully appeared. Ivor shuts the van doors. You look as if you've got half a loaf in your bag and half the village in your head. That sounds about right. We walk a few steps together toward the green. I ask, did Judith ever speak of Rose to you? No. He thinks on it. Not by name. But your aunt had a way of keeping hold of things that ought, by all practical standards, to have gone. He glances at me. Not rubbish. I don't mean that. More objects with no obvious use left in them. A broken fire screen because the mesh had been her mother's choice. A drawer full of single curtain rings. Baby shoes with the laces gone. I stopped walking. Baby shoes? Pair of little white things, very worn. I found them once when I was fixing that bedroom sash that sticks in damp weather. Asked if she wanted them binned. She said no, sharp as anything. Then apologized and took them off me herself. Did she say why she kept them?
No. Ivor puts his hands in his coat pockets. Only said some things didn't belong in a skip.
That is exactly like Judith, and yet it shifts her for me. Just a little. Not colder, more burdened. Did she often do that?
I ask. Keep things back?
Once in a while. He looks toward the lane as a dog trots past on a lead. I used to think it was habit. Then I thought maybe it was memory. Hard to tell the difference when someone lives alone long enough. We stand there for a moment. The pub sign taps faintly against its bracket. I'm asking people, I say.
Not directly, most of the time.
I don't want to come blundering in.
You won't get much if folk think you're after scandal. I'm not. I know that, he says.
They'll come round to it.
Will they? He considers. Some. Village memory's odd. People won't tell you a thing if you ask for the whole story.
Ask who brought broth to Mrs.
Penrose the winter her hip went, and you'll hear 3 names and a weather report. Despite myself, I smile.
That sounds true. It is true.
He smiles back. And if one of those names turns up twice, then you've learned something worth having.
That stays with me after we part. I spend another hour moving slowly through Helwick with no real plan beyond staying available to chance.
At the greengrocer's, a man in a waxed coat remembers that Judith took in mending for herself more than anybody else, after her regular work days were over. At the florist's side counter, where they also sell cards and batteries, Miss Dean tells me Rose once did wedding alterations for her cousin and made a borrowed dress. Sit like it had been meant. At the church gate, an elderly man whose name I miss entirely says my grandmother had a way with poorly children, then seems to hear himself and changes the subject to frost damage in the churchyard.
That one catches under my ribs and stays there. I do not push. The village has a way of closing gently rather than firmly.
No slammed doors, no sharp refusals. Only a turn in the conversation. A new interest in apples or paving, or the quality of this year's daffodils.
It would be easy to call it evasive. Perhaps it is. But it is also made of something else. Decency, maybe, or old caution worn so long, it has become manners. By the time I start back toward Wrenlow Cottage, I have my notebook out and stop twice beneath hedges to write before I lose the exact phrasing of things. Rose Haldon.
Good hand with collars and cuffs. If Rose turned a hem, it stayed turned.
People called where there was need.
Judith kept what might still be of use. Some things did not belong in a skip.
Grandmother had a way with poorly children. None of it proves what I most want to know. None of it names the child. None of it tells me why my mother grew up with a sadness she never put into words, or why Judith hid a letter instead of answering it, or whether she answered it somewhere I have not yet found. Still, the fragments fit together in a way that makes the silence around them feel deliberate, and not only Judith's silence.
A village can keep faith as stubbornly as a person can.
It can pass an old difficulty hand to hand without ever laying it in the open. Not from wickedness. From the belief that once pain has settled into a family, stirring it may do more harm than leaving it be. At the cottage gate, I pause and look back down the lane. Helwick lies behind me under a low grey sky, roofs damp, hedges darkened by the day. From here it seems ordinary enough to have forgotten itself 100 times over. Yet all afternoon, People have given me pieces they know how to live with and withheld the part that might break shape in the telling. Inside, I set the loaf on the kitchen table, lay the blue and white plate beside the sink, and take out my notebook. Then I make a new page. At the top I write, names to ask again. Under it I put June Trevithick, Marianne at the bakery, Mrs. Larkin, Miss Dean, Mrs. Penrose, if she is still living, the elderly man from the church gate, description only for now. Then, after a pause, I add Ivor Penhale, though not for questions exactly, more because he notices what others step around. I sit with the pen in my hand and listen to the house. Everyone, I think, is protecting someone. I am only not yet sure whether they are protecting the dead, the living, or themselves. Chapter 13. A name in the margin. Everyone, I think, is protecting someone. The thought stays with me long enough that I do not light the fire. I stand in the kitchen with my notebook still open on the table, the list of names dark in fresh ink, and look instead at the spread of Judith's things I have left in careful groups. The letter in its handkerchief, the muslin-wrapped blanket, the photograph with the ruined face, the ticket in its sleeve, notes from June, notes from the village. My own steady handwriting trying to pin order over all of it. It has gone beyond order now. I put the kettle on anyway, because there are some habits that carry a person across an evening better than thought does. While it heats, I gather the papers I have not yet properly sorted from the sideboard drawer in the sitting room. Most are ordinary enough. Paid bills, seed packets flattened and kept for no reason I can name, a church newsletter folded into quarters, an electricity statement with Judith's neat tick in the corner. At the bottom is a thin brown folder tied with fading tape. I carry it to the kitchen table and untie it slowly. The card is soft at the fold, worn by years of being opened and shut. Inside are loose household papers, the kind that survive because nobody can quite justify throwing them away. A butcher's receipt, a list of curtain measurements, 2 pages in my grandmother's hand, headed cleaning rotations, every room assigned a day, as if dust might be reasoned with. Beneath those, a clinic appointment card. Then a folded page torn from an exercise book. I know Judith's writing at once. Narrow, upright, never hurried, even when the words are few. This page is not a letter, more a notes sheet, dates along the side. Brief reminders, names without explanation. It looks like the sort of thing a person writes when trying not to lose hold of several practical matters at once. Coal delivery, Tuesday. Speak to Mrs. Penrose. M to June after school. Ask at chemist. Rose wrote from Penrith Cove. No fever today. Maggie slept. Margaret fretful after dark. I stop. The kettle clicks off behind me, but I leave it. I lower myself into the chair and read the page again, from the top, slower this time. Not because I have misread it, because I want to be certain there is no cleverer, safer interpretation waiting if I look hard enough. There is not. M to June after school. Later, lower down, Margaret fretful after dark. My mother is Margaret. Only family ever called her Margaret in full. To everyone else, she was often just Mags when she was young, then Margaret again as she grew older, as if she stepped early into an older woman's shape. But Maggie, that catches at me. I have heard it before, not often, not in our own house. Once, perhaps twice, from Aunt Judith when she forgot herself, and once from my grandmother, long ago. calling through a back door while I sat on the paving stones with my dolls, and my mother stood by the washing line, one hand still on a sheet she had not pegged yet. "Maggie," she had said then, and my mother had turned with an expression I did not understand at 8 years old. Not annoyance, not surprise, more like pain passing quickly over water. There, and then gone. I looked down at the paper again. The page is undated at the top, but the notes run in sequence beside months and abbreviated weekdays, too spare to mean much on their own. I take my notebook toward me, then reach for the railway ticket sleeve, the chemist's receipt, and Rose's letter. The table begins to fill under my hands, the way a workbench fills when a treatment becomes more complicated than first expected. I flatten the exercise book page under my fingertips. The paper is cheap wood pulp stock, browned at the edges, with blue ruling almost gone. Judith has written in pencil, not ink. That matters. Pencil for use, not ceremony. Pencil for temporary things, except she kept this. No fever today. Ask at chemist. Margaret fretful after dark. I fetch the worn chemist's receipt from where I tucked it between blotting sheets. The paper there is thinner, more brittle. A printed date. Still, partly readable. February 1968. The same winter as the railway ticket. The same winter Rose writes from Penrith Cove, asking Judith to keep the child a little longer, only until she can come right and return. My mouth has gone dry. I make the tea at last because I need the pause. Water into pot. Tea leaves. Milk in the jug. The old blue-striped cup nearest to hand. I carry it back carefully, though there is no one here to spill on but me. Then I sit and begin the work properly. The note sheet gives me little in the way of full dates, but enough to compare. The pencil has pressed hard into the paper in places, lighter in others. I can see where Judith went back and added Rose wrote from Penrith Cove in the margin after the line above had already been written. Not a composed record then, a live page, a page used while events were moving. M to June after school. That line keeps drawing me back. If M is Margaret, then June knows my mother as a child, not merely as a village girl who borrowed books. June knew enough for my mother to be sent to her after school, or sent there because Judith needed help, or work, or an hour to herself. It is ordinary on one level. Village children are passed among known adults. But placed beside Rose wrote from Penrith Cove, it alters shape. I pull Rose's letter free of its wrapping and read the relevant lines once more, hearing again the care in her wording, the strain in every sentence. She writes of the child as mine. She asks after her health. She speaks as someone absent and aching, not gone by choice. There is no name in the letter. Only the child. Only Judith. Only hope tied to delay. My eyes go to Maggie slept. It is not a formal note. It is the sort of line one writes in exhaustion. Thank God for one small thing. The baby slept. The child settled. We may have one quiet hour before night. A small cold feeling moves through me, though the tea is hot in my hand. Not fear, recognition, but still unfinished. I take the blanket from its muslin and lay one corner open on the table. The altered initials sit where I have studied them before, old thread replaced by newer, a first identity worked over by a second, careful enough to pass unless looked at closely. I know now exactly how such changes happen, not in malice. In necessity. A name altered because the world has altered around it. My mother kept almost nothing from childhood. No lock of hair in an envelope, no christening card, no first shoes in a box. I had noticed it before and thought little of it. Some families are not keepers.
Only now that seems untrue. The keepers were here. Judith kept. My grandmother kept. The cottage kept. Just not openly. I turn back to the note sheet and study the writing around Maggie slept. The penciled hand is firm, though a little heavier there, as if Judith paused while writing it. Beneath that line, squeezed in later and almost climbing the ruled margin, is another note I missed the first 2 times because the pencil has faded. Maggie, Rose's girl. For a moment I do not move at all. The kettle has already cooled. A car goes past on the lane and is gone. Somewhere in the back garden a gate taps once in the breeze and settles. I bend closer until my face is almost over the paper. The words are undeniably there, half hidden by age and pressure, not meant as display, hardly meant as record, more like a reminder to self, or a way of naming what could not be said in front of other people. Maggie, Rose's girl. My hand comes up to my mouth, not in drama, simply because it needs somewhere to go. I do not cry. Not yet. I sit very still and let the line settle where it must. My mother as a child in this house. My mother, not simply my grandmother's daughter, because that is how it was always presented, but Rose's child first, and then the Rose by care, by arrangement, by silence, perhaps by love and fear together. Informal, unfinished, never properly named. Not the clean lines of adoption records and legal papers, something older and shakier. A hard winter, an absent mother who meant to return, a family who stepped in and then, over time, perhaps could not step back. I think of June saying Rose did not abandon the child. I think of the ticket to Penrith Cove. I think of the note in the recipe book. Margaret liked this when she had a cold. I think of the baby shoes Ivor found, saved when common sense would have thrown them out. Then, as quietly as a door easing on old hinges, memory opens. I am 12, maybe 13. My mother is standing at the sitting room window in our house in Bristol, though house is too grand a word for the narrow place we had then. She has one hand under the curtain edge, looking out, not really at anything. I have come in to ask whether she wants tea, she says, after a pause too long for the question. Your Aunt Judith always did know how to settle a child. At the time, I think she means me. I am forever being handed off in family stories from one woman to another, while adults manage work and sickness and train times. I laugh and say, I was a terrible child, was I? My mother turns then and smiles, but not at the joke, at some other thought beyond me. No, she says. Not you. That is all. I remember it because of the oddness. Because she looks as if she has almost said something else, and then tucked it back inside herself. Not you. I close my eyes for a moment. When I open them, the page is still there. Judith's pencil. Judith's private economy of words. No explanation. Only enough to survive her own conscience, perhaps, or enough to help herself remember what must not be spoken loosely. I reach for my notebook and write the line down exactly as it appears, marking its placement in the margin, the fading, the pressure. Conservator's habit. Record before emotion alters the eye, but my hand is not as steady as usual. Maggie, Rose's girl. Below it, I note the probable date range from the chemist's receipt and railway ticket. February 1968. Perhaps into March. I add a question I already know is no longer really a question. Maggie equals Margaret? Then after a pause, I cross out the question mark. The house around me feels changed, though nothing in it has moved. The dresser, the sink, the old hooks by the door, the clock that has not worked in years. All the same, yet I am no longer only sorting a dead aunt's hidden papers. I am holding a piece of my mother's first life in my hands. The tea has gone lukewarm. I drink it anyway. I do not know yet whether there was a formal adoption or only a taking in that hardened over time into family fact. I do not know whether my mother ever knew fully, or only in hints and feelings, and the ache of rooms where her own beginnings had been folded away. I do not know what Judith promised Rose, or when she knew that promise had become impossible to keep. But I know this much now. The letter beneath the floorboards is not adjacent to my life. It is inside it. I fold the note sheet into a clean piece of acid-free paper from my case and set it beside the letter and the blanket. For a long minute, I leave my hands resting flat on the table, one on either side of the little gathered archive of my family's silence. Then I look up at the dark window over the sink, where my own reflection sits faintly over the garden beyond. "My God, Mum," I say softly, because there is nobody here to hear it but the cups and the woodwork. What did they tell you? The room gives nothing back. I sit with the margin note until the light fades from the glass and the words on the page are harder to see without the lamp. Even then, I do not put it away. I cannot go back now to thinking of Rose's letter as someone else's sorrow. Tidily preserved in another branch of the family, it has my mother's childhood in it. And whether I want it or not, it has mine. Chapter 14. The shape of a silence. I do not put the page away. It stays on the kitchen table while the room grows dim around it, and now and then I look back to the line in the margin as if it might alter if I leave it long enough. The handwriting does not change. Judith's pencil remains small and plain, the words no more dramatic for being true. Rose's girl. My mother reduced to 3 quiet words in the edge of a household paper. I switch on the lamp above the sink, then the smaller one in the sitting room, moving through the cottage with the odd care people use after bad news, though no one has spoken it aloud and nobody else is here. The lights make islands of the rooms. Between them, the passage looks older than it did this morning. It is a foolish thought, perhaps, but the house has altered shape since supper, not physically. The dresser still leans a little to the left. The back door still catches at the lower corner. The mantel still holds the photograph of my mother in the silver frame. Judith polished every Christmas, whether anyone visited or not. Yet the order of things no longer feels simple. Every surface seems to have been laid over something else. I stand in the sitting room and look at the photograph. My mother is in her 30s there, I think. Younger than I am now, though that is still a surprise whenever I consider it. She is not smiling fully. She rarely did for photographs. Her expressions always seemed to pause halfway, as if she had heard her name from another room and turned before deciding whether to answer. When I was a girl, I thought that was simply her manner. Quiet mother, quiet house, quiet ways. There were women at school gates who laughed from the middle of themselves, who kissed children noisily and shouted reminders over garden walls. My mother was not like that. She buttoned coats properly. She wrapped school books in brown paper. She stood at the sink looking out into the garden as if there were a thought she nearly had a hold of. I used to ask questions when I was small. Why don't we see Aunt Judith more often? Why does Gran call you Margaret Rowe in that tone? Who taught you to sew that hem so neatly? Did you live here when you were little? The answers came back trimmed and folded. Judith's busy. That was years ago. One picks things up for a bit. Never rude, never sharp, only finished before I could get any further. Judith was the same. She had a way of receiving a personal question and setting a practical one in front of it like a chair placed against a door. "Are you lonely here, Aunt Judith? Have you had any tea, Celia? Why didn't you marry? Pass me the darning mushroom, would you? Did Mum ever stay with you when she was little? Mind the loose rug by the hearth?" At the time, I took it for briskness. Family style. The Rowe women. All economy and weather and useful hands. We did not waste words where work would do. That was what I told myself. And perhaps what all of us told ourselves. Now I look round this room and think, no, not economy. Arrangement. A way of keeping the breakable things from the edge of the shelf. I sit on the arm of Judith's old chair, then stand again almost at once. The cushion still holds its dip. I can smell furniture polish, old wool, a trace of coal dust from the hearth. On the shelf beside the hymnal, the gap where I found the ticket seems absurdly neat, as if a secret should have left more of a mark. I go back to the kitchen and gather the things I have laid out over these past days. Rose's letter in its sleeve, the railway ticket, the chemist's receipt with its softened fold, the blanket wrapped in muslin, the damage photograph, the paper label marked blanket in Judith's careful hand. When I work with damaged textiles, I begin by making space. Clear table, clean support, proper light. Nothing rushed. It is the only sensible way to face anything fragile, so I do that now, almost by reflex. I move the bread to the counter, stack the washed plate by the sink, spread a clean towel over the table, and place each item down with room around it. At once, the arrangement looks less like a family's leftovers and more like evidence. I dislike the word, not because it is wrong, but because it makes Judith sound accused, and I am not ready for that, though some part of me plainly is. My chest tightens with a kind of anger I know too well from other rooms, other years. Not hot anger, not the sort that breaks crockery or sends people slamming out into the dark. This is the colder sort, the one that stands with folded arms and says, "You should have told me. You should have told her." I touch the muslin-wrapped blanket and feel, through the layers, the slight ridge where initials were unpicked and resewn. Whoever altered them did it carefully. The replacement stitches are old now, settled into the wool, but I can still see the difference in tension and shade. Not a hasty disguise, a considered change, done by someone who knew the cloth mattered and would last. Judith, perhaps, or my grandmother, or Rose herself before the child was carried here. The thought lands more gently than I expect. I have been moving pieces about in my mind as if one woman must bear the weight of all of it. Judith hid the letter. Judith kept the blanket. Judith wrote the note. Judith said nothing. All true. Yet the objects do not speak of indifference. They speak of handling, keeping, preserving. The blanket was wrapped, not thrown aside. The letter was protected from damp. The ticket was hidden, yes, but hidden in a book that belonged to my mother. Not destroyed, not denied out of existence. That does not excuse it. I know that at once. Care is not the same as honesty. A person may keep a thing safe and still do damage by withholding it. Still, my anger will not stay clean. It keeps catching on memory. Judith at the stove, buttering toast all the way to the edges because she said half-done jobs were an insult to bread. Judith arriving at our house after my father died, not with embraces or speeches, but with a casserole dish under one arm and clean pillowcases in a carrier bag. Judith taking my winter coat one year and replacing the missing button before I had noticed it was gone. Judith sitting beside my mother in the hospital waiting room, both of them looking straight ahead, their handbags side by side on the floor like two sensible dogs. Love, in my family, rarely came announced. It came in mended hems. Soup, lifted kettles, money tucked into birthday cards without comment, staying late to wash up, not asking for gratitude, not offering explanations. I leaned back in the kitchen chair and closed my eyes for a moment. That is the trouble. Once you see the pattern, you cannot unsee it. Silence was not absence to them. It was method, protection, habit worn smooth by use. They kept sorrow the way other people keep silver, wrapped and put away, so it would not tarnish in public. And my mother lived inside that. I open my eyes and look again at the photograph with the damaged face. The young woman by the garden wall with part of her gone. The loss there is physical, visible, scraped away or rubbed through. The paper has roughened at the place where the features should be. I lift it carefully and angle it under the light. Not accidental damage. Too concentrated. Too particular. Someone wanted the image kept but altered. Why keep the body and lose the face? Because the scene mattered. Because the dress mattered. Because the cottage wall behind her mattered. Because removing her entirely would have been too blunt and perhaps too painful. Or because, as with everything else here, the aim was not to erase but to soften. I think of my mother at the sink again. Her careful hands, the way she sometimes lost herself in the small repairs, darning a sock that ought to have been thrown away, pressing a tea towel seam flat with her thumb before folding it. She was not sentimental in any showy sense, but she kept things. A chipped brooch with no pin. A child's library card of mine long after I was grown. One of my father's scarves that no longer smelled of him, but stayed in her drawer for years. I used to think she disliked waste. Perhaps she did. Perhaps that was not all. The page with Rose's girl written in the margin lies nearest my elbow. I study the pencil line itself. Judith wrote firmly, even in notes she never meant to show anyone. No wavering, no decorative loops. She would have made shopping lists the same way. Yet the placement tells its own story. This was not a formal record put where records go. It was a reminder tucked beside ordinary household matters, as if she needed to tell herself the truth, in a form she could bear to see. I wonder, not for the first time, how much my mother knew. June said Margaret was a quiet child. June said Rose did not abandon her. June stopped there. Did my mother grow up knowing she was taken in, but not by whom? Did she overhear enough to feel the edges without ever seeing the center? Was that sadness in her only temperament, as I once believed, or the shape left by a question never properly answered? I realize my hands have gone cold and get up to fill the kettle. The ordinary action steadies me. Tap running. Kettle growing heavy. Switch pressed down. A teaspoon set beside the mug. I do these things in sequence because sequence helps. It always has. In conservation, if you follow the process, the object tells you what it can bear. Paper too dry must be humidified slowly. A stain must be tested before treatment. A weakened seam must be supported before any attempt at cleaning. One does not tug at old damage and expect gratitude. Families are less cooperative. They have no condition reports, no stable terminology, no agreed treatment plan. They leave you a note in a margin and a ticket in a hymnal and trust you to make sense of the rest. The kettle begins its low murmur. I stand with both hands on the counter and look through the window into the back garden. The rosemary bush is a dark shape near the path. I think of the pressed sprig inside the notebook, kept flat between pages for years. Not dead exactly. Preserved. Its scent returned the moment I touched it. That, too, feels uncomfortably like inheritance. When the water is ready, I make tea and carry the mug to the table. I do not clear the papers away. Instead, I sit among them, cup warming my hands, and let my eyes move from one thing to the next. Blanket, letter, ticket, photograph, margin note. Each object still itself. Each one now carrying more than it did this morning. I came here to sort a house, decide what to keep, and prepare the rest for sale. That was the neat version. Now the neatness has gone out of it. The cottage is not full of possessions waiting for labels. It is full of choices other people made under strain. It is full of tenderness that did not know how to speak plainly. It is full of my mother before she was my mother, and of Judith before she was merely difficult. I take a sip of tea. It has gone slightly too strong because I let it stand, but I drink it anyway. I am not only investigating a hidden history. I am sitting in the middle of my mother's unhappiness, turning it over in my hands, trying to see how it was made. Chapter 15. June's difficult memory. I do not sleep well after that. Not for any dramatic reason. The cottage is still only a cottage. The pipes settle in the walls. A car goes by on the lane once, then not again for a long while. The fire has gone down to ash. Even so, I lie awake with the note in my mind as if it has been pinned there. Rose's girl. The words are not elegant. They are not even especially kind. They are practical, almost brisk, the way people sometimes write when they cannot bear to write more. Yet they hold more than all the careful half-sentences I grew up with. In the morning I make tea too strong again, then pour half of it away and start over. I wash the cup, dry it, set it back in the rack. I am delaying, and I know I am delaying. June said 2 days. By the calendar of ordinary manners, I ought to wait. By the calendar of family secrets, I have already waited most of my life. I take the copies I made the day before from my folder and check them once more on the kitchen table. Rose's letter, copied carefully. The date from the railway ticket. The date and name from the chemist's receipt. I leave the originals in the cottage, where I can keep an eye on the room and know where everything is. Old habits. Conservator's habits. If there is only one thing, you do not carry it about more than necessary. Before I leave, I put the blanket back into its muslin wrap. My fingers pause on the altered initials. The repair is so slight that a casual eye might miss it. Not a clumsy over-sewing. Not panic. A measured change, done by someone who wanted the surface to hold. I think of my mother folding laundry at the end of a line, her face turned away from me because the light was in her eyes. I think of Judith answering questions with questions. "What are you doing poking there, Celia? Hand me the pegs." I close the cupboard door. The village is grey with a thin dampness that seems to sit on every stone. Not rain exactly, more the promise of it. By the time I reach the library, my coat cuffs are cool. June opens the door herself before I can knock twice. "You've come back early," she says. I know. She studies my face for a moment, not sharply, more as if she is checking whether I have brought temper with me. "Come in then," she says. "No point leaving you on the step." Her front room smells faintly of tea leaves and old paper. The same armchair sits near the shelf. The same small table stands ready with coasters laid out as if she expected company, eventually, if not this soon.
June moves with care, but not frailty. There is still decision in everything she does.
I've brought copies, I say, taking the folder from my bag.
Not the originals. Good. She nods once.
Sit down, Celia.
She says my name differently today. Less formal. Not affectionate exactly, but without the earlier testing edge. I hand her the pages. She does not reach for them at once.
You found more.
It is not a question, and I do not answer it like one.
Yes. June lets out a breath through her nose.
I thought you might. I sit opposite her with my hands around my cup, though the tea is still too hot to drink.
There was a note among Judith's papers. June's eyes lift to mine.
It named Margaret, I say. My voice comes out steadier than I expect.
Not directly enough for a stranger, perhaps.
Directly enough for me. For a moment she says nothing. Then she takes off her glasses and folds them in her lap. Well, she says quietly. That changes the shape of the room, doesn't it? I almost laugh, but it catches in my throat instead. Yes. June looks down at the copies at last. She reads the first lines of Rose's letter, then stops. Not because the page is long, because she knows it already in another form, by memory or retelling, or years of not speaking. I did tell you the truth before, she says, only not the whole of it. I know. I'm not sure you do. There is no sting in it, only age. The sort of correction an older woman gives when she has spent years watching words get simplified after the people involved are gone. She sets the papers on the table between us and smooths one corner with the side of her hand.
It was a hard winter, she says.
That part is plain enough. There was illness about, and money short, and no lack of opinion from people who had no business making life harder than it was.
Rose came into Hallowick first through sewing. Mending, alterations, a bit of dressmaking when anyone could afford such a thing.
She had a good hand. Fast, neat, not showy. I nod. That part I can picture with almost painful ease. The discipline of small stitches.
The care of making something hold longer than it was meant to.
She was not from a family with much power, June goes on. And she had less once she got into trouble.
The phrase is old-fashioned, and she knows it.
I can hear her hearing it. She had a baby, I say. Yes, June says. She had a baby.
And there were those who called that trouble as if the child herself were the error.
The room is very still. Outside, someone passes on the pavement. Footsteps fading toward the post office. Did Rose come here to the village with the baby? I ask.
For a time.
Not at first, but after. She had connections in Penrith Cove, and then through someone else she came to know Judith. Your family had steadier ground under them than Rose did. Not wealth. Just steadier ground. A house that stayed put. Food that could be counted on. Women who knew how to get through a winter by tightening everything one notch and saying less. That sounds so exactly like the Rose that I feel the truth of it in my shoulders. Was my grandmother alive then?
Yes, your grandmother and Judith together.
Margaret was very small. I look at her. Margaret was already there. June shakes her head. No, love. Margaret was the baby. The word love lands softly, almost by accident. I do not think June notices she has said it. I put my cup down because my hand has begun to tremble, and I do not want the saucer to rattle. June watches me, but she does not rush in to comfort. I am grateful for that. There are moments when comfort feels like being moved away from the fact itself. She was Rose's child, June says, with more care now. Left with the Rowe women for what was meant to be a short while. That is the plain version. Rose believed she would return for her once matters were sorted. There were conversations, assurances. No one, as I understood it,
believed they were arranging a lifelong parting. I stare at the steam thinning above the tea. Then why did it become one? June presses her lips together, because life is rarely wrecked by one grand blow. More often it frays. A missed letter, a fever, a relative deciding they know best. Money for one train fare and not another. Pride, shame, delay. By the time anyone means to set it right, the edges have altered. I look at the copied letter on the table. Rose's handwriting tilts slightly uphill, determined even through strain. I remember the repeated folds, the wear at the crease, the way the paper had been opened and closed enough times to soften. She wrote to Judith, I say. So she was trying. Yes. And Judith hid the letter. June is quiet for a little while. Yes. The word is not an excuse. It is only a fact set down gently. Did my mother know? I ask. That I cannot answer fully. Not won't. Cannot. I hear the difference. June picks up her glasses again, but does not put them on. Margaret knew there had been kindness done for her. She knew, I think, that the story she was given had edges smoothed down. Children know more than adults like to believe, especially quiet children. But whether she knew the whole truth, whether anyone sat her down and said your mother was Rose Holden, and this is how it happened, I do not know. I was not in that room, if there ever was such a room. I think of my mother's sadness then, and it changes shape inside me, less like weather, more like inheritance. Not a thing she chose to carry, but one she was handed without the name attached. Why keep silent all these years? I say. You, I mean, not only Judith. June looks at me with steady old eyes. Because the dead are not records to be opened, because we are curious, because your mother had made a life. Because Judith believed she had done what was necessary and then spent decades living with it. Because in villages like this, silence can begin as mercy and harden into habit before anyone notices. Pick whichever answer you like best. They all fit. I sit back. There is relief in hearing it said aloud, and grief too. Exactly braided. Not the shock of a trapdoor opening. More like seeing the plan of a house after years of living in one room only. Were people protecting my mother? I ask. Yes. And Rose? Yes. And Judith? June gives a small nod. Also, yes. Protection is untidy. It spreads. I let that sit. It feels true in the way difficult things often do, without being satisfying. June touches the copies again. I kept quiet because I was asked to keep quiet once, and then because time passed, and then because your mother died, and then Judith grew older, and then it seemed less mine to disturb than to hold. That may have been wrong. I have had years enough to wonder. I meet her gaze. Do you regret it? She thinks before answering. I regret the hurt. I do not regret trying to spare people. Those are not the same thing. No one in my family, I think, has ever had a tidy moral position. We have had cupboards. We have had folded things. We have had the kind of care that keeps a kettle filled and a truth hidden in the same afternoon. June reaches for her tea at last. Rose loved that child, she says. Do not let anyone turn this into a simpler story than it was. She loved her. Judith cared for her. Your grandmother cared for her. And somewhere in the middle of all that care, truth was thinned out until hardly anyone knew how to hold it whole. A tightness rises in my throat. I swallow it down. My mother should have known, I say. Yes, June says. Probably she should. The kindness of that probably nearly undoes me. Not because it weakens the point, because it leaves room for the damage everyone feared. We sit with that for a minute. The clock on the shelf ticks on in its ordinary way. A cup settles on its saucer with a little click. At last I say, "Was Rose ill?" June's expression alters only slightly. A door not shut, but not opened either. "She had difficulties after," she says. "I can tell you that much now. More than one. And there were others involved beyond Hellowick. Penrith Cove matters. So does what happened after the letter. I would rather tell you that properly than badly." I nod. I can feel the next set of questions already lining up. But this is enough for one morning. More than enough. The outline is there now. Not complete. Not framed. But human. Margaret is not only a child in a margin note, she is Rose's child. Left, not discarded. Kept, not simply taken. Loved. And then lived around by silence. June folds the copies into a neat stack and hands them back to me. "Take care how you carry this," she says. "I will. I think you will," she says. Then after a pause, "Come back tomorrow afternoon if you like. I'll see what else I can put in order before then." Before then. Not if. Not perhaps. I slip the papers into my folder and stand. My knees feel oddly weak, as if I have climbed a long path instead of sitting in a chair. At the door, June touches my sleeve very lightly. "Celia," she says, "whatever Judith did wrong, she did not keep those things, because she felt nothing." I look at her. I know. And I do know that now, which is part of the sorrow. Outside, the damp has turned to a fine rain, small enough that people still pretend it is not worth an umbrella. I walk back toward Wrenlow Cottage with my folder under my coat and June's words moving beside me. The truth is clearer than it was. It is not easier, but it has a face now, and hands, and one winter in which several women tried, imperfectly, to keep one small child safe. Chapter 16. A winter left open. June's words follow me into the cottage and do not stop at the door. I set my folder on the kitchen table, hang my coat on the hook behind the door, and stand for a moment with one hand still on the wood. The house feels the same as it did this morning. The same chipped glaze on the sink. The same loaf of bread under the cloth. The same faint draught near the back passage. But I have come back carrying a shape that was not clear before, and now every room seems to wait while I fit it in. Rose did not leave a child because she did not care. I hear June saying it again in her level voice, not pushing, not excusing, only placing the truth where it belongs. I put the kettle on and bring the folder into the sitting room. The lamp throws a small circle over the table. Within it, I lay the things out as I have done before, though not in quite the same order. The letter first, then the chemist's receipt, then the railway ticket in its sleeve, then Judith's notes page with the words in the margin. Last of all, the baby blanket in its muslin, folded back just enough to show the altered initials. It looks less like a mystery now than a record of strain. I sit down and draw the receipt closer. The paper is poor quality, made to be used and forgotten. But Judith kept this one for years. The fold is weak at the center. One corner has gone thin with handling. I have seen that sort of wear in workroom labels, pinned and unpinned too often. In invoices a widow cannot bring herself to throw away. In church, notices taken from handbags and smoothed flat again and again. The ink is faded, but the date still holds. I line it beside the date on the ticket and then beside the date on Rose's letter. Not far apart.
Enough time for someone to mean to return. Enough time for plans to remain plans. Not enough time for a life to settle, unless life insists on settling without your permission. I think of illness because June led me there without saying much more than she wished to. The chemist's receipt matters, she had said. People did not keep such things unless there was reason. A winter cough, perhaps. A fever. Something lingering. Something that required money that ought to have gone elsewhere. Or Rose herself was ill. I do not know. I make myself say that plainly. I do not know. But the date. The preserved receipt. The journey toward Penrith Cove. And the letter's careful hope begin to lean toward one another. I open Rose's letter again and read more slowly than before, not for the shock of it now, for the pressure points, for the places where she says less than she means. Her hand is steady. That still moves me. There is strain in the wording, but not confusion. She is trying to sound reliable, trying to sound as though the arrangement is temporary because she needs it to be temporary, not merely because she wants Judith to believe it. The phrases about getting back on her feet, about writing again, about coming when matters are safer, all have the shape of a person arguing with circumstance while pretending she is only explaining it. I rest my fingers lightly on the page. There are no blots that suggest panic, no wild breaks in the line, no ink pressed hard through the paper in anger. This is not a woman flinging herself into apology. It is a woman trying very hard to remain legible. Even in distress, she wants to be read clearly. That hurts in a different way. I unfold the notes page and look again at Judith's practical hand, so unlike Rose's, and yet, in its own fashion, just as disciplined. Buy paraffin, air blankets. June on Thursday. Margaret's tablets. Rose's girl. No flourish, no explanation. 4 words that were not meant for anybody else, tucked among reminders that could have belonged to any ordinary week. It is almost unbearable, that mixture of the daily and the life-changing, as if a child's hidden origin could sit quietly between household needs and medicine. Then again, perhaps that is exactly how people survive such things, not by pausing the world until grief behaves itself, but by carrying bread home and airing linen and walking to the chemist. I get up, fetch my notebook, and sit down again. I make 3 headings on a clean page. Illness, money, permission. The last one surprises me a little when I write it, but not enough to cross it out. Money I understand at once. A seamstress paid by the piece does not stop earning because she has become desperate. If anything, desperation asks more of her hands. If Rose was already on the edge, a winter illness, a lost room, a missed train, a relative demanding she come elsewhere, any one thing might have tipped the balance. Not a dramatic catastrophe, just the sort of practical obstacle that grows larger each day it is not resolved. Illness belongs there too. June had not said much, but she did not need to. I know what old village memory sounds like when it is circling a body that failed in some ordinary, humiliating way. Chest trouble, weak lungs, a bad bout that turned, a recovery that never quite held. People say she was poorly for a long while, and in that small phrase, whole futures disappear. Permission is less tidy, but I cannot ignore it. Family pressure, the source script of so many old decisions. A young woman with little money and a child already placed elsewhere may not get to decide her own next move. A mother, a brother, an aunt with stronger views than tenderness. Somebody saying, "You cannot go back there." Somebody saying, It is for the best now. Somebody intercepting a letter, delaying one, refusing train fare, insisting on respectability over reunion. Again, I do not know. But now, I can see how not knowing might have stretched into years. My mother rises in my mind then, not as she was near the end, but at perhaps 10 or 11, sitting at my grandmother's table with a library book open and one finger tucked in at the page. She always read as if she expected interruption, never sprawled, never lost in it. Ready to close the cover, stand up, answer properly. As a child, I thought it was simply her nature. Perhaps it was. Perhaps it was also training. A child left in uncertainty learns to be careful with space, to be grateful in a way that makes no noise, to sense which questions are welcome and which must be folded and put away. I close my eyes for a moment. My anger at Judith is not gone. It may not be gone for some time, but it has altered. There is less edge in it, more weight. If Rose meant to come back and was prevented, delayed, weakened, redirected, then Judith may have spent years holding not one secret but several at once. The child is settled. The child is loved. The mother may return. The mother may never return. The truth may comfort. The truth may damage. There may never be a right moment now. There may only be later, and then later again, until later hardens into habit. I do not forgive her all at once. That would be too neat. And nothing in this house has been neat beneath the surface. But I understand the trap better than I did this morning. The blanket lies at my elbow. I lift it from the muslin and spread a corner over my lap. Time has taken some of the spring from the wool, but not its tenderness. The altered initials still show where the earlier stitches were picked out. It was done carefully. Someone took pains not to scar the fabric more than necessary. Tiny punctures remain where the old thread passed through. A conservator's eye reads them as clearly as ink. There was an original name here, then another was laid over it. That, more than almost anything, tells the story. Not one single choice, made coldly and cleanly, but an adjustment. Then another. A small revision to help the next day proceed. A practical answer to an emotional impossibility. I imagine Judith or my grandmother at this table, or one very like it, with the blanket in her hands and the child asleep somewhere near the range. A lamp lit, a needle threaded. No villain in the room. Only women trying to make a life hold together until someone returned to claim it. And then not knowing what to do when the return did not happen on time. The kettle in the kitchen clicks as it cools. I'd forgotten I ever made tea. I go and pour it out, then start again with fresh water. When I come back, the house seems less accusatory. Not kinder exactly. Houses do not change sides, but my own stance has shifted. I am no longer asking only, who hid this from me? I am asking, what did it cost them to keep carrying it? The answer, I suspect, is more than any of them said aloud. I drink half a cup standing by the mantel, looking at the photograph of my mother there, the one I have passed 100 times without really seeing. Her face is composed, as always, not unhappy in any simple way, but reserved from the lens, as if some part of her has stepped slightly aside. Did you know? I think, and then stop. That question has become too large to toss into the room carelessly. Perhaps she knew pieces. Perhaps she knew she had once belonged to uncertainty. Perhaps she knew nothing definite and lived with a sadness she could not name. June has not told me enough for certainty, and I will not force certainty out of air. Back at the table, I slip the receipt and ticket into their sleeves. I refold the notes page along its old lines. I take longest over Rose's letter. The paper has begun to relax where I have opened it so many times. That is the danger with love documents, and painful ones. Repetition wears them down. Care without method can become damage. I smooth the page on blotting paper and look once more at the hand that made it. Not dramatic, not pleading in a grand way, simply determined. Written by a woman trying to keep faith with a child she cannot presently keep beside her. A chain of missed chances, I think. A train not taken or taken too late. A sickness that lingers. Money short by a few shillings, then by more. A letter sent and answered badly, or answered true and never received. Relatives with opinions stronger than mercy. A child growing month by month in another house. Becoming easier to leave where she is, because she is already there. That is how lives are lost from one another. Not always through one terrible choice. Sometimes through the slow failure of ordinary things. I sit with that until the room dims further, and the lamp becomes the center of it all. Then I fold Rose's letter back into its sleeve, not hiding it, only protecting it, and hold it a moment longer in both hands. I do not see abandonment now. I see interruption. I see a promise made in earnest and worn thin by winter, distance, illness, and the hard little mechanics of getting from one place to another when you have too little money and too few people on your side. For the first time since I found it, the letter feels less like evidence against someone and more like the trace of a fight she could not quite win. Chapter 17. The Child in the Family Chair. I carry the letter packet and the photograph box through to the sitting room because I cannot leave them on the kitchen table any longer, laid out among crumbs and the heel of the loaf, as if they are only part of the day's sorting. The family chair is by the window. That is how my mother always called it, though it is only an old wing chair with a flattened seat and one arm polished darker, where hands have rested for years. Judith used it too. I used it on visits when I was young enough to be told where to sit, and old enough to know there were rules in this house that no one bothered to explain. Now I stand looking at it with the box in my hands and think, with a small inward start, that the name was never casual at all. I set the box on the low table and pull the chair a little nearer the lamp. The room has the usual evening look of a house not yet fully claimed. My stacked folders are on the sideboard. A dust sheet still lies folded over the little stool by the hearth. One loose board remains propped against the wall, waiting to go back when I am ready. It should all feel temporary. Instead, it feels as if the room has been waiting for me to sit still long enough to notice it properly. I open the photograph box. There is a faint smell of paper and old board, dry and slightly stale, like the inside of a drawer not opened every season. The photographs have been handled unevenly. Some are stiff with disuse. Others have that slight, softened edge that comes when fingers have gone back to them over and over. Judith was careful, but care is not the same as indifference. I know that better than most people do. My mother appears in the third small stack. Not as a child at first, as a woman of perhaps 30, standing outside the chapel hall in a coat with a wide collar and a handbag tucked under one arm. The print is matty, the corners blunted. There is a fine crescent crack through the dark of her coat, where the paper has bent. I hold it under the lamp and see she is looking slightly away from the camera, not smiling, not unhappy either, simply braced in that familiar way of hers, as if being seen is a task she means to complete tidily. I sit down in the family chair with the photograph in my hand. My mother sits like this in memory too, never sprawling, never fully at ease, ankles crossed, hands folded or busy, present in every room, attentive to everyone, and yet somehow held a little apart, like a hem tacked only loosely in place, secure enough to function, but not truly let down. The thought comes from work, as so many of my thoughts do. I turn the photograph over. Nothing written on the back, no date. Judith did not caption what she believed she could always remember. There is another picture. My mother younger, perhaps 16 or 17, in a cardigan I would now call homemade, because I can see the slight irregularity in the front bands. Someone altered it neatly after the first making. The left cuff has been turned back and reset by a hand that knew what she was doing. Margaret or Judith or Rose before either of them. It is impossible to say. My mother is sitting on the cottage step with a basket beside her, looking straight at the camera this time. Even in black and white, I can see the stillness in her face. She looks guarded and patient, as though she expects to be interrupted at any moment and is prepared to make no fuss when it happens. I rest the edge of the photograph against my thumb and close my eyes for a moment. I remember Sunday tea here when I was small. Not one grand memory. Several little ones layered together. A plate of fruitcake cut into exact slices. Judith asking whether I wanted another, and meaning, by the sound of it, that I should say no unless I was certain. My mother by the fire, mending something plain. A tea towel, perhaps. An apron tie. Once, the hem of one of my school skirts while I stood inside it in my socks and tried not to wobble. "Stand still, Celia," she said. "I am still. You are not," she said. And Judith laughed once, quietly from the sink. At the time, it is only ordinary family sound. Now I hear the arrangement inside it, Judith at the practical edge of things, my mother with a needle in her hand, me in the middle, wanting to ask for stories and learning not to. There were so few stories about my mother's childhood. That is the thing I keep circling back to. We had stories about weather, about neighbours, about rationing, though I arrived too late for any of that to mean much to me, about a bicycle accident involving a hedge and a basket of eggs, about a dress that bled dye in the wash and turned 3 pillowcases pink. But if I asked where Mother went to school before the village one, or who taught her to sew so neatly, or why she had no cousins we ever visited, the answers were always brief and already closing by the time they reached me. "Oh, here and there," she would say. "Aunt Judith showed me. It was a long time ago. Not lies. Just doors shut gently before I got too close to them." I opened my eyes and looked down at the photograph in my hand. My own hands are laid across my lap in exactly the way hers used to be, one over the other, fingers tucked in rather than spread. I change them at once, then almost laugh, though there is no humour in it. 56 years old, and I am still making tiny corrections in the posture she gave me. There is a snapshot of me next, all knees and fringe, sitting cross-legged on the rug with a wooden jigsaw. My mother is in the corner of the frame, not the subject, but present. Only half her face is visible. She is watching me with that same unreadable attention. Not cold. Never cold. But careful. As if love, in our family, must always pass through some narrow channel before it can arrive. I think of the note in Judith's hand. Maggie, Rose's girl. So plain. So devastatingly plain. I have been treating the revelation like a piece of evidence because that is the shape I know how to hold. Label, date, context, material condition. But the truth is not living in the note alone. It is here in the way my mother entered rooms, in the way she answered questions, in the way she could make kindness look like routine, so no one had to thank her too much for it.
I set aside the photographs of adulthood and go deeper into the box. Here is one of my mother in the garden at Wrenlow Cottage, younger than I first thought, perhaps 12. She is sitting in the wicker chair near the wall, the same chair that later rotted through and was burned, a cardigan too big in the shoulders, socks fallen slightly at the ankle, a book closed in her lap, one finger marking her place. She is not looking at the camera. She is looking toward the house, toward whoever called her name just before the shutter went. Child in a chair, waiting to be summoned. Settled, yes. Safe, likely. Loved in the Rowe fashion, but watched. Directed, fitted into place. I touch the edge of the print where the emulsion has lifted a little at one corner. It needs a sleeve before it catches and peels further. Even now, even with this ache pressing at me, I cannot stop noticing condition. It is the way I think, the way I care. Perhaps that too comes from the same family line of handling what is fragile by first trying not to damage it. There is grief in that thought, though it arrives quietly. I did not ask my mother enough. No, that is not quite true. I asked here and there over the years. But I accepted the first veil she drew across a thing. I recognized the move because it was mine as well. If another person lowered their eyes or shifted to practical talk, I let them. I called it respect. Sometimes it was respect. Sometimes it was cowardice dressed in good manners. I think of evenings in my own flat after my mother was widowed, and then older, when I rang to check on her and let her speak about the boiler, the post, the weather, the heel of bread going stale. Because it was easier than saying, "Were you lonely as a child? Did you know who you belonged to? Did Aunt Judith ever tell you why she watched you so closely? Did some part of you spend a lifetime feeling left in a room you had learned to call home?" She might not have answered, but I did not ask. The lamp hums faintly. Outside, a car goes by on the lane and is gone. The cottage settles around me in small, familiar sounds of wood and old plaster. I hold the picture of my mother in the garden and let the sorrow come in the modest way it chooses, not as tears at first, but as a loosening in the chest, as if some long-pulled thread has finally slipped free enough to show where the seam has been strained. My mother's sadness was not a mystery dropped onto her from nowhere. It had roots. It had names. It had a winter and a letter and women making choices under pressure. It had a child being placed where she might be safe and then staying there so long that the arrangement became a life. And that life made mine. I see it now with an almost unbearable plainness. The hush in our family did not begin before I was born and end before I could notice. It came down intact. It sat at our tables. It folded our clean washing. It answered my questions with a smile that meant enough. It taught me how to be competent, how to be considerate, how to leave certain things undisturbed if I loved the people attached to them. No wonder I came to this cottage, planning to sort, mend, list, and sell. No wonder I can spend hours with damaged cloth and call it work rather than consolation. No wonder Judith's hidden letter found me, of all people, and made such immediate sense. I am not outside this story, discovering it from a safe distance. I am one of the things it made. The realization does not strike like a blow. It settles. It lowers itself into place with the grave certainty of a lid meeting a box. I gather the photographs into neater piles, more from instinct than decision. Mother as a girl, mother grown. Me as a child with her at the edge of the frame. Judith in the doorway of the cottage, stern-faced because she hated having her picture taken. The damaged photograph of the unidentified woman I still cannot name with certainty, though my heart has begun to answer Rose whenever I look at the line of her shoulders. I place that one aside. Not with the others. Not yet. Then I lift the photograph of my mother in the garden once more and study her face. There is no proof written there, no hidden note waiting under the image. Only a child's posture, composed too early. Only a gaze turned toward the house. Only the strange feeling, stronger now than doubt, that she has been in the center of this from the beginning while I kept imagining her at the edge. I'm sorry, I say aloud, and my own voice sounds small in the room. I do not know whether I mean for not knowing, or for not asking, or for understanding so late. Perhaps all of it. The chair creaks when I lean forward. I slip each photograph into a fresh archival sleeve where it needs one and stack the protected prints carefully back into the box. The motions steady me. Sleeve. A line. Lower. Close. Preservation is not repair. It does not make an old damage vanish. It only keeps the thing from worsening while truth has a chance to breathe around it. When the last photograph is in place, I put my hand on the lid and leave it there. I know now that I have to go on, not because I enjoy uncovering what was hidden, not because I want to accuse the dead of failures they cannot answer for, but because my mother's life is altered by this, whether I look away or not. Mine is too. The story I was given has already changed shape in my hands. I cannot fold it back into the old one and pretend the edges meet. I close the photograph box. Even if the rest hurts, even if it asks me to see my mother differently, even if it changes the story of her from start to finish, I have to learn the rest. Chapter 18. Toward the coast. I cannot close the photograph box and then sit still with it. That is the consequence of knowing a thing has reached the edge of shape. It asks for the next handhold, not because I am suddenly brave, or eager, or made for family revelations after all, only because there is a point at which not going on becomes its own kind of choice. And I can feel that choice waiting for me in the room. I leave the box where it is on the side table and go back into the kitchen. The cottage has cooled while I have been sitting. The kettle is empty. A plate with the heel of yesterday's loaf still rests by the sink, covered with a tea towel Judith would have folded into a neater square than mine. I fill the kettle, set it on, and lay out what I mean to take with me. Not the originals. I will not carry the real letter farther than I must. The paper has already done enough travelling for one life. I take the copies I made yesterday from the folder June saw. Rose's letter, the railway ticket, the chemist's receipt, and the notes page with Margaret's name in Judith's hand. Then I add the damaged photograph in its sleeve and the road map, folding it back along the old creases so it will sit flat in my bag. After a moment I fetch the original letter packet as well, still wrapped in the handkerchief. I tell myself I'm only bringing it, because there may come a point when a copy is not enough. That is true. It is also not the whole truth. Some part of me wants Rose near. The kettle begins to murmur. I make tea, drink half of it standing at the counter, and ring June before I can decide not to. She answers on the fourth ring. Hello? It's Celia. Yes, she says at once, as if she has been expecting me to continue this conversation even from a distance. What have you decided? I think I need to go to Penrith Cove. There is a short pause, not startled, only measuring. I thought you might, she says. Are you going today? Yes, that may be wise. If you wait too long, you'll only have more thoughts about it, not more sense. I lean one hand on the counter and look out at the back garden, where the washing line dips slightly in the damp. Did you mean Elsie Marin? I ask,
When you said yesterday there was one person left who might speak plainly.
I did. You know where she is? Yes. June lets that sit just long enough to remind me that she does not part with information carelessly. Then she gives me an address in Penrith Cove, on a lane above the harbour. She repeats the house name twice while I write it down on the back of an old envelope. She was Rose's niece?
I ask. Her younger sister's girl, June says.
Near enough raised with Rose for a time. Near enough to remember.
And she'll see me.
I rang this morning. I straighten. You rang her. I did not give your life story to her, if that's what concerns you.
I said Judith Rowe's niece had found papers and was trying to put an old matter in order.
I said you were decent with the truth and not likely to come pushing at people.
Elsie said if you were coming all that way, she would put the kettle on. The words settle into me with an odd gentleness.
Somebody at the far end of this trail already knows I'm on it. Thank you, I say. June clears her throat. Do not thank me yet. Memory can be a poor cupboard.
Things are there, but not always where you expect.
I know. She is a kind woman, June says. Do not mistake restraint for indifference. It runs in these parts.
I nearly laugh at that, though it catches somewhere lower in my chest.
It seems to, I say.
When I hang up, the house is quiet again, but it has shifted. Not lighter exactly, more directional. I rinse my cup, put on my coat, and check the folder twice before I leave.
The drive out of Halewick is narrower than I remember, or perhaps that is because I have not been beyond the village much since I arrived.
My world has been bounded by the cottage, the lane, the library room, the churchyard, the places one can reach on foot while carrying boxes or thoughts. Now the hedges rise on either side, thick with late growth, and the road bends and bends again, as if it has no wish to give a straight answer. The sky is pale behind a thin wash of cloud. Light moves across the fields in broad, patient patches. Sheep stand close to a gate with their ears turned toward the road, then lose interest as I pass. I drive with the folder on the passenger seat and my bag beside it, as if the papers are company. June's words return in pieces. Near enough to remember, an old matter in order. I think of order.
Judith had a gift for it.
Piles squared, drawers lined, labels written in a hand so neat it almost disguised the urgency underneath. When I first came back here, I thought her orderliness was simply habit or temperament, or one more village version of making do. Now I see how much feeling can be hidden in tidy arrangements. A blanket wrapped in muslin, a ticket tucked into a hymnal, a letter folded into darkness and kept dry all the same. A lorry appears around a bend, and I pull in close to the hedge to let it pass. Wet leaves brush the side of the car with a dry whispering sound. Then the lane opens, and a strip of distance appears ahead. Not sea yet, but the sense of land giving way. I stop once at a lay-by with a wooden bench and a view over fields running down toward a line of darker blue. I do not get out at first. I only sit with the engine off and the keys in my hand. This is the point, I think, where some stories would insist on courage, on revelation approaching like weather, on a life dividing cleanly into before and after. Mine does not feel like that. It feels like carrying a cup carefully across a room so it does not spill. I get out and stand by the low rail. The wind is stronger here than inland, with salt in it even from this distance. Gorse covers the bank in dull green clumps. Far off, the water catches light in narrow pieces. I look at it, and in spite of myself, I think of the railway ticket, of somebody once travelling this direction with too much hope and not enough money, or with worry folded in beside both.
The ticket is such a small object.
Thin card, cheap stock, worn corners. Even now I can feel the faint softness of its surface through the archival sleeve. It survived because somebody kept it. That is often the whole reason anything survives. Back in the car, I follow the signs toward Penrith Cove. The road drops steadily after that, curving around the shoulder of the hill. Houses begin to appear in 2s and 3s, then more closely. Whitewashed walls and slate roofs, turned toward the weather. A garage with hand-painted prices. A bakery with 2 people outside holding paper bags against their coats. Then the harbour itself comes into view below. Boats lifted slightly at their moorings, masts marking out the water in thin vertical lines. Penrith Cove is larger than Hellowick, but not by much. It has the same habit of looking ordinary while keeping old things tucked just out of sight. A chemist, a post office, a charity shop with faded summer dresses in the window, a row of cottages climbing away from the front in narrow steps. I park near the harbour wall and switch off the engine. For a moment I stay where I am. The bag rests against my leg. Inside it, the handkerchief-wrapped packet has a small, definite weight. I place my hand over it, not to check that it is there exactly, more as one might touch the edge of a frame before lifting it. "I'm here," I say aloud. And though I mean it for no one in particular, the words land nearest Rose. The address June gave me is on a lane above the harbour, so I take the road that slopes upward between close houses and a row of terraced gardens edged with stone. Someone has hung washing under a covered line. A boy pedals past on a bicycle, too small for him now. Knees high. A loaf tucked under one arm. Halfway up, I stop to make sure I have the house name right. Mar View. At the top of the lane, I find it on a gatepost painted cream, the letters dark and steady. The cottage beyond is small, with a narrow front garden and a bench beneath the window. There are 2 pots of rosemary by the step, grown woody and full from years of clipping. The sight of them gives me such a quick, private jolt that I stand still a moment before opening the gate. Not because rosemary means anything mystical, only because it has already been waiting for me once in this story. Pressed between pages in Judith's kitchen book, held flat by time. Here it is living and rooted and trimmed by a hand that still expects to use it. I go up the path and knock. I hear movement within, not hurried. A chair leg against a floor. A cup set down. Then the door opens. The woman before me must be in her 70s, perhaps a little older. Her hair is pinned back without fuss, and she wears a navy cardigan over a checked blouse. Her face is lined in the way of people who have spent years looking directly at weather and work and other people's feelings without much vanity about it. Her eyes go at once to mine, then to the folder in my hand. "Mrs. Marin," I say. "Yes." Her voice is low and even. "You'll be Celia Rowe." "I am." She opens the door wider. "I'm Elsie," she says. "You'd better come in. The kettle's just boiled." I step over the threshold into a front room that smells faintly of tea, furniture polish, and sea air that has worked its way into curtains over many years. There are framed photographs on the mantel, a basket of mending by one chair, and a folded blanket over the sofa arm with one corner turned back to show an old repair done in thread, just a shade darker than the wool. I notice it before I mean to. Of course I do. Elsie follows my glance and gives the smallest of smiles. "My sister would tell you I never throw out a thing worth mending," she says. "No," I say, feeling my throat tighten for reasons that are not only about blankets or thread. Neither do I. Her expression changes then, only slightly, but enough. She sees the truth of that, or the use of it. Perhaps both. "Sit down," she says gently. "And when you're ready, you can tell me what you've brought." I sit with my bag in my lap and Rose's letter resting inside it like a held breath, while beyond the window the harbour light shifts and the sea waits just out of sight.
The World Cup is back and Football Weekly is going daily. From the goals and the glory to the politics and the problems, join me, Max Rushton, and our expert panel every day of the tournament. World Cup Daily, listen on Spotify now and watch the full episodes on YouTube.
Chapter 19. Elsie Marin. Elsie waits until I have settled properly before she takes the chair opposite mine. The room is neat in a way I recognise at once. Not showy, not arranged for visitors. Lived in but cared for. A folded cardigan lies over the arm of the sofa. A tray sits on the side table with 2 cups, already set out. On the mantel there are 3 framed photographs, all turned a little crooked from ordinary handling rather than neglect. A coal fire has burned down to a red, quiet bed. The warmth of it reaches my knees. "I'm sorry," I say. "June did explain, I think. But I expect this is a strange thing to have arrive at your door." Elsie gives a small breath that might be a laugh if it had more ease in it. "At my age," she says, "most things have arrived oddly one way or another." She folds her hands. They are fine-boned, the knuckles lifted and pale. "June said your mother was Margaret Rowe." "Yes, and that you found letters." One letter, hidden in my Aunt Judith's cottage. I rest my bag beside my chair but keep one hand on it for a moment. I didn't want to come blundering in. If Rose Hulden means nothing to you, I'd rather leave than upset you for no reason. Elsie looks at me then with an attention so direct it makes me sit still. "Rose was my aunt," she says. The words land quietly, but they change the room. I nod once. I thought that might be it. She was my mother's sister, older by 12 years. Elsie glances past me toward the window, though I think she is looking inward rather than out. I haven't heard anyone say her full name aloud in a long while. I reach into the bag and bring out the handkerchief-wrapped packet. I do not unwrap it yet. I set it on my lap, and Elsie's eyes go to it at once. "That is her letter?" "Yes." "May I?" I hesitate only because of the paper, not because of the question. "You may. I'll open it." I unwrap the handkerchief, slide the letter free from its protective sleeve, and hold it out carefully by the edges. Habit guides my hands. I hear myself giving the sort of warning I give in workrooms and archives. "The fold is weak here," I say, "and the lower corner is brittle. If you support it from beneath, it will be all right." Elsie gives me a brief, almost surprised look, then takes the page exactly as I have suggested. Her fingers tremble, but not from clumsiness. She reads slowly. I watch her face change by degrees, not with shock, because there is no surprise in the broad shape of it. It is recognition. Grief remembered and made present again. The sort that has had years to settle and still rises when called. "She always wrote a firm hand," Elsie says at last, still looking down, "even when she was upset. My mother used to say Rose could stitch a hem straight on a jolting cart and write a note better than most men wrote ledgers." I smile faintly at that, though my throat tightens. "She was a seamstress." "Yes, clever with it." Elsie lifts one finger and traces the air above the page without touching it. "She made my first winter coat, dark green, with a collar I kept rubbing because the wool was so smooth. I was little. I remember that more than I remember her face from those years." She passes the letter back to me with care. I slide it into the sleeve again before I let myself breathe fully. "I know some of what happened," I say. "June told me enough to understand that my mother was Rose's child. She said the child was left with the Rose for a short while, and that the short while became longer, then permanent. But she did not know everything after that. Or she would not say." Elsie nods.
and I can see the caution in her gather, then ease. She would not, unless she thought it was needed. June has always had sense. I think she wanted this part to come from someone closer. That sounds like her too. Elsie reaches for the tea things and begins to pour. The ordinary motion steadies the room. Tea into cups. Milk after. 1 spoon laid beside each saucer. The small clink of china. I had not realized until then how tight my shoulders are. She came here after, Elsie says. Not at once. Not straight from your village. There were other stops in between, and one of them was illness, just as June likely told you. Rose was never strong in the chest after that winter. Then there was her mother being difficult, and a brother who thought he knew best, and not enough money for trains, and not enough certainty about what she'd find if she came back. Those things sound thin when you say them one after another, but they were enough to spoil a life. She hands me a cup. Thank you. She meant to fetch the child herself, Elsie says. That part was always clear. She did not talk like a woman making excuses. She talked like a woman who had misjudged how quickly hard things can close over you. I hold the cup in both hands. Did she ever come back for her? Elsie does not answer at once. She sits, smoothing her skirt once over her knees. No, she says finally. Not in the way she wanted. Not to take her away. By the time she was well enough, and free enough, and had scraped together enough, too much had set firm. Your mother was settled. She had a name, a bed, a routine. Women who had already become her world. There had been letters, then fewer letters, then no answers she trusted. Rose thought at first that silence meant wait. Then she feared it meant no. I think of Judith with Rose's letter hidden beneath the floorboards, preserved and unanswered. I think of my mother in all those photographs, looking just to one side of the lens. Did Rose know where Margaret was? She knew in the beginning. She knew with the rose. Later, she knew the child had stayed there and grown there. But knowing a place is not the same as knowing how to step back into it. Elsie looks at me kindly. And there was pride too. Not the grand sort. The hurt sort. The sort that says if they wanted me, they would have written. If I arrive unwanted, I may do more harm. I let that sit between us. It feels terribly human. Less like a plotted wrong than a door left unopened until the house changes around it. She never forgot, Elsie says then, and this time there is no caution in it. If that is what you've come to ask, I can tell you plain. She never forgot for one day. My hand tightens around the cup. Elsie sets hers down and leans forward, reaching beneath the side table. She draws out a shallow tin, painted blue once, though the lid is worn silver at the corners. My breath catches a little. A blue tin. I had seen the words in Judith's list and not known whether they would mean anything here at all. This was hers, Elsie says. I keep my darning things in another. This one I left alone. She places it between us and lifts the lid. Inside are small things, nested with the care of objects that matter, because they are ordinary. A length of faded ribbon, 2 collar studs, a paper packet of snaps gone brown with age, a tiny sock, cream once, and now the colour of old piano keys. Folded beneath these, a photograph and a scrap of paper tied with cotton. I set my cup down. May I? Elsie nods. The sock is hand-knitted, fine and even, not shop-made. The cuff has been darned twice, once long ago and once later, by a different hand. I know it from the tension of the stitches, the way one repair follows the first with more patience than skill. The yarn at the toe is thinned from handling rather than wear, not worn by a child, touched by an adult finger over years. I swallow. She kept that. She kept all she could. Not much was hers to keep. Elsie points to the scrap of paper. That is the better proof. I untie the cotton and unfold the paper. It is not a letter. More a list, written on the back of a grocer's bill. Flour, tea, soap, needle packet. Beneath those practical items, in the same hand but fainter, one line set off by itself. Margaret 6 this spring likes jam, fair when the sun catches it. I look up. Elsie's face is very still. She had that from someone who had seen the child, Elsie says. A woman who came through from Helwick one season with relatives and remembered enough to tell her. Rose wrote it down at once so she would not lose a single bit of it. Later there were 2 more scraps. One said your mother had a cough one winter, but was better. One said she was good at sums. The paper blurs slightly. I blink and hold it away from the cup so no damp reaches it. She kept notes. She kept a life in fragments, Elsie says. That was what was left to her. I do not trust my voice for a moment. When I do speak, it comes out low. My mother liked jam. Elsie gives the smallest nod. Then that part was true. I pick up the photograph next. It shows a young woman seated on a wall with the sea behind her, wind pressing her skirt against her shins. The print is small and worn. She is not smiling in the broad way people do now, but there is life in her face, a steadiness and a kind of plain wit. The posture strikes me first. Upright, balanced, hands capable. A seamstress's back, I think absurdly, and then remember I have thought that before, looking at the damaged woman in Judith's photograph. Is this Rose? Yes, taken here, before all of it. Elsie pauses. You have her look about the eyes, a bit. Not enough to trouble the dead, only enough to make me stare when you first came in. I give a breath that shakes on the way out. I'm afraid I look more like my mother. Then your mother looked a little like Rose. That settles somewhere deep in me. Not as a grand revelation, more as a small missing piece finding the right gap. Did my mother ever know? I ask. Truly know. Elsie's gaze softens with regret. That I cannot tell you. Rose did not know either. She feared yes, feared no, and lived between the two. She used to say that perhaps the child knew in the body, if not in words. I never knew what she meant, only that she said it when she was tired. I think of my mother's reserve, her carefulness, the way she stood at the sink with both hands in the water, as if work gave shape to thought. I think of all the things that can be inherited without a single sentence spoken. Did Rose have other children? I ask. No. Did she marry? Once, late, a decent man. He knew there had been a child and that it was sorrow to her. He did not try to tidy it away. She was lucky in that, at least. Elsie rests her fingertips on the blue tin. She had work when she could get it. Alterations, mending, coats turned, christening gowns let out and taken in for other people's growing families. She was not grand. She was not ruined either. That matters to me. It matters to me too, I say, because this is the other thing I have come here to learn, though I have not named it until now. Not only whether Rose loved my mother, not only whether she remembered, but whether the story I am carrying home is one of disgrace or one of damage borne with what dignity could be managed. Elsie seems to hear that without my saying more. There was no scandal worth the name, she says. Only people with too little money, too much opinion around them, and a child caught in the middle. Then years passed, and years do what they do. They harden things. They make cowards of some and keep others quiet. because speaking late feels clumsy. But your aunt was not the only one who went on keeping silence. We all did in one way or another. I nod. I know. No monsters then, Elsie says gently. No. I look down at the sock in my hand, the thin wool and the careful later darning. No monsters. She lets out a breath and leans back, as if that answer eases something in her too. For a while we sit with the tin open between us. She tells me small things then, the kind that do not belong in official records, and yet may be the truest part. Rose humming under her breath while she pinned a sleeve. Rose saving the best buttons in a jar, because one day they might suit a coat worth mending. Rose standing at this very window in bad weather, not watching the sea exactly, only looking toward it as if distance had shape. Once, after hearing that Margaret was doing well in school, Rose bought a child's exercise book and wrote my mother's name inside the cover in pencil, then shut it again and never used it. I listen. I ask little. There is not much to solve now, only to receive. When at last I gather the letter back into its wrapping and close the lid of the blue tin, the room feels altered in the quiet way a room does after truth has been spoken plainly inside it. Thank you, I say. It is not enough, but it is what I have. Elsie reaches across and touches the back of my hand once. Take the story home properly, she says. That will do. I think of Judith's floorboard, of the blanket in its muslin, of the photographs in their sleeves, of my mother's face on the mantel at Wrenlow Cottage. I will, I say. When I stand to leave, Elsie walks me to the door. The harbour light has shifted again. Somewhere below the house a gull calls once and is gone. The air outside smells of salt and stone. At the step, Elsie says, if you write it down, write that she loved the girl. Don't make it finer than it was. Don't make it worse either. I won't. She nods, satisfied with that. I carry the packet back to the car with more care than before, though not because it is more fragile. The paper is the same. The folds are the same. But now the letter no longer feels like the remnant of a question. It feels like part of an answer and part of a duty. For the first time since I found Rose's words beneath Judith's floorboards, I know what it is I must bring back with me. Not accusation, not apology in someone else's name. Record, and if I can manage it, mercy. Chapter 20. What was never meant to be cruel. I sit in the car for a little while after leaving Elsie's house, with the engine off and the bag still beside me on the passenger seat. The lane ahead runs between low hedges silvered by the late light. Behind me, somewhere beyond the houses, the sea keeps its own company. I can taste salt on the air when I lower the window a little. Not much, just enough to remind me where I am. Elsie's words have not settled into neat order yet. They move through me in pieces. Rose keeping a child's ribbon in a tin. Rose asking after Margaret by name when no answer had come. Rose not building a second life out of forgetting, but carrying the first one along like a weight she learned to balance, because there was no choice. For days I have been touching paper, thread, wool, glue, board, all the usual remains of a life. I have been reading them as evidence. Now they feel more like witness. I reach into the bag and draw out the handkerchief-wrapped packet, though I do not open it. The linen is familiar under my fingers, washed thin with age. I think of Judith folding it, perhaps once, perhaps many times. I think of her choosing the floorboard, the oilcloth, the dark space near the hearth. Not to destroy the letter, not to burn it, not even in the end to throw it away, to keep it and not keep it, to hold and refuse, to preserve and deny,
It is a kind of logic I understand more than I want to. I have spent years dealing with objects people could not bear to part with and could not bear to look at. Wedding veils still carrying smoke from a house fire. Christening gowns browned at the folds from bad storage. Samplers whose maker's name had been unpicked by an angry hand and then tucked away all the same. Families bring such things to me in boxes and carrier bags. They say, "I nearly threw this out," or "I found this in a drawer and didn't know what to do with it." What they mean is simpler. I could not bear the damage, and I could not bear the loss. Judith, I think, made herself the custodian of what she could not resolve. That does not make her right. I lean my head back against the seat and close my eyes for a moment. My mother comes to me not as a single picture, but in small motions. Her hand flattening a tablecloth before guests arrived. The way she would stop halfway through a sentence and say, "Never mind, it does not matter." Her care over tiny practical things. Her reluctance around old questions. I used to think that was simply her nature. Perhaps part of it was. But nature is not untouched by what has been withheld from it. If Margaret knew, she did not know in a way that gave her freedom. If she guessed alone. That is the piece I cannot smooth flat. A child may be fed, clothed, taught, cherished even, and still be denied some central thing. Love can do damage while believing itself to be protection. It happens every day in ordinary houses, over ordinary tables, in voices kept low for the sake of decency. Elsie had not defended Judith. She had been too fair for that. She only said, they were frightened women, some of them. Frightened of trouble, frightened of talk, frightened of making a child unhappy before they could offer her anything steadier. And then after a pause, she said, fear can look a lot like certainty when it settles in. That stays with me. I start the car at last and take the road inland. The journey back is slower than the one out, though I'm not driving any differently. The roads seem narrower now that I'm carrying more than questions. Fields open and close between hedges. A church tower appears on one rise and is gone on the next bend. Laundry on a line snaps once in a garden as I pass. Outside a farm gate, a boy in a green jumper sits on an upturned bucket, tying and untying a lace with solemn concentration. Life goes on in its steady, indifferent way. Bread bought, kettles boiled, gates latched, secrets kept, secrets outlived. At the village edge, I stop near the shop for milk because the fridge at the cottage is nearly empty and because I need the plainness of the errand. The woman at the till knows my face by now. She asks whether I found what I was after on the coast. Yes, I say. That's good then. It is not a question, and I am grateful for that. Yes, I say again. I think it is. Outside, with the milk cold against my palm, I stand for a moment and look down the road toward Wrenlow Cottage. When I first arrived, the place felt like a task laid out by the dead. Clear the rooms, sort the cupboards, price the furniture, book the repairs, make it manageable, make it marketable. I can still feel that version of myself moving through the house with a notebook and a list, holding herself at a safe distance. That woman is not gone exactly. She is still the one who remembers to buy milk and watch the weather and wrap old paper before transporting it. But she is no longer the whole of me in this matter. By the time I turn into the lane, a thin rain has started. It darkens the stone and taps lightly on the windscreen. Wrenlow Cottage waits where it always has, a little bent into the weather, its windows reflecting the pale evening. I carry my bag, the milk, and the packet inside. The kitchen smells faintly of yesterday's tea leaves and old wood. My own loaf sits under the cloth where I left it. There is comfort in seeing such things unchanged. I set the milk away, hang my coat, and stand with my hand on the back of the chair nearest the table. Nothing in the room has altered since morning, yet the room has altered because I have. I bring the packet into the sitting room and switch on the lamp beside the sofa. The light falls across the rug, the mended chair arm, the edge of the hearth where Ivor lifted the board with me. The floor looks so ordinary now. A narrow run of wood, a few old scratches, one darker knot near the seam. It seems impossible that so much could rest beneath something so plain. And then I remember that this is usually how it is, not hidden in grand places, hidden in useful ones. I set the packet on the table and take out the other pieces one by one. Rose's letter in its sleeve, the copied notes, the photograph with the damaged face, the railway ticket, the chemist's receipt, folded and worn. At last I fetch the baby blanket from the cupboard and lay it open over a clean towel. The wool has a slight nap, where it has risen with handling. The altered initials sit where I left them, careful and almost convincing unless you know how to look. A later hand has worked over the first with patience, choosing thread close in weight, matching the old tension as best it could. Not a clumsy hiding, a respectful one, as if the person doing it wanted the thing to go on being used without asking it to confess itself. I touch the stitching with one fingertip. Who were you trying to protect? I say aloud, though there is no one to answer. Margaret from gossip, perhaps. Rose from disgrace. The Rowe household from scrutiny. Judith herself from the burden of having failed to mend what could no longer be mended. All of them, likely. And still the truth was altered, not only the thread. I sit down and read Rose's letter again. This time I do not read it in search of new facts. I read it for tone, for pressure, for the places where the hand steadies itself after strain. Her script remains even, but I know enough of penwork to see where she paused, where she pressed harder, where a line narrows as though written with a tired wrist. She is trying to sound reliable, trying to sound worthy of trust, trying not to alarm Judith, or perhaps not to alarm herself. A woman writing from inside trouble learns to sound practical. I fold the letter back into its sleeve and look toward the mantel, where my mother's photograph still stands. Margaret at perhaps 30, perhaps a little older, in a cardigan buttoned wrong at the top, as if she had been distracted while dressing. I had never noticed that before. Her face in the picture is composed, but not severe. She looks as if she has turned because someone called her name and she is deciding whether to answer. I'm sorry, I say to her. Not because I have done this. Because it was done before either of us could help it. Because I did not ask more when she was alive. Because perhaps she could not have answered. And I judged the quiet without seeing the shape of it. I wait, absurdly, as if the room might return something. It does not, of course. Only the tick of the clock on the shelf, the faint rain, the house carrying its usual weight. My anger is still there. I do not lose it just because I can explain more of it now. Judith took a letter from a mother and hid it under a floorboard. She let my mother grow up inside a story pared down for safety. She made silence part of the furniture of this family. But she also kept the blanket, kept the shoes, kept the photograph, even damaged, kept the ticket, kept in all her narrow and fearful way the pieces of what had happened. She did not make a clean erasure. She made a poor archive. The thought comes to me so plainly that I almost laugh. Not a cruel woman then, not an innocent one either. A frightened, dutiful, limited woman who thought containment was the same thing as care. A woman I resemble more than is comfortable. That, perhaps, is the hardest truth to carry home. I have used silence as a method myself. In work, it can be useful. In grief, it can look dignified. In family life, it can pass for kindness. You leave a thing untouched because handling it seems likely to do harm. You wait for a better time, a better mood, a better arrangement of facts. Then the years begin to stack up like folded sheets, and when at last you lift them, the crease has set. I look around the room again. The lamplight warms the wood on the bookcase. The curtain hem Judith repaired by hand has begun to drop at one corner. Dust shows on the mantel where I missed a patch. The house no longer feels as if it is holding its breath against me. It feels tired, honest, and in need of proper work. "All right," I say, this time to the room, to Judith, to myself, perhaps to all three. I gather the papers carefully and return each one to its sleeve. I refold the blanket along its old lines, supporting the weakened edge so it does not pull. I place everything back in the bag for tonight, but not in the handkerchief bundle, not hidden. Temporary order only. Working order. Tomorrow I will bring out the archive boxes, acid-free tissue, the proper pencil, the clean labels. I will write down what I know and what I do not know. I will set witness beside witness. I will stop asking the floor to keep it for us. When I stand, the ache in my back reminds me of the drive and of my age, which is fair enough. I switch off the lamp and pause at the doorway. The sitting room is dim, but not forbidding. The hearth is only a hearth. The floorboard is only wood. Yet the whole place seems altered. The way a repaired textile looks much the same from across the room and entirely different once you know where the strain used to be. I carry the bag through to the kitchen, set the kettle on, and look out at the rain on the darkening garden. I have come back with grief. That is true, but not only grief, also relief, though it arrives quietly. Relief that Rose loved my mother. Relief that my mother was not forgotten. Relief that Judith's silence was human and not monstrous, even if it was still wrong. Relief, perhaps, that truth does not always break a house. Sometimes it lets one be lived in properly at last. When the kettle begins to stir, I stay by the window a moment longer and let that thought remain where it is, small and steady, while Wrenlow Cottage receives me home. Chapter 21. Back to the hearth. The kettle has only just gone quiet when I begin. I stand in the kitchen with my tea cooling in my hand and look through the open doorway toward the sitting room. Last night I left the papers where they were, not in disorder exactly, but in that temporary spread that belongs to tiredness and late understanding. The lamp is still on the side table. One sleeve has shifted half an inch from the others. My notebook lies open where I stopped writing. Nothing dramatic, nothing ruined. Only the evidence of a woman who has finally reached the point where putting things away too quickly would feel like another kind of silence. I set the mug down and go in. The room smells of old wood, cold ash, and the faint, clean tray of the beeswax polish Judith always used on the mantel. Before, I kept meeting that smell with resistance. It belonged to her, to duty, to the practical business of sorting a life that had ended. Now it carries more than that. Not comfort exactly. Witness, perhaps. The room has held all of it without speaking. My aunt's caution. My mother's shadow passing through it years ago. My own careful hands, opening sleeves, unfolding cloth, reading what other people could not bear to say out loud. I cross to the window and lift the latch. The frame sticks as it always does, then gives with a small, dry scrape. Morning air comes in, cool and a little damp from the night. Beyond the glass, the garden looks used rather than decorative. The stone edging is crooked near the rosemary bush. One of Judith's terracotta pots has a crack down the side. The narrow path to the gate is tufted with moss, where sun never quite reaches. I used to see a list of jobs. Repoint that. Weed this. Clear the guttering. Decide what is worth saving. I still see the jobs. I simply no longer mistake them for the whole truth. I open the second window as well, then stand back and let the room change around the small shift in air. Curtains stir against the sill. The smell of old paper lifts a little. A patch of light reaches the rug, showing where the pile has flattened under years of the same table legs. It is not clutter, it is use. It is a life with habits in it. I fetch the dusting cloth from the kitchen drawer and start with the mantel, moving the framed photograph of my mother with both hands before I wipe beneath it. The glass has gathered a fine film. I polish it carefully and set it back in the same place. "Morning, Mum," I say before I can stop myself. The words sound ordinary enough in the room. That helps. Her face in the photograph is still the same one I've known all my life, reserved and neat, with that composed mouth that could look severe in one light and tired in another. I study the line of her collar, the way the edge has been turned and pressed. Even in a photograph, I notice workmanship first. The blouse was made well, good cotton, small even stitches. Perhaps shop-bought, perhaps not. It would not surprise me now if someone in the family had altered it by hand to make it last another year. That is one of the changes, I think. I keep finding my mother inside practical things. I dust the mantel, the shelf beneath the bookcase, the little round table by the chair. I fold the old newspaper I had put down to protect the carpet from muddy shoes and carry it out. I bring the vacuum from the hall cupboard and run it gently along the edges of the rug, taking care near the fringe. The motor makes the room feel briefly less itself, so I switch it off sooner than I might have done in any other house. Silence returns in layers. A bird in the hedge, a car on the lane, distant enough to blur. The house settling back around me. I look down at the floor near the hearth. The loosened board is still there, marked in my mind more clearly than in the wood itself. When I first found it, the gap seemed almost accusatory. Now it looks like what it is. Old timber lifted, disturbed, waiting to be fitted right again. A repair, not a wound. Judith hid the letter there. That remains true. She chose concealment. She kept silence where she should not have done. Yet the board itself is innocent. Houses keep what people ask them to keep. I kneel beside it and run my fingertips over the grain. The screws Ivor used temporarily still hold, but only just. The wood is dry on top, darker where old damp once touched the underside. If this were a textile, I think, I would document condition first, then stabilize, then decide what intervention the material can bear without losing its history. Wood is no different, really. You do not restore by pretending nothing happened. You restore by understanding what happened and making the next stage honest. "I'll ring Ivor," I say aloud. "We'll do this properly." The promise steadies me more than I expect. I get up and bring the things I need to the table one by one. Not dumping, not hoarding, arranging. First, the letter packet, still wrapped in the handkerchief I used for the journey. I set it at the center of the table and unwrap it. Rose's letter goes down in its sleeve, then the 2 empty envelopes, then the chemist's receipt.
The ticket from Helwick Holt to Penrith Cove lies beside them, its paper thin now, the corners soft from age and handling. I place my notebook near the top, open to the pages from yesterday, and add a pencil. Then the blanket. I carry it with both forearms, muslin and all, and lay it on the cleared end of the table before opening the wrapping. The wool is finer than most people would guess from a glance. It has thinned at the folds, and the altered initials are still there, patient as ever. The newer stitching careful enough to pass unless you know to look for the tiny punctures beneath. I know them now by heart. Someone unpicked one name and gave the cloth another. Not roughly, not in panic, with care. That tenderness still catches at me. Concealment can be cruel, but the hands that do it are not always careless hands. I smooth the blanket flat, then lay a sheet of clean tissue over half of it to keep dust from settling while I work. Next, the photographs. I bring the box from the side chair and open it slowly. The damaged one is easy to find now. The black paper corner, the torn album page, the woman near the garden wall with her face disturbed by someone's later hand. I set that photograph apart from the others, not because it matters more, but because it still asks something of me. The missing face is not as loud a mystery as it once was. Now it feels sorrowful rather than sharp. Someone could not bear to look, or could not bear for others to do so. Even damage, sometimes, is a form of testimony. I sit down at the table and look at the arrangement in front of me. On another week, in another house, this would be the start of a report. Object description, material, condition, provenance where known, recommended storage. It will still become that. I owe the story accuracy, and accuracy requires order. But today, the work feels different. Less like extraction, more like making room. I write a heading in the notebook. Materials for family record and preservation. Then I stop and smile, just slightly, at my own phrasing, as if I am cataloguing a parish chest, as if neatness can keep feeling from spilling over the margins. Perhaps it can, a little. There are worse ways to begin. I note the letter first. Cream wove paper, machine-cut edges, fold lines stable, but weakened by repeated opening. Ink legible, areas of wear at the creases. Store flat, if possible, with support. My handwriting steadies as I go. For the blanket, I write, white wool infant blanket, hand-finished edge, evidence of reworked initials. Previous stitch holes visible under angled light. Handle minimally. Support fully when moved. For the photograph, silvering at edges, album adhesive residue to reverse, deliberate abrasion or scraping to face area, image otherwise stable. I pause there, pencil hovering. Deliberate abrasion or scraping. It is true, but incomplete. There should be room somewhere in the record for the human reason a hand does a thing like that. Not certainty, because I do not have it. Mercy, perhaps, or context. I draw a line beneath the description and add, damage likely post-production, possibly connected to family concealment rather than accidental loss. That will do for now. A floorboard creaks under my weight when I shift in the chair. The sound brings back Judith with such ordinary force that I nearly turn my head, expecting to find her at the doorway with one of her dry little remarks about drafts and unnecessary fuss. I can hear her almost exactly. You needn't spread everything everywhere, Celia. No, I say softly into the room. But I think I do, actually. The answer would have been too sharp once. Now it lands without bitterness. Judith is gone. The argument, such as it is,
belongs only to me. Yet even that has gentled. I am not trying to win against her anymore. I'm trying to finish what she could not manage. I carry the dusting cloth to the hearth and kneel again, this time to clean the narrow ledge where soot has settled in the grain of the stone. The marks come away in grey streaks. I fold the cloth, wipe again, and feel the simple usefulness of the task move through me. When I finish, I sit back on my heels and look from the hearth to the table, from the table to the windows standing open. This room was where the secret waited. It can also be where the truth is handled. The thought is so plain that it settles without any need for drama. I get to my feet, go to the cupboard for a basin, and fill it with warm water and a little soap. There is more cleaning to do before I bring out the archive boxes and labels. The bookcase wants emptying shelf by shelf. The skirting boards need wiping. The family chair ought to be moved so I can get at the dust behind it. Ordinary work. Good work. I carry the basin into the sitting room and set it on the newspaper by the door. Then I roll up my sleeves, turn back to the room, and begin preparing it, as carefully as I know how, for the truth to remain in the light. Chapter 22. Mending the floorboards. The basin is still by the door when I hear Ivor's van come up the lane. I have already moved the family chair back against the wall and folded the newspaper in on itself so the dust from yesterday stays contained. The room looks stripped in a modest way, not empty, but ready. The letter packet is put away in the bedroom drawer for now. The photographs are sleeved and stacked. Judith's notes sit under a clean tea towel on the table. I do not want any of it underfoot while we work. I wipe my hands on my trousers and go to let him in. Ivor comes through the gate carrying a long canvas tool bag and a smaller box tucked under one arm. He pauses on the step and looks at my face before he says anything. "You look better," he says. "I think I am." He nods once, as if that will do. "Good. I brought the oak strip I said I might have. Not a perfect match, but near enough once it's down." "Come in," I say. "Tea first or floorboards?" Best see the floor while I'm still full of good intentions. That makes me laugh, and the laugh comes more easily than I expect. I stand aside for him. He wipes his boots on the mat and follows me through the narrow hall into the sitting room. The morning has turned mild. The windows are cracked open an inch, and there is a smell of damp earth from the garden, mixed with old polish and soap. Near the hearth, the loosened section of floor waits with its temporary wedges and the faint pencil mark I made along one edge yesterday so I would remember the grain direction. Practical habits settle me. They always have. Ivor sets down his bag and crouches with a soft grunt. "There we are," he says. Same culprit. He taps the board with 2 knuckles, then runs a thumb along the split at the edge where we first prized it up. The timber is worn smooth in the middle from years of feet passing over it. It is darker near the hearth and pale at the newly exposed edge. "I kept it as steady as I could after you left last time," I say. "You did right. It's not a disaster. Just age and a bit of strain." He glances up at me. "Ready to have it made honest?" The phrase catches at me, though he says it lightly. "Yes," I say. "I am." We work without hurry. I fetch the dust sheet from the hall cupboard and spread it near the grate for the lifted boards. Ivor hands me a thin pry bar and tells me where to place it so I do not bruise the tongue of the adjoining plank. His voice is plain and patient, the sort of voice that assumes competence without making a fuss of it. "Not there," he says. "Half an inch over. That's it. Gentle now." The board lifts with less protest than before. No hidden packet waits beneath it this time. Only the small, dark cavity, the joist beneath, and the compacted dust of years. Yet the sight of that space still brings back the first moment, My own breath held, the oilcloth bundle in my hands, the sense that the room had not changed at all, and had changed completely. Ivor must see some trace of that on my face. Strange little place to keep a thing, he says, not looking at me directly. It was clever, I say, and awkward, which may have been the point. He does not ask what I found there. He never really has. He knows enough to know there was something. He knows enough, too, not to make me defend the keeping of it. That restraint has become its own kind of help. He lifts the next short piece near the hearthstone and sets it aside. We kneel together and inspect the joist, the underside of the boards, the old nails bent and blackened with age. He passes me a brush, and I clear away the grit in small strokes. Dust gathers in the pan, along with one dead match, a button with no shank, and a bead of hardened wax. House keeps its own pockets, I say. It does, Ivor replies. You'd be surprised what turns up under stairs. Marbles, pennies, a false tooth once. I look at him. True, he says. Not this house, mind. That is a comfort. He smiles and reaches for the sanding block. No rot, he says after another look. That's the main thing. The board edge is what failed. We can trim the worst of it, fit the new strip, then secure the whole lot properly. He says we can as naturally as if the room belongs equally to carpentry and witness. I like him for that. He does not behave as though my work ends where his begins. I hold one end steady while he measures. The rasping sound of sandpaper on wood fills the room in steady passes. It is not harsh. It has the plain rhythm of a task being done right. Fine dust settles on the back of my hand. The grain shows clearer as he works, lines tightening and loosening in pale arcs like watermarks. I brush the edge clean and look closely. The split started from that old nail hole, I say. Yes, weak point, then weight, then time. He glances sideways. Usually the dullest explanation wins. That applies to more than timber. It often does. I sit back on my heels for a moment. The boards around us carry the marks of long use, and not all of them are damage. Some are only proof. A shallow dent where a chair leg must have stood for years. Scuffs in front of the mantel, a faint half-moon scratch near the door. The floor has held all of it without complaint. I think of Judith kneeling here alone, lifting this same board, sliding the wrapped letter down into the dark where dust would cover the edges and the room would go on as usual. I think of her standing up afterward, pressing the board back into place, perhaps telling herself it was temporary, perhaps telling herself she was keeping danger out, or shame, or confusion, perhaps only grief. A house can hide things because people ask it to, not out of malice. Sometimes only because there is nowhere else to put them. Ivor fits the narrow oak strip against the trimmed edge and frowns in concentration. Pass me the pencil. I do, and he marks the line, pares a little more, tests again. Each adjustment is small. Each one matters. I know that kind of work. It is not so different from easing a strained seam or supporting a weakened fold of paper. Force will do the wrong thing faster. Patience lets the object tell you how it can bear being mended. That's better, he says. He lets me hold the piece while he checks the join. The new wood is fractionally lighter, but the grain runs close enough that the eye will accept it. Not invisible, not glaring, simply true to itself. I like that it shows a little, I say. He looks up. Do you? Yes. I think pretending never helps much. No, he says, and taps the fitted strip gently into place. Though there's showing off and there's showing. This is the second kind. We secure the repair in stages. He pre-drills so the old timber does not split again, and I collect the curled shavings of wood from beside his boot.
He lets me drive 2 of the screws because, as he says, there is no sense in having careful hands and not using them. The metal turns with a firm resistance, then settles. The board draws down level against the joist. No creak, no give. I stand and cross the room, then come back, looking at it from different angles the way I would assess a mounted textile. Surface first, alignment second, then the feel of the whole. Tea now, I say. That sounds wise. In the kitchen, I fill the kettle while Ivor washes his hands at the sink with the yellow soap Judith always used. It still feels strange to think of her preferences in the present tense of objects. Her mug hangs on the hook. Her bread tin sits on the counter. Her absence is no smaller for being ordinary. I make tea in the blue pot and carry in 2 cups with a plate of biscuits. We sit, not in the family chair, but on the dining chairs pulled near the hearth. The room smells faintly of fresh-cut oak now, clean and warm. Ivor drinks and looks at the floor with a craftsman's narrowed eye. That'll hold. Thank you. He shrugs one shoulder. It's what timber is for. After a moment he adds, Judith liked things put right if they could be. Never saw much value in replacing what still had a bit of service left in it. That sounds like her. He dips a biscuit and says, also had a talent for keeping things to herself that might have been better aired sooner. There is no sharpness in it, only fact. Yes, I say. I know. He nods. Still, she cared for this place. That's plain enough. I look at the repaired section of floor. I think she cared in ways that were not always useful. A common condition, he says. I smile into my tea. You are very forgiving this morning. Not forgiving, he says. Only old enough to know most people make a muddle for reasons that seem sensible at the time. The words settle in me gently, not as excuse, not as refusal, only as shape. When the tea is done, we put the chairs back and give the repaired boards one last check. Ivor walks across them with his full weight, heel then toe, listening. I follow after. The floor holds firm. The line of the patch is visible if you know where to look. A narrow seam of newer wood near the place where the letter once lay hidden. I kneel and run my fingertips across it. The join is smooth. The board is level with the rest. There is no hollow sound beneath it now. Only the solid answer of wood, properly fixed to wood. Ivor shoulders his bag in the hall and pauses at the door. You'll have the room back by dinner, he says, provided you don't decide to pull up the whole lot for entertainment. I think I've had enough revelations from the floor for one season. Reasonable. He gives me a mild look. You ring if you need shelves next, or if that chair of yours finally gives up. It is not my chair, I say automatically, then stop. Because of course it is, now. As much as it was my mother's and Judith's before that. Not by ownership alone, but by use. By staying. Ivor notices the pause and says nothing about it. Take care, Celia. You too. And thank you. When he is gone, the house grows quiet again. But not blankly quiet. Working quiet. The sort that comes after a task has been finished and before the next one begins. I go back into the sitting room and stand by the hearth. The repaired floor does not erase what was hidden there. It does not deny the years of silence, or the hand that tucked the letter away, or the one that found it. It simply holds the truth differently now, out in the room with me, rather than under it. I set my foot over the repaired section and feel the steadiness of it beneath my weight. Then I look toward the table where the covered papers wait, and toward the chair by the wall, and I have the clear sense that the room is ready. Not finished, not emptied of the past. Ready for the next kind of work. Chapter 23.
writing it down. The room feels different with the floor made sound again. Not newer, not tidier exactly. Only honest in a way it was not before, as if one practical job has made space for the next. I clear the tea things first. I rinse the cups, wipe the table, and bring in the flat archive box from my work case, along with tissue, pencils, labels, and the ruled notebook I use for condition reports. The motions are familiar enough to settle me. Open, lay out, check the light, wash my hands, dry them properly, begin. The covered papers wait where I left them. I fold back the cloth and look at them one by one, not as clues now, though they are still that, but as a family record that has earned better treatment than secrecy. Rose's letter first. I slide it from its temporary folder and rest it on clean paper. The sheet is thin from age and repeated handling. The fold lines are strained but holding. The ink has browned slightly, and in places the nib has pressed hard enough to leave a faint ridge on the back. I have noticed all this before. Today I notice something else. The steadiness of the hand. Not the absence of feeling. The discipline of it. Rose was writing against distress, and she wanted to be understood. I sit down with the notebook and write her name in full. Rose Holden. For a moment I look at the words as if I might need to ask permission. Then I go on. I begin with the facts I can support. Date of discovery. Location beneath the floorboard near the hearth. Wrapped in oilcloth. Addressed to Judith Rowe. Internal references to a child left in Rowe care with the hope of return. I note the railway ticket from Hellowick Holt to Penrith Cove. I note the altered blanket initials. I note the damaged photograph. The removed album corner. Judith's notes. June Trevithick's recollections and Elsie Marin's testimony. The language matters. I hear that at once. There are so many ways to write a sentence that leans too hard. Hidden child, secret mother, abandoned daughter. None of them are exact enough. None of them are kind enough either. So I start again on a fresh page. This account concerns Rose Holden, a seamstress, and the child Margaret, later Margaret Rowe, who was left in the care of the Rowe family during a period of hardship, with the stated intention that the arrangement be temporary. I stopped there and let out a breath I had not noticed holding. Plainly said, it becomes possible to continue. I write for half an hour without looking up often. When I do, it is to check an item against the table or to reach for the envelope containing my copies. I set facts beside one another, the way I would align fragments of worn braid or compare two sections of threadbare silk, patient enough to let the pattern show without forcing it. Rose writes in hope of return. Judith keeps the letter. Margaret grows up in this house. Years pass. The village does what villages do. It protects. It judges. It shortens difficult stories into manageable ones and leaves the rest to settle in cupboards. I put down the pencil and flex my hand. The cottage is quiet around me. A car goes by on the lane, slow over the rough patch near the gate. Somewhere in the back garden, a wood pigeon keeps to its own patient business. The ordinary sounds help. This is not ceremony, however much it may feel like one. It is work. Good work. Work that asks not to be hurried. I make tea again, this time only for myself, and carry the mug back to the sitting room. The steam moves up between me and the mantel where my mother's photograph still stands. Margaret's face in that frame is older than the little girl Rose described on the back of the grocer's bill, but I can hold both at once now. The woman I knew, the child I did not know I was looking at all my life. I wish you'd been told, I say. My own voice in the room does not sound dramatic, only true. I set the mug down and return to the notebook. There are gaps I cannot fill, so I do not pretend to. I write that the exact sequence after Rose's letter remains incomplete. I write that illness, lack of money, family pressure, and failed communication shaped what followed, according to Elsie Marin's account. I write that Judith's concealment appears to have come from fear and loyalty rather than malice. I write that the effect of that concealment was lasting harm nonetheless. That sentence takes time. I draft it twice before I keep it. Not because the idea is hard to understand, but because it deserves care. People are often most truthful at the point where two things must stand side by side. Judith loved my mother. Judith kept from her the truth of her beginning. Both are real. One does not wipe out the other. When I reach Elsie's name, I slow again and check my notes from Penrith Cove. Mar View. Rose was older than Elsie's mother by 12 years. Seamstress. Later married once. Kept a blue tin. Remembered Margaret was 6 that spring and liked jam. Fair when the sun caught her. That line undoes me a little, not sharply, not enough to stop the work. It only presses at the back of my throat in that old, familiar way grief has when it wants room, but not spectacle. I take Rose's letter in both hands and look at the fold. One corner carries a darkened sheen from oil and skin, the mark of being touched over years. Judith's thumb, perhaps, or Rose's before it was sent, or mine now, though I have tried not to add myself too heavily to it. Textiles teach you that wear is a kind of record, so does paper. Repeated contact leaves its own testimony. Here was the place someone returned to. Here was the edge they steadied. Here was the crease opened and closed until the fibers began to thin. No object says everything, but if you listen in the right way, it rarely says nothing. I write that down too. Not in those exact terms, but close enough for myself. The account grows to several pages. When I finish the first draft, I read it aloud under my breath. That is a habit from work as much as anything else. Spoken language exposes strain. If a sentence cannot be said plainly, it usually has not been thought plainly either. A few lines catch. I smooth them. I replace one phrase that sounds clinical with one that sounds human. I remove a sentence that speculates too far beyond what the evidence allows. By the second reading, the whole thing holds. I date the final page and sign my name at the bottom, Celia Rowe. Below that, after a pause, I add one more line. Written at Wrenlow Cottage, so that the record may remain with the place that kept it. I sit back then and let the pencil rest across the notebook. The relief is quiet but complete. Not joy, not triumph. Only the easing that comes when a thing no longer has to be carried in fragments. I move on to the box. The archive box is plain grey board, sturdy and clean. I line the base with acid-free tissue and begin arranging the contents in order. Rose's original letter in a protective sleeve. A copy for handling. My written account. Judith's note pages. The railway ticket in its sleeve. The chemist's receipt. Still to be understood if it can be, but no longer loose among unrelated papers. The label marked blanket. The photograph of Rose by the sea, copied from Elsie's with permission noted in pencil. The damaged photograph from Judith's box, also sleeved, with a brief note describing its condition and the missing area where the face was deliberately abraded. I do not put the baby blanket in the box. It needs separate support, rolled and wrapped properly, not folded tighter than it already has been.
but I add a card noting where it will be stored and why. As I work, I label everything in the same steady hand. No drama in the wording. No family mythology. Just enough so that no one in future, least of all me, will have to start from darkness again. Contents relating to Rose Holden and Margaret Rowe. Associated papers and photographs. Compiled by Celia Rowe. I pause over the final label before placing it inside the lid. Family history. Restricted handling. Preserve with care. That seems right. Outside, the day has gone on without asking anything of me. The light has shifted across the rug and climbed the leg of the chair by the wall. Dust no longer rises when I move the papers because I have already done that work. The room is cleaner now. But more than that, it has changed category in my mind. Not parlour, not burden, not property. Workspace, certainly. Archive, in its small domestic way. Perhaps even witness, though I would not write that on a label. I close the notebook and place it on top of the tissue while I check once more that nothing acidic, damp, or loose remains among the papers. Old habits. Good ones. I run a finger lightly along the edge of the box, making sure the contents lie level. Then I lower the lid. It comes down with hardly any sound. For a moment I keep my hand there, flat against the grey board. The letter is not under the floor now. Not wrapped against discovery. Not left to darkness and timber dust and old fear. It is kept, which is a different thing. I look at the repaired section of boards near the hearth. At the table. At my mother's photograph on the mantel. At the box beneath my hand. The house no longer needs to keep the secret for me. And because it does not, it feels, at last, like somewhere a life might be made in the open. Chapter 24. The cottage kept. The box stays on the table where I left it, labelled in pencil, closed but no longer hidden. I stand beside it for a moment with my hand on the back of the chair, looking round the sitting room as if it might answer a question I have been carrying for weeks. The room does answer, in its own way. Not with revelation, not with drama, only with its plain facts. The repaired boards by the hearth, the cleared table, the mantel with my mother's photograph upon it, the windows, cleaner now, taking in the last of the day, my work case near the wall. Judith's old chair moved half a foot to the left because that is where it fits best if one wants space for a trestle table later on. Later on. I hear the words in my own mind and go still. I have spent all this time talking as though I am passing through. I will sort. I will mend. I will list. I will sell. I have said it so often it has had the sound of truth simply through use. But there is the chair, already shifted for a future arrangement. There is the corner by the window where the light is best in the morning, and I have noticed it not as a visitor notices a pleasant feature, but as a conservator notices a working surface. There is the cupboard in the back room, dry enough for box textiles if I line the shelves properly. There is the small bedroom upstairs that would do very well for paper storage once the curtain hem is repaired and the chest moved. I put a hand over my mouth and laugh once, very quietly. "Oh," I say to the room. I see. The kettle in the kitchen has gone cold. I fill it again, set it on, and lean both hands on the counter while it begins its slow work. The cottage feels altered, though nothing in it has changed in the last 5 minutes, except me. That is often how it happens, I think. A hem holds, a stain lifts, a tear stops spreading. The object looks much the same to anyone else, but the whole future of it has shifted. I make tea for one and carry it back into the sitting room. The evening light has thinned to a greyer tone over the lane. A car passes somewhere beyond the hedge and is gone. The house settles around me with its small, familiar noises. "I'm not selling you," I say aloud. The words land more firmly than I expect. They do not flutter. They do not ask to be reconsidered. They sit in the room like a cup set down on solid wood. I try them again, not because I doubt them, but because I want to hear their full shape. "I'm keeping the cottage." There it is. For a second, the risk of it runs through me in a clean line. Money. Practicality. The raised eyebrows of people who know just enough about such things to disapprove sensibly. The awkwardness of telling the estate agent there has been a change of plan. The larger fact beneath all that, which is that keeping a place is not like inheriting one. Inheriting can be passive. Keeping is chosen every day. And with the risk comes relief, so quick and plain that I sit down hard in the nearest chair and set my tea on the floor before I spill it. Relief is not the word I would once have expected for this feeling. It is too light, perhaps. Too simple. But it is right. Something in me has been bracing for departure from the moment I unlocked the door on the first day. I've been careful not to settle, careful not to want, careful not to picture any life here that might ask something of me in return. Now I do picture it, and the carefulness eases. A work table under the front window, large enough for rolled textiles and padded supports. The drop-leaf table in the kitchen pressed into service for paperwork and tea, and the occasional sandwich eaten standing up. The back bedroom shelved for boxes, tissue, cotton tape, labelled folders, lengths of washed calico, clean wrapping materials. Judith's spare room for my own bed properly made instead of a temporary arrangement that says I may leave at any time. A better lamp by the chair. Hooks by the back door for aprons and coats. A notice, perhaps, in the village shop once I am ready. Textile repair and preservation. Papers and family items by arrangement. The idea does not blaze. It unfolds. I look toward the mantel. My mother's photograph catches what light remains. Her face is as familiar to me as my own hands. And yet not. Not entirely. There are still absences in her that I can never fill. But I do not feel shut out by that now. I feel accompanied by it. She lived inside a thinned version of her own story. I do not have to do the same. I can stay, I tell her. It is an odd thing to say to the dead, but then grief has always had its own grammar. The telephone sits on the little table near the hall. I go to it before I can talk myself into waiting until morning. Ivor answers on the fourth ring. Penhale. It's Celia. All right, he says at once, not alarmed, only attentive. Yes, quite all right. I pause, then smile to myself because there is no point dressing it up. I'm ringing because I've decided not to sell the cottage after all. There is a short silence. Then Ivor says, "Have you?" I have. Well, he says, and I can hear him shifting the phone against his shoulder. That saves strangers from painting over decent woodwork. I laugh, a proper one this time. You make it sound like civic duty. Often is. He lets that rest a moment. You sound settled. I think I am. Good. His voice turns practical in the way I have come to trust. Then you'll want the place set up for how you mean to use it, not how an estate man likes it shown. Yes, I say, and the word comes quickly. Exactly that. What are you thinking? So I tell him. Not all of it at once, not in a grand declaration, but in pieces that become clearer as I speak. A work table in the sitting room, if it can be got in without scraping the doorway. Better shelving in the back bedroom. A stronger rail in the small cupboard. a proper task lamp over the front work area, perhaps a board over trestles to begin with, until I decide what is worth buying. Ivor listens without interruption. Once or twice he makes a small sound of agreement. When I finish, he says, "That's not foolish at all." The simplicity of it catches me. "I'm glad you think so." "I didn't say profitable," he replies, and I can hear the smile in his voice. "I said not foolish. Different standard. That is very much your style, Ivor. It has kept me from becoming inspirational." He clears his throat. "I can come round tomorrow, if you like. Measure up. See what can be done with shelves and a work surface. I've some decent boards in the shed that might suit till you decide on anything finer." "That would be lovely," I say, and mean it more than the word usually carries. "Morning or afternoon?" "Morning, if that's convenient." "Morning, then." I thank him and put the phone down with the curious sense that the room has moved a little further toward its next life, merely by being spoken of plainly. The tea has cooled, but I drink it anyway. Then I fetch my work case and begin, not with ceremony, but with the nearest useful thing. If I am staying, there is no reason for my tools to remain half-packed. Out come the bone folder, the measuring tape, the soft brushes, the pencils, the clean cotton gloves, the little packets of labels, the magnifier, the needles wrapped in felt, the threads wound on cards. I set them in rows on the table, then stop and shake my head. No, not rows for sorting, places for use. That is different too. I carry the brushes to the mantel drawer where they will be easy to reach. The measuring tape goes in the shallow dish on the desk. Pencils in the blue mug, gloves in the top drawer of the sideboard, away from dust. The acid-free tissue remains in its packet for now, but I clear a shelf for it in the cupboard. Upstairs, I open the back bedroom and stand in the doorway, looking at the narrow bed, the chest, the old eiderdown folded at the foot. "This one," I say softly, as if the house is helping me choose. "Storage in here." I cross to the window and test the sash. It sticks halfway, then yields. The room smells faintly of old wood and starch. Not neglect, only waiting. The chest is heavier than it looks, but not impossible. I move it a few inches, then a few more, enough to imagine shelves along the wall, archive boxes on the lower levels, textile rolls above, a small table under the window for checking papers in daylight. In the front bedroom, my overnight bag still sits on the chair where I first dropped it. The sight of it gives me a little pang. Temporary. That is what I have allowed myself to be. I set the bag on the bed and open the wardrobe. There is space enough. Not vast, but real. I hang up 2 cardigans, then my coat. It feels absurdly intimate. More than uncovering the letter did. More than writing the account. Those acts belong to duty. This belongs to living. Downstairs again, I walk through each room more slowly. The kitchen wants a narrower table if I am to have room for proper work and for company, should company ever come often enough to require planning. The little parlour could hold finished pieces awaiting collection. The hook by the scullery door is loose and will need 1 more screw. The shelf in the pantry is bowed in the middle but still sound. The garden wall outside the back step needs weeding at the base. I begin to see expenses, arrangements, repairs, ordinary limitations. Yet none of it discourages me. It steadies me. Dreams are one thing. Measurements are better. By the time the lamps are on, the sitting room looks only slightly different to an outsider. My tools are away. A side table has been moved nearer the window. A stack of books has shifted from one shelf to another to clear space. My coat is missing from the peg in the hall because it hangs upstairs now. Small signs, but to me the whole house has altered its posture. I stand by the repaired boards near the hearth. The archive box remains on the table, grey and quiet, holding what it holds without fuss. Rose's letter is safe. Judith's silence has been answered, not erased. My mother's photograph looks on from the mantel. The room contains all of that, and now it contains my own decision as well. I think, with a kind of sober comfort, that attachment does not always announce itself with warmth. Sometimes it arrives like weight accepted properly at last, something lifted into the arms and held because putting it down would feel worse. Outside, the evening has gone almost dark. The window gives back my reflection mixed with the room behind me. Not a visitor, not a woman passing through with lists and boxes and departure dates. A woman with a house to keep, a history to tend, work to do in the morning. I rest my hand on the back of the chair beside the table and look around the room that will be mine in a new way now. Not an ending then, a life moved into place. Chapter 25. Morning light on the archive box. The decision I make in the evening has a different weight when I meet it again in daylight. I come into the sitting room with a tray balanced against my hip, tea in the pot, one slice of toast cooling on a plate, and the archive box tucked under my arm. The room is brighter than it was last night. Not transformed, exactly. It is still Judith's old sitting room in its bones. The hearth is dark with old use. The armchair by the wall still leans slightly to one side. The mantel still carries the small, familiar things that seem to belong to the cottage as much as the stone and timber do. But the room has changed enough for me to feel it at once. The windows are clean. The floor near the hearth lies flat and sound. The papers are not spread in a state of discovery now, but gathered, sleeved, labelled, and kept. My own mug waits on the table, as if I have been living like this for longer than a night. I set the tray down first. Then I carry the box to the mantel and rest it there with both hands, careful even now. Acid-free board, grey, plain, made to last without fuss. Inside it are the letter, the ticket, the receipt, the photograph, my notes, and the account I wrote in my own hand. The blanket is stored separately, wrapped in muslin with its label attached, where it can lie flat and be handled properly later. Nothing is hidden. Nothing is loose. I stand still a moment, looking at the box. There was a time, not long ago, when the right place for Rose's letter seemed uncertain. Too charged for a drawer, too private for a shelf, too alive somehow to be put away. I understand now that I was still thinking in terms Judith might have understood. Concealment, protection, nearness without sight. This is different. I take the small sprig of rosemary from the saucer on the windowsill. It is the one I kept from Judith's recipe book, pressed long ago between pages marked with soups and plain cakes, and practical instructions for making do. The leaves are brittle, green, gone to a dusty grey, but they still hold shape. I do not put it into the box. I set it beside it in a little white dish with a faint crackle in the glaze. It seems enough, a token left in the open. I pour tea and sit down, not at the edge of the chair as I did in the first days here, but properly, with my back settled and my feet set on the rug. The repaired section of floor is under my left foot. I notice it because I know where it is, not because it asks to be noticed. That too seems right. Beyond the window, the lane is damp from earlier rain. The hedge at the front gate stirs a little in the breeze. Farther off,
I can see the pale strip of road where the village begins to gather itself into shop fronts and cottages and the church tower beyond. Hallowick no longer looks like a place I have come into by accident or by duty. It looks like the sort of place where a person might be known gradually. Not all at once, not in any grand way, just by being there. By carrying bread home from the shop, by waving to Ivor from the gate, by returning library books to June and staying for tea longer than planned. I think that may be enough for belonging. Perhaps it always was. My mother's photograph stands on the mantel near the box. I lift it down and wipe the glass with the edge of my sleeve, though it does not need it. Margaret looks out in that composed way of hers, mouth almost smiling, eyes already elsewhere. I used to think her sadness was one of those things a person is simply made with, like narrow wrists or a quick temper, an element, a weather. Now I know it had a history. It came from hands before hers, from choices made under strain, from love bent into silence until it no longer looked like love at all. I set the photograph back carefully. I know more now, I say, and because I'm alone, and because the room has heard worse things than this, I let myself go on. Not everything, but enough. The cottage gives me back only stillness, kettle warmth, old timber, the faint clean smell of soap from the cloth I used on the windows yesterday. It does not need to answer. Judith comes to me differently now than she did at the start. In the first week I felt her everywhere, as resistance, in cupboards that were too orderly, in labels that stopped just short of explanation, in drawers that held useful things and never the thing I truly wanted. I was angry with her for making me work so hard for what should have been said plainly. I am not done being angry. I do not think anger disappears just because understanding arrives after it. But understanding has made room around it. Judith kept badly, but she kept. She did not burn the letter. She did not throw away the blanket. She did not tear up every photograph or scrub out every sign that another woman had once stood near this family and changed it forever. She hid what she could not bear to settle. She held what she could not mend. It was not enough, but it was not nothing. And Rose, who has lived for me these past days through paper and thread and the memories of other people, feels less like a mystery now than a presence made from effort. A young woman trying to keep trust while life narrowed around her. A woman writing carefully when care was all she had left to offer. I can hear her in the plainness of the letter even now. Not dramatic, not pleading beyond dignity. Just hoping to be believed, hoping to return. I eat the toast in small bites and think of the blanket again. The overstitched initials. The fine patience of the work. Someone, perhaps Judith, perhaps another pair of Rowe hands before hers, took the time to alter without destroying, to cover without cutting away. Even that was a kind of confession, if you knew how to read it. The old thread holes remained beneath the new. The first name was never fully gone. That is what I have now, I think. Not a clean story, not a neat one. The old holes still show. And yet it can be kept. Later in the morning I carry a small folding table into the back bedroom and open it beneath the window. My work case goes on top. Beside it I set pencils, cotton gloves, a clean blotter, and 2 empty boxes waiting for future use. The room is not finished. There is still a stack of Judith's old magazines to clear, and the curtains want taking down for washing, and one wall has a patch where damp once lifted the paper. But I can see it plainly now. A workroom. My workroom.
I open the cupboard and hang my coat inside next to Judith's old rain mac, which I have not yet had the heart to move. The two garments look oddly companionable there, as if one has made room for the other without complaint. On the chest of drawers, I place a notebook and write on the first clean page, Wrenlow Cottage Restoration Studio. The words make me smile in spite of myself. It sounds both larger and smaller than the truth. That suits me. When I go down to the kitchen, I make a list for the village. More muslin, tea, light bulbs, hooks for the back room, bread if the shop has the seeded loaf. I add, after a pause, a small lamp for the work table. It is such an ordinary list that it touches me more than a grand declaration would have done. A life, after all, is mostly made that way. Item by item, repair by repair, cup by cup. The afternoon passes in useful things. I clear one shelf. I fold 2 tablecloths. I move a chair from the front room to the back bedroom because the light is better there. I telephone no one. I explain myself to no one. The quiet is not empty. It is simply untroubled. Toward evening, rain begins again. Light at first, then steadier. It gathers on the window glass and makes the garden darken by degrees. I switch on the lamp beside the chair, then the one on the mantel, and the room draws in around the small circles of light. I bring the archive box down from the mantel for one last check, not because I distrust my own work, but because care likes to look twice. I open it on the table. The folders sit square. The sleeves are smooth. Rose's letter lies where it should, supported, protected, legible. My account rests beside it, not over it. Witness, not replacement. I close the lid again and return the box to its place. Then I sit with my tea and listen to the rain touch the windows. I think of Rose, of Judith, of my mother, of all the women in this story, each of them making some small practical motion inside difficulty, folding, stitching, writing, keeping house, keeping counsel, keeping hold of what could be kept. Not always wisely, not always bravely, but with care, even then. For years the family truth lay under a board in the dark, wrapped against damp and accident and discovery. Now it rests in plain sight, held properly at last. Not displayed, not denied, preserved. The room is warm. The lamp beside me throws a low amber circle over the arm of the chair and the edge of the rug. The rosemary dish sits near the archive box. My mother's photograph catches a small glint of light. Beyond the glass, the rain goes on over the lane, the hedge, the village roofs, the fields beyond. I look around the room and feel no urge to leave it. That surprises me a little still. Then again, perhaps it should not. I have spent my life tending worn things, reading damage without contempt, trying to keep what can be kept from being lost for good. It seems only late, not strange, that I should make a life in a house asking the same of me. I rest my hand on the mantel, beside the box. This is where the letter belongs now. This is where I belong. Outside, the rain continues in its patient way. Inside, lamplight holds the room steady. The floorboards keep their level line. The work table waits upstairs. And Wrenlow Cottage, no longer a place of storage or silence, settles around me as home.